Hello everyone, and welcome to a very important day here in the LPL. My name is Nymaera, and I'll be joined by Initialise shortly, and I'm wearing BLG colours today because Sam will be wearing JDG colours today. It's going to be a really fun time. We're going to see our first team qualified to first stand out of 2. We'll have total. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day of League of Legends. JDG did beat BLG both times in the regular season. However, I have been hearing rumors that BLG are absolutely crushing the scrim scene right now. They are, folks, I hate to say it, this is the curse. BLG are scrim gods. They are the world champion scrim team. Will that help them today, though? Will that help them today after all the 2v2 practice against Viper, against Ruler and Dior over on GENG, after all of the hope and prayers that their fans have been giving them to see if they can finally become this team which we expect them to be. However, they haven't reached their full potential yet, and they are against a team which causes them a lot of issues. BLG has consistently come up short against JDG, even in previous iterations of it, like last year when BLG were a much stronger team, or rather JDG were not as strong a team. Still, BLG fell to them. I'm going to go quickly sort some stuff out in the background, as I typically do before the stream, and Sam's going to be through here in a second as well, so keep yourself sat right there. We're going to have some awesome games today. Tell your friends, get them to tune in, and let's enjoy some League of Legends. Thank you so much for the prime there, Lilola. Hope you're doing well. Yep, I'm still going to be doing stuff in the background. I thought I'd just pop out and say hi, thank you. We appreciate your primes, we appreciate the support. Of course we do. We, of course, appreciate that. If this is an interview, I'm going to quickly... Oh, no, this will be going to throw into some graphics. All good then. This is the bracket. JDG, BLG, this will determine our first team to first stand. Weibo AL in the lower bracket. Winner of them will face the loser of this series. Very interesting how they've chosen the key matchup to be Bin versus Xiaoshu. I mean, yes, I think that both of them have the potential to be very good top laners. I think that Xiaoshu has been close to top 3. For many people, he is. For me, I don't think he's quite there because he hasn't converted many leads off of Renekton into wins. Renekton he does, but outside of that, struggles. Renekton is really, really good though. I think Bin has been struggling. Bin, I think, well, barely scrapes top 3 for me. I think in regular season, well, I think maybe they do now, because 369, I think, struggled towards the end. But I think in regular season, 369 was very good. Of course, Flandre being the best top laner in the region. Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't choose Junja versus Shun for the key matchup, though, because those two are really key to their teams. Like, so key to their teams. This is, oh, hang on, is this Knight versus JDG in playoffs? This might be Knight versus JDG in playoffs, because of course he was on JDG when they had the huge winning matchup versus BLG in 2023. He has won both sides of this match. So basically, in best of 5s, Knight hasn't lost this matchup. Whether he's on JDG or on BLG, when this matchup hits the table, you put your faith in Knight. To be honest, any of the matchups could be featured today. To an extent, yeah. I think every matchup is really important. I think Viper Gala is important. I think that on Vampire is important. I think that, weirdly, I think Knight Honky on current form is probably less important. I think that, yeah, probably mid lane, weirdly, is one of the least important ones on paper. Of course, that could change today because Knight can have his playoffs glow up and just go insane. How strong is the light that you have next to the camera? Not that strong, Harold. Well, we're determining our first team to first stand today, folks. As we were saying. Personally, you know, who do I favor? I mean, obviously I'm wearing the BLG colors, but Sam will be doing the same thing with JDG. We'll balance that out well. I think that JDG, if they force BLG to team fight, that's when I think we see the weaker part of BLG. BLG are not the best team fighting team as far as we know within LPL. I think they weren't from the regular season. However, after that last series, I think that BLG went absolutely insane. This is, I think, this is the final 4 from each of the splits. So in 25, winter, spring, summer going right to left. And the WE ended up upsetting JDG and Top Esports to make it into that spring. And of course, anyone's Legend of BLG went to MSI. Vampire gonna vamp all over them. Vampire has been good in this plus. He has been very good. Arguably the most consistent player, I think, on JDG, which is not... That's the thing which I... What's up? Oh, that's for me. Right, okay, cool. Yes. I thought you had your own one. You're putting it down.
I've got another one bringing through shortly. But, hey, Al.
Yes?
Come with the camera briefly.
Yeah, sure.
What the hell?
Well, what the hell, Sam?
I thought we agreed that JDG were going to win today because they were going to out-team fight BLG, who can't team fight to save their lives. What the hell is this?
Well, I was hearing literally just the other day that apparently BLG are even better than GENG in scrims. So they are the scrim gods.
Oh, scrimbots.
They are the scrim gods.
That's what we're justifying our analysis on now.
Pinchless, if you say that, you haven't been listening to the stream. You have just self-reported. But yeah, I really think that BLG have such potential in themselves, and I think they're finally hitting their stride. I think we're finally seeing the best version of BLG. I think we'll finally see it. BLG 3-0 in the votes! Oh my god, Sam, even the analysts agree with me. I clearly cannot be wrong.
I think you underestimate the power of vampires who were immune to flowing water and abilities to roam through the river.
Well, only if he's given permission.
Well, he's going to be given permission by BLG. You're going to let him in to
well, Pinchless, he was a worse player last year. Yeah, he was a worse player last year. He's actually quite good right now. I mean, obviously Vampire still has his flaws. I think that when the game starts going wrong, that's when he struggles because he's not got the ability to really rethink his way into a position. Whereas I think I think there are other players out there, say weirdly IG and Weibo. They're the teams which tend to think together on the fly a little better, really. So yeah, and all of this stuff is stuff I've said on stream before, Pintula, so I'm pretty sure that's stuff you will have heard before. Sam, let's get your chair in here. I gotta go brush my teeth, Sam. That's what I've got to do. And then we'll be back to talk more League of Legends, folks. But yeah, Pinchless, I don't know whether like you're intentionally rage baiting there, but this is all stuff I have talked about on stream before. So, oh, hang on. That's the clean feed. We're all good. It's not us.
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人洛欣。那在这里，我们首先有请到的是 BLG 的辅助选手欧恩，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的服务圈。
可以看到，在进入到淘汰赛之后呢，你们每一场比赛都是以3-0的比分进入到下一轮的。那今天你们能够继续延续自己的火热状态吗？
上2场的话运气比较好嘛，今天的话就看我们整体的配合。
好的，也非常期待你们的表现。那第二个问题就要问到了，因为之前可以看到，在常规赛当中，你们面对 JDG 是2度落败。那今天在赛前，大家有没有做什么样的针对性的调整，来让你们更容易赢下这场比赛呢？
没有做什么调整，今天就正常打就好。
好的，也期待。同样，我们也邀请到了 JDG 的打野选手俊佳，你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的打野俊佳。
今天这场胜者组的决赛，只要赢下就能够直通全球先锋赛。那么大家是以什么样的心态来面对这场和 BLG 的比赛呢？
就跟前2场一样啊，然后可能做满会打满的准备，然后就以正常的心态来迎接他们。
那你认为今天的胜负关键在哪里？
我觉得应该是中下野吧，然后我觉得这3个位置都很重要。
好的，也期待你们今天在比赛当中的精彩表现。
What is this segment? Peak ad reading. Peak ad reading. Oh, we don't have the camera on. Wow. I thought that Sam was here to babysit you, chap.
I just got my chair in place.
Hello everyone, how's it going? Initialise Nymaera here to bring you our first of 2 first-stand qualification matches. The first will be here and the second will be not the finals, because both of our finals teams make it to first stand, so it'll be the second of those qualifiers. Very, very important game today. As I was saying, BLG have apparently been looking really, really good within scrims. I hate to be the scrim bot guy, but apparently they've been looking excellent there, and they have even been, doing those 2v2 scrims versus Ruler and Duro as well in the bot lane, and Viper and On looked incredibly good in that last series. BLG looked better, I think, in their last series than I think they'd done the entirety of the split so far. However, there is a long way for them to go, and they haven't shown that level against the top tier opposition yet, which is what I'm personally waiting for. Can they do that against Annual's legend JDG, who I think are clear top 3 within our region?
I completely agree, and I worry that scrims are inevitably fast. They're aggressive. People play more psychopathic in scrims. Some LPL teams look like that on stage as well. But the issue is, can they replicate that level of aggression, that level of pace on stage and not get pulled into team fights where JDG are a more formidable team, I think, than most out there. And it's where BLG have shown a fairly significant amount of weakness. We'll see what the time off has done. We'll see what the time honing has done, and we'll see exactly how dangerous they will be. So we got our team intros, BLG, flexing that left hand, the golden left hand being monstrous as ever.
BLG, will they truly find that dreaded word, potential? JDG feels like they're already punching up there towards the top ranks. JDG upset anyone's legend to get here. They deserved it. They really did. Their drafting looked fantastic. I think that their players have been on very good form. And I think particularly, I look towards that mid-jungle as the inconsistent part. If they turn up in a good draft, BLG may have issues. BLG, however, I think the strongest part of their game is burst combos between jungle and mid. Shun and Knight have been, I think, the best mid-jungle within the LPL. JDG must stand strong there. Regular season is one thing, playoffs is another. We saw the stats before the game. Knight has never lost the BLG-JDG matchup in a best of 5.
That's wild.
Regardless of which side he is on. In 2023, when he was on JDG, he won every single time against BLG. When he's been on BLG, he has won against JDG in the best of 5s every time. He owns this matchup in the best of 5s, even if the regular season and best of 3s can go against him, as it did this year. JDG did win against him twice in the best of 3s. Does that stick to the larger series?
Two captains, Knight and Gala, are the tip players with those gems on their lapels. Lose, you're giving it up, it's going on the trophy. Yours will be part of the path that the victor walks on. Brutal to see your name as the defeated members of that playoffs team. There they are, fist bumping and getting ready to head to their seats to get us into this matchup. Alex, we've chatted a little bit about the bigger picture stuff, some of that narrative weight. Knight, what an insane record he's got there. But I want to talk a little bit more about what we're seeing for draft priorities. Which comps, which champions are we thinking are going to be like really, really key here in this matchup in particular? Because as you said, I think mid-jungle and making sure they're getting priority in whatever matchup they're looking for will be huge for both teams.
I think it's actually less about individual matchups in this. I think it does come down to whether you can get a 5v5 advantage for JDG. If they can do that through the draft, I think that JDG will be able to hold on and force a 5v5. That's the big thing. So I'm looking at champions which can force a good front to back from JDG. That's a big thing for me. In sense of that, I wonder whether they'll be going back towards stuff like the Ashe Seraphine. They used that quite well, and then there was a series the other day. Did JDG? We're seeing it prop up across the world, of course, right now. Anyway, for BLG, I think for them, it is about the individual matchups. I think for JDG, it's more about, okay, you survive, you get through to the 5v5s, you're better than BLG then. And I think for BLG, it's a case of just get a burst combo for mid-jungle. I don't care what it is, a burst combo. I think Shun and Knight, they are the best in the LPL at playing that. Outside of that, you want stuff that can brutalize early lane and can play around side lane. So I'm thinking about, you know, big global champions, something which can survive in a side lane for Bin. I actually don't want Bin to be the one receiving pressure, I don't think here. And folks, we're right into that draft. Getting right into it, let's get into our first stand qualification match between BLG JDG, one of the most important matchups here within LPL circa 2023. It's a more recent one, Sam, but it's quickly, and it did quickly become a classic.
Hello, Linux Browser. Nice to have you in here. Appreciate the follow. Pick some bands now. Rocking through for our first game. Azir, that's the one.
And the
Different
Orianna
A champion.
away.
All off the board indeed. Azir being banned by BLG. They have given up the Azir experiment, it seems, for good at this point. Varus also banned.
That's not necessarily true, because they did play the counters last series, remember? So I think in this case, it's more about you don't want to make, you don't want to give you know, both the Azir and the Orianna kind of both being up in the meta.
To clarify, I meant because their first pick, they wouldn't want to first pick it.
Oh, sure.
And actually Knight playing the Azir.
Oh, sorry.
By which I meant by that.
Yeah, because
generally what we meant by the Azir experiment with BLG.
Because if you look at the last series, they've started to play those counters. So expect that at some point in the series, but then letting it through and then counter picking later the Ambessa off the table. I'm noticing Jarvan, I'm noticing Rumble. Those are up right now. Potentially something like a Yunara, Lulu lane on the table as well. But Rumble and Jarvan, those are the two big ones right now up and available.
I agree. Are we trading them? Or are we going to have one taken off? Rumble is indeed banned. So that does leave the Jarvan up. Are we locking it early here, or are we wanting to take something else instead? I think Nico's also up, by the way.
Nico and Ryze. Ryze is the pick that opens up things like Pantheon, Kiana, you know, big kind of points and clicks / big one-shot AD junglers. But you're right, though. The Nico has made it through. I just expect it to be banned. And it takes me a bit off guard there, seeing it up. JDG love playing through bot lane pressure. Something like a Nico with a Corki could work very well for them. Do you want to match that global in the mid lane, though? I don't think they need to lock that now if they don't want to, but they can do. Then lock the Nico, and then wait to see what they can counter on the next pick from BLG's 2-3.
And there is something to be said for what often happens is whatever his first pick gets responded to with a match. At the same time, they're going to pick up the Jarvan here, our JDG, basically to give up less counter pick potential to the first pick team, basically. If you then basically blind pick twice, it can be a bit rough. Xin Zhao consideration's been used very well, but as a Ryze Xin Zhao combo.
Double global would be there from that Pantheon. I was almost wondering, because Poppy's unbanned, whether they would go for that as well. I suppose they could go for that from support role. Nico, that'll get locked in pretty easily here. Yeah. And that will lead to a great amount of options for on. Vampire, I suppose, could go towards Bard or Karma or Thresh, try to play towards a couple of different kind of laning archetypes. He's not out of options here. Last pick of this first round, though, you expect it to be that jungler. Very important role here on Pro. If you leave it later into the draft, he's get a little bit harsher on that champion call. Xin Zhao. Shun is one of the best players of this in the world. Doesn't surprise me to see this Hobbit here. Very likely locked in.
Shun gonna go for that ban. Will indeed do so. Not ban the pick, good lord.
Yep. The Xin Zhao.
The Xin Zhao, yeah. And that is a very scary skirmishing call already between the Ryze Realm Warp, the Nico, the Xin Zhao ult. Very, very potent. Not that JDG are looking poor on that front either. Jarvan Talia. Very strong terrain creation, to say the least. What are we looking to lock in here as well? I would imagine at this point, probably the top lane on the Renekton would make sense, and it is Xiaoshu Renekton.
I was saying this before you came into the room, Sam, but I thought that Xiaoshu, for me, one of my issues with him is that he doesn't convert leads when he's not on Renekton very well. I think that when he's been on stuff like the Ambassador, the Jax, sometimes he's struggled to take a lead into a win. The Renekton is completely different. I think he's the best Renekton player in the LPL. He has been a great Renekton for a long time. I've been a champion of this guy since his days on Rare Atom. This guy, it has been so cool to see him make his routes towards a top team and people to finally respect this guy. He has been a good top laner
for a while.
For a long time. He's finally gotten his chance on JDG, and I think games like this on a Renekton can be a huge, huge selling point for him. The Nars going to get banned away. Bin would love to have a matchup where he can just kind of exist safely here, but with Xiaoshu, that becomes a bit more of an issue. He's probably looking at, well, you don't want to pick, well, the Ambassador would have been gone anyway. You're probably thinking about, I suppose, a Cassante at this point, unless he has another matchup which he prefers into the Renekton.
Lulu getting banned away. Denial of something like a Yunara Lulu, I suppose, with that as well, because Yunara did get through picks and bans, is sometimes seen in that first phase of bans, depending on what you want to remove. Both bot lanes here looking to get an edge, and I think Gala and Vampire, Viper and On will be very core to the gameplay in general. Of course, the Nico's locked in, so I'm expecting options, things like the Jhin Bard, things like a Sivir, all possible here. The Kaiser's also up, but it feels a bit early to lock that in a draft.
I think Misfortune's looking tasty
also
here from
fair,
JDG.
yes, with the Jarvan.
Especially with the Sion now banned as well, combo up with the Jarvan that you mentioned. I think Misfortune's looking good for JDG. It would be lane dominant, and it would allow you to play towards a combo. The Ashe Seraphine, we talked about that actually a little before draft, just because it fits JDG as a team, really. The Ashe taken away, so no Ashe Seraphine for JDG. Let's see if they do lock towards that Misfortune. Vampire has a bit of a patchy history on enchanters, but if you're going for lane dominance, Karma is, of course, a very important champion to pick in.
And it also means, as for the series, it's a takeaway from On, who, for my money, is the best Karma, arguably in the world. Like, he's very good at that champion, and denies things like the Ezreal Karma later on, which is very good for Viper. So I think that's probably a twofold pick there. The Ezreal now a consideration for BLG.
Was really, really good at that. You need something mobile, so Corki, Ezreal, Yunara, those are your options, because you need to get out of the Cataclysm, and you want a strong laning phase. All three of those tick some boxes. You have allowed potentially now an Ezreal Karma over towards Gala. They could also go towards a Caitlyn too. Bin now choosing his matchup for that top lane. As we said, the Cassante looking pretty okay there in terms of tank matchup, but if he doesn't want to take, just a consolidation, scale it out matchup, and it has been. Maybe the cannon works a lot better into, a lot of different squishy backliners that we already see locked in.
He is hovering some fun options here. I think the 2 tank options would make sense compositionally, but he's going to go for the more aggressive laning focused option because it's been, of course he is. Kennon's in, AoE Circle of Doom to join in the Nico and the Xin Zhao.
Gala hovered over for this last pick for Gala. Gala Vampire play through lane pressure whenever they have the opportunity to, and they will do here. So BLG, they have a very dynamic engage composition with the Rise putting the Xin Zhao into position and the Cannon really the core part of that. JDG, they have strong lanes in top lane and bot lane. The Renekton can lose against the Cannon though, so that can be a problem. I really want to see how Ginger plays this game. This Jarvan will be so important to make sure that the Taliyah, the Ezreal, the Renekton can actually stick in the fight. He needs to force defensive cooldowns and force BLG into a back foot position. This should be a pretty bloody game, Sam. Lots of strong lanes to fight early, lots of ways to engage across the rift.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Jarvan and the Taliyah to make impact happen before things get out of control. And I will say, I think JDG put a slight range advantage for the Taliyah and the Ezreal over the Rise Nymaera. If you can leverage that, that's good news. On the other hand, if you end up in the meat grinder of Pot Blossom and slicing Maelstrom, all the while Rise is AoEing you down, it can be tough even if you've got a Cataclysm or a Flag and Drag to try and buy some space and time.
Very interested to see how Bin plays out this game. The Realm Warp putting the cannon into position could be everything. It could be everything. The solo laners of BLG have an X factor in this game. JDG, they're a laning focused team a lot of the time. I do think that Xiaoshu expected the Renekton to be in a stronger position in the draft. The cannon was locked through though, and that will force him behind. They'll need to have a strong laning phase in that bot lane. Viper and On were something else altogether in the 2v2 last series out. BLG, they have not beaten JDG this year though. They need to show that JDG isn't a demon for them like their logo suggests. Let's get onto the rift and hear the gyros for game 1.
That's not the dulcet tones of would-be Bale.
Not in Beijing, Sam. We're in Suzhou, LNG's arena. I saw the skybox there. So sadly, our JDG chant leader not here apparently.
Indeed, and fair enough. It's a fairly significant distance to travel.
It is. It is. It's really cool that you can travel and give these kind of shows across all the way across China, though. I can see here that Vampire looking for that Mantra Q level 1. Does get it onto On.
Ow, that's a fair amount of damage onto minion Nico. Has turned back around some of that DPS, but is going to realize they're about half HP, and that's going to be Vampire and Gala with the early level 1 shove. Ezreal Karma doing Ezreal Karma things.
No surprises here. They'll get the shove. The question is how quickly can BLG get the bounce back, because both junglers will be pathing bot side. We've seen a bit of a difference in jungle pathing across the world in terms of not everyone is just going bot top to bot right now in terms of jungle pathing. We're seeing that here, though, and that does mean that with both bot lanes kind of sparring off in the early levels, the winner of the bot lane will end up getting that bot scuttle, and that changes the amount of time you have on the map. Early recall from On to make sure he's topped up on HP.
Even with the red buff, worth noting, Jonja is ahead of the clear right now by probably about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's because Shun went from red and then passed up towards Krugs and then passed down that way, so his first quadrant looks a little slower. See how quickly... Hang on, Viper's low HP there. Ouch.
Has to burn the barrier. Does stay alive, but the barrier is down, and that is going to be potentially a reset here. Especially with the Nico now back on in the form of Ezreal. Cheating a little bit there. We'll try and hold this wave best he can. The Ezreal, I don't think... Sorry, the Ezreal, the Nymaera not running anything like a teleport, so we'll have to just skirt her way back to lane with a Kanmei step in the dream.
Yeah. Bin's been left alone in this topside matchup, which is typically very, very fine for a cannon. Bot lane, as you're saying, going well for Gala and Vampire. Early CS lead. Junja actually going for an early invade here now, and he will have the potential of Karma roaming up. This is good from them.
Shun gets knocked up by the flag, the drag. There's the tether. Gets the wind, becomes lightning on 2 to Shun, but he's a dead man. Nice invade there to punish the slower clear.
Shun slow on the clear, and Vampire roams up. The lane pressure, the flash to confirm the route, really well played in the 3v3. JDG get an early advantage, and when JDG have Junja ahead of the game, that's when they look best, actually, because Junja, I think, has been the biggest failing point for this team. Shun loses flash, loses his life. There's going to be a scuttle taken by Junja here too, as well as a camp steal on that blue buff. Shun has no buffs and will have to rush towards this top scuttle. He should be able to get it. The cannon will be able to help him. The Rise is shoved in as well. But BLG, where they were succeeding last time, was that bot 3v3. JDG get one over with them really from that Ezreal Karma early lane dominance.
Quick note, at the very least, that the flashes were blown by Junja and Vampire. Vampire in this lane on the Karma. You are into a Nico, very possible to get caught up by a root, and that could be pretty scary. So eyes on that. Shun now topside. This teleport could actually really suck. This is the problem, because he had to go topside for the Scuttle Crab. The 3 talent strike is stacked. Immediate knock-up available, and Xiaoshu's having a very bad time in top lane.
Is he going to have to flash? Don't think so here. Has the Doran shield. Is he going to have to recall immediately? It's an awful spot for him. At least the wave is shoving in. Junja's coming top, but don't really think there's an angle for him with Xiaoshu being at this low HP. Yeah, Xiaoshu, he's not in a happy spot, despite this being his best champion. 10 CS down. Good gank there from Shun to make sure that Bin is in a good position.
Just waiting on camp spawns anyway. You may as well take the opportunity to get some pressure down in the lane. That's going to keep Bin well ahead of this curve. Junja's left. Another stun onto Xiaoshu. Bin will take just the one turret shot, and this Renekton's being allowed nowhere near the wave.
Yeah, Bin just making sure he can get in range for that W proc, get the potential for the kill. Knight's doing well in this early laning phase versus Honkyu, getting the perma shove there, allowing Shun a little bit more breathing room. I think if mid lane had also been losing, it would have been a huge problem. And BLG, I've been saying this before, I think the best part of them, the best part of their game has been mid-jungle. I think that Shun and Knight working together has been the beating heart of BLG. Now with Shun behind, Junja ahead, does this change this matchup? We said BLG, well, you know, we expect them to be competitive early game, lots of strong ability to play out things. Junja behind bot lane now. Does he find himself a gank angle? BLG have not got great vision onto him. And Viper, while he does have flash, doesn't have something like that Kanmei step upgraded with the ultimate to get huge value here. They will have spotted Shun going onto his Gromp. Junja's going to walk over now.
Indeed, Shun now a little low, but will be fine on that one.
Junja gets it.
Junja does indeed get it. That's a level 6 coming on forward. Realm Walk coming on down. Flash from on for the double root. That could be scary for Junja, who despite getting the level 6, just about flags and drags out Knight low. Can't keep fighting here as Honkyu threatens with the threaded volley.
Very, very close. They don't get the kill onto Junja. Very surprised he makes it out without a flash available there. I would have thought someone could flash forwards and potentially get the kill. No dice though. Talia still hanging around in bot jungle. Did use that ultimate, so I can't use that again. Rise. Good roam there from Knight, ends up forcing Junja out. However, Shun is still the person who loses the most from this. He's still down CS, loses a Gromp there. He's a full level down on Junja. Very good early game plan from JDG to get ahead in jungle. This is how, at the start of the regular season, things were going very, very well for JDG. Xiaoshu going forwards, can't really get himself any auto attacks down though. You notice that Bin, the spacing is very good when Xiaoshu has looked very briefly for those moments to go in. He's not quite been able to get that follow-up skill or auto attack. Bin playing very well in the 1v1.
Yes, he is. Bin trading out the Mark of the Storm, stacking there. Got to be a bit afraid. Another electrical surge stun.
Shun trying to get as much farm as possible going into the enemy jungle. He needs to find a comeback somehow. One of the things which I think Shun does have over the other BLG junglers that have played for this organization, he's better at bailing himself out from behind. If he gets behind in a game, he's one of the people that can kind of nod his head and say, okay, we can find a way through this. I think that was one of the big problems with players like Shadow and Beitwin, and even Wei. I think that they struggled at points to make plays from behind. Now Shun realizes, okay, my bread is butter's on top side, not on bot side. I'm going to play around the Renekton, who's just perm shoving in almost double the CS of Xiaoshu after his early gank towards him. Sam, for the first time in this split, it feels like we're relying on Gigabin.
Yeah, and at least Gigabin is in a really scary position to be Giga. That might be a Dominus Force. Not quite. Rise is here. Check the river.
Yeah, he doesn't have ult to go under turret. I think he's just keeping them true and making sure that you know, Junja's not just heading around that river too. He's kind of doing the rookie thing where you just become a second jungler, just head out onto the map. Knight's had a very solid early game, as we were saying. You know, diffusing a lot of situations, very nearly making that play onto Junja. And I'll say, I'm quite surprised that JDG haven't snowballed harder, Sam. The gold lead is actually back to even because of that top lane matchup.
Yep. Junja up about 20 CS in the jungle is good for him, and that Jarvan being ahead of curve is very, very important. You are going to have to dive into hell here, I think, a bit as the Jarvan. So Merc Treads, I think, will be a requirement.
Yeah, almost certainly. Double AP solo lane as Nico, yes.
and then you know, reminder, Yunara's passive also does some magic damage. There was a world where people were debating it when she was being teased that she might build crit with a magic damage carry.
Yeah. 2-level advantage in topside. Xiaoshu, the best Renekton player in the LPL, has ran into a Kennen and realized, oh bloody hell, Renekton perhaps not the best blind pick anymore. Been doing a very, very good job of controlling the individual matchup. We'll be going towards that Gunblade first, and once you get that Gunblade, you become very, very hard to deal with. Credit to bot lane, I suppose, from Viper and On for not, well, I was about to say not losing as much as they should have done. They were about 20 CS down before this wave crashed in. Gala and Vampire have done well in this early lane phase. The 2v2 led to the invade, led to the jungle advantage. Real credit to Gala and Vampire. That's where the start of this early game really came from.
Indeed. Shun, now over here in his own jungle, will get a blue buff this time around. Congratulations to him. Has had to give up both these early objectives, basically, to get back into the game.
Yeah, so JDG, they've got themselves the dragon, they're getting themselves grubs. Not that I think they'll be able to use the grubs that effectively, because they're a very good side laners from BLG, but it does mean when they lose when they win fights, they'll be able to take towers very, very effectively. JDG, also another thing here is that they'll be able to, you know, take a dragon and potentially wait and scale if things come to it too. Now I will say, in terms of scaling teamfights, I don't think JDG, for once, have the better late game 5v5 because of the nature of Kennen and how he can just obliterate a team, because of the nature of Ryze scaling against this kind of composition too. If Ryze isn't immediately comboed by the Jarvan, I think actually the Ryze can just one-shot most of the team as well. The more I think about this team composition, the more I think actually, I think it's BLG with the scaling advantage, which is not what we saw from regular season. They were the ones who focused on early game a lot more.
And again, don't get me wrong, the mid game from JDG, the one item spark, very, very strong. Xiaoshu going to have to Dominus. We'll have a passive stacked on him there, and there's a slicing Maelstrom. Xiaoshu tries to slice the dice, but I don't think it will be rolling much more than double one. Snake Eyes in the top lane, and Xiaoshu dies as BLG pick him up.
Once again, the spacing from Bin was really good. There is a jump onto Bin, trying to force his flash. He hasn't taken aggro yet, though. He's just waiting for the Cataclysm to time out.
And then the wind becomes lightning. Bin will not be jumped on quite yet. With the Dragon Strike used, I don't think Junja has a flag or the ability to keep chasing any further. Bin just holds his nerve and walks away.
Very good discipline from Bin, because the cannon flash is so important in this game. He has teleport. He's getting close towards his first item, right? Typically comes in around. There you go. He'll have it there, in fact. Having flash on the cannon means you are a genuine game-ending threat. You are that strong. There's no exhaust really in the meta right now. No one really wants to go exhaust at all. So that cannon, having a massive gold lead, having that flash, having the ability to jump down as the backline is so important. Wave is against bot lane. It's very good for Gala and Vampire. Vampire and Gala doing a very good job here of controlling the 2v2. Viper and On continually losing out on CS, over 20 CS down.
They can't walk up. And again, with the jungler showing topside, very tricky to move up. And now Junja is bot lane. Viper and On may be asked to move away pretty aggressive here. Vampire was at least tagged, but that would be the heal burn for long because he sees what's happening. They have to be afraid, and Viper and On are kind of the sufferers of weak side as a bot lane this game around.
Although it wasn't intentionally weak side, I think they were pathing towards and they hoped for that 3v3. And we were saying, oh, you know, Viper and On, very good in the 2v2 last time, doing very well in scrims, right? The 3v3 was where they were getting a lot of their success. Oh my god, the Gunblade slow is so nasty. Forces out your mobility. At least Bin is so far ahead. And for most of this split, for those of you who've not been watching a lot of regular split, I mentioned this a little bit in passing earlier. BLG were playing towards top lane and it wasn't working, so they stopped playing towards top lane. They've gone back to it in this game. It's the first time for a little while.
Junja hit with the root. Shun goes forward with the audacious charge as a seismic shove, though, so you're going to be forced to crest and guard not quite as Knight goes in. And now the Pot Blossom! Goodbye, Talia. Vampire now around, but Junja maybe asked to Cataclysm, will jump onto On. Over comes Viper looking to punish the death of his support, but Shun gets audacious charge forward. Another slow. Realm Warp in. Junja with no more mobility. He goes down, and Shun gets on the board with a little assistance from his mid and bot.
Knight has an incredible fight, follows up for the snap pick, and then the Realm Warp afterwards allows the extra kill. Junja and Hongkyu get put behind a little bit. Considering how well the early game was going for Junja, this is a worry because that Jarvan is a very important part of their game. I've just noticed that Xiaoshu gets a plate there, but he still hasn't completed his top lane quest. I suppose on the other side, say Viper hasn't completed his bot lane one. Shun jumps onto Junja, both mid laners come over. And I think it's a mistake continuing this play. I think it's a real mistake. Very good play from Knight to say, look, you've got the E on, you flash over, instant kill combo, and once the CC is down, there's no way to stop the Realm Warp afterwards. Junji uses that flag drag, realizes he's likely on his way out. Very good play from the Ryze early game, and we did say, look, eventually that Ryze is going to be a problem. Giving more gold to him, that's a problem too.
I thought that flash after the Cataclysm would be enough to get Junja away, but he had the mark on him from the Wind Becomes Lightning. That extends the audacious charge range, and Shun can just fly about 30 miles in a second there to join the Jarvan even after that.
Sam, I think the battle lines have been drawn. It's very easy to tell on the scoreboard at the bottom of your screen.
Yes.
Gala is very far ahead. It's a pretty squishy team from BLG. Ezreal can take away team fights like this. Now, as long as the cannon does not get onto him. This is the problem. Gala shouldn't be able to play team fights. Not really. Not with a Realm. Oh, bang on. That's a problem there. Honky flashing away. With so many abilities from BLG to force Ezreal on the defensive, Gala shouldn't be able to play. But if he threads the needle in the way that Gala has done before, he has Cleanse, he has Flash, he has an Enchanter behind him, Gala has the damage. He will have that in this draft.
Xiaoshu is in danger of losing his turret here. I don't remember who got grabbed. I do remember who got grabbed. It was Junja who got them, so Kennen doesn't have that at least. But Xiaoshu at 10% HP can't afford to stay on this turret. Dragon's going on down, but BLG looking to really leverage the top lane prio from the Kennen to at least get that first turret. They are going to have to start fighting around these objectives at some point soon, though, because JDG with this mid-game power spike they'll be having at the 1-2 item mark can look to threaten on at half HP. Are we diving?
Maybe Ryze is coming out of base. They have the Hex Gates, which helps them. There is no Realm Warp. Recall's going to be stopped. Now the dive is coming in. How quickly can Ryze get hit? And will they be caught on the way through?
Everyone's around. Mid-jungle Shun smites to steal that. That will be something, but the blue buff will now be a smiteless contest. Are we letting that one go? I think BLG, it might be wise.
Yeah, I think once you've got kind of the Karma Talir entrenched, you don't really want to be engaging into it. So he secures his own Gromp, but he will lose the blue buff.
Little note, Kennen has now successfully claimed top lane turret. Xiaoshu gets the Collector Wave finally at his tier 2. Ooh, also Warden lane, by the way, but I don't think we can see Kennen TP because it's on cooldown.
No, it is on cooldown, but it does mean you get to see if anyone's coming behind them. Would have been great if Finn did have the teleport. Oh, God, the damage is so close. Yep, damage from Ezreal. We said he has the damage. Later into the game, Gala shouldn't be able to play, but for now, yeah, it's very, very strong.
Nymaera, not really known for her sustain in lane, so is going to have to just deal with the fact that that sucks. Does at least back for Kraken Slayer now. There's a Rocket Belt done from on. Playmaking tools and damage items now begin to come in from BLG as well. Even though, as we said, that one item Spark just been in my brain today.
Knight pops that Ghost. Honky's coming top side. Quite hard to hit the Ryze here, though, with the combo. And indeed, just gets the passive, gets the Ghost, gets out. Ultimate for summon a trade. And Knight continues to be a bit of a thorn in the side of JDG. The Swift Marchers, too, helping him outstep a lot of that CC.
Indeed, was the first item Swift Marchers as well. Can be quite powerful into a comp like this, especially if we see things like Karma Slows and stuff. Going to try and jump onto Kennen here, who is going to get Dominus. Bin has to be a bit careful here. We'll get a stun. We should be able to walk away now with the Lightning Rush.
There's the empowered ability coming through.
Slicing Maelstrom. There's a Blast Cone available. True Shot Barrage owned to On, who will now die. Cataclysm was used there. Kennen gets it away. Xiaoshu burned both Flash and did Bin. But they will get out of there.
Yeah, that's important, though, for Xiaoshu. Just denies Bin the ability to have that flash for the next fight. We were talking that with the Jarvan earlier. Now, Bin does have teleport backup, but he doesn't have that ult. Xiaoshu's got he's mission accomplished there. It means that the cannon is not really the most important person. Smite on that scuttle, won by Junja. This is looking pretty good for JDG. You know, Cannon is not entering these fights right now. Xiaoshu is not getting the gold. He is not useful himself, but he is stopping Bin from turning around what could be a very important fight coming up. The first fight which Cannon comes into with ult and flash, I think JDG lose. They want to delay that for as long as possible, avoid the Cannon loss condition.
Kennen did just back for an actuator and full boots, and is 70 CS up.
Yep, he is incredibly powerful. This is an insane Bin game. That one gank from Shun set things up to the advantage. Herald is still there. Reminder, Cannon is not coming to this play, though. That is a problem. They do need to be aware that the Cannon needs to be there for them to have all their power at will.
Gala needs to be a little bit careful. Level 13 Kennen just threatening there on the side. They decide we don't know where the Cannon is. We're backing off. And Bin didn't burn his teleport. Whoa! Has to ult away. So ult for ult.
Ult for ults, and it's a little bit longer cooldown from Ryze, but oh my god, good damage onto Viper. He might still kill here, actually. Viper popped that ult.
Does indeed uses that extend range on the Arc of Ruin to blow up the wave. We'll now need to reset, and JDG should be able to push through mid at least a little bit here. Shun being around means that Gala can't continue to threaten Viper so freely. Just about backsteps that Wind Becomes Lightning.
Gala really using the lane pressure well. Gala, I don't think he's had the best split. I think he started well, and then things were a bit quiet from him. I don't think Gala was bad. I think he was just quiet. On, had used that flash earlier. No way to get out of the Cataclysm. Jarvan loves seeing people with that flash in front of him, especially when they don't have an ability for themselves. Quick and easy kill. Ginger, strong early game from him, continuing with that.
Yeah, trying to help set up with the Herald there. Understandable. Shun's around, Knight's around, but Jarvan just says, yeah, I'm really fed. Enjoy me just running at you.
Yeah, Jarvan will do that occasionally, Sam. Jarvan will do
He's
that.
become my go-to solo queue, man.
Yeah.
I just think he's like, if there's a good Jarvan in the game, he's just very obnoxious.
I think the thing in solo queue is that a lot of people lock into 0 CC compositions. They can never start fights, and that's when games feel really unplayable. It's like, oh, we should have got that. Well, there's no way to stop the enemy team from doing stuff. So, and Jarvan does bring that in spades right the way through the game, whilst also having just a very strong early matchup into a bunch of different champions.
I play Evelyn, it's not great.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. 30 seconds till Dragon. JDG looking for potentially a Dragon Soul win condition. If they were to get 4 of those dragons at the Hex Tech, it's pretty disgusting, you know? JDG will set up around this. They did get that bot lane outer turret, whereas JDG have not lost their mid lane or bot lane outer turret. It's an even mid game. JDG will be going into 5v5s even, and this is one of the worries we had for BLG. How good is their team fighting nowadays? There are Hex Gates to allow the Kennen into the backline, potentially teleport down to the bot side of the rift. Kennen has entered the fight.
With that top lane roll quest means that he's actually got a big shield, which is really helpful for Kennen. Gives him more ability to threaten a full send with that additional bit of HP to work with.
There's no flash on the cannon, which is important to note. There's no Realm Warp to get him into position either. BLG are not fighting with their full complement of abilities. I actually favor JDG here, Sam. Bin needs to get a good fight.
Herald.
The Herald could actually be used by the cannon here to get him into the play.
Shun still in the pit, on also around, throws out that shape changer. Hexgate over from Xiaoshu. The Renekton looking for an angle. Dragon stolen by Junja. That gets them to Soul Point. Flash out of the pit. Now the Kennen tries to find a slicing mouse, but the Pop Blossom is good. Gala's dead. They blown him up. Xiaoshu with a big heal, but unfortunately, Ruthless Predator is still brought low.
What did Gala just do? He just eaten to death. Gala with all the gold jumps into the Maelstrom. Or rather jumps close enough to it that Bin can basically put it onto him. It's a one dragon fight for one dragon smite for JDG, which is the important thing. They will be threatening the Hextech Soul later, but that's a worrying 5v5, Sam. The fact that Gala dies in that fashion, which is basically in his own hands, that's a huge mistake from the lump sum of gold from JDG.
At the very least, Junja's smite key is good. Oh, Honky got interrupted on the reset. Viper's jumping on him. There's a rune prism. Honky needs to run and just about gets out, but the flash is blown! And Knight says, fine, I'll blow mine too.
Yeah, Knight goes forwards, ends up taking down the young upstart mid laner coming over from the LCP of fame from CFO. On is taking a lot of damage here.
Ow. Sun to Sky Black Cleaver is pretty good damage into the poor level 8 Nico.
Yeah, On's he's been punished a lot this game. I don't think he's had a bad game. I think that the early levels against the Ezreal Karma have been very, very nasty against them. You know, Gala starts this fight well. It's a good ult across 3 grouped squishy members of the team. Junja getting this smite makes this a 1 situation. Well, it makes it a much more palatable situation. Xiaoshu and Gala, I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Xiaoshu didn't need to go in. Gala certainly did not need to do that. I cannot believe that Gala just did that.
The moment he did, it was just immediate flash from Shun to get the knock-up. Not on follows after with a rocket belt. I mean, it's just a disaster.
And now Kennen is just so strong. He's just so strong, Sam. You know, we were worried, you know, JDG, basically, the first time Kennen gets a good fight, you're probably losing that. Hang on, pops that ultimate, but he didn't realize the ward was in the brush.
Now he's in danger, actually, without the ult. I think On might just die here. And remember, the Baron's over there losing a member.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire just baits it out smart, and the ward was already in the bush. On thinks he can get a free pick, dies for free. On, we were saying he wasn't having the worst game. It's certainly not a good one, though, Sam. He's struggling a lot here.
A couple moments now where he's looked for moments outside of lane, has been caught out doing it by the likes of Junja and Vampire. It's good work from Shun. We'll see that there is a Jarvan in the bush. We'll back away. They've got to be a bit aware, have BLG. There is threat on the Baron. Saw statistically there as well, at least off the bot, that there is a fairly decent edge to JDG right now. And in fairness, I can see why they're the ones with the Soul Point, and Hex Soul this game is a win con because you're running with Talia and Ezreal who proc it incredibly easily.
Knight about to get towards his level up on the Rod of Ages. 9 stacks, and we'll get that very, very shortly. If he gets to level 14 just before... He does. In fact, he gets it. He gets level 14 just before the Rod of Ages, which means he's going to get a full level 15 up from that too, which means the extra XP. Good play from Knight there. Good farming from him. Means he's getting good value out of that Rod of Ages. He's going to be 2 levels up on Honky because of that.
Yeah, he is. very much at that 10 CS a minute mark. Very happy about that. And again, BLG do scale well. We've already been over that. They're going to be very dangerous, especially once you look at people like Bin here, who's at that 2-item mark. Helly's at 2.5 items. And poor old Xiaoshu here, down 2 levels, cannot play the game, really.
Yeah, there you go. Both solo laners up 2 levels. Xiaoshu does get himself just that one as we're talking about it, but Knight is very, very strong. And once he gets to Actualizer, that's going to be when the Rise can one-shot anyone on the team of JDG. There is no one strong enough on JDG to survive Rise Burst. They need to make sure that he doesn't get to fight.
What's Actualizer? 2,800? Pretty cheap.
I can't remember the exact gold value, but yeah, once you get to your 2 items, the 3rd item comes very quickly out. Hongq jumped onto here.
Oh, this is a bit better. This time the wards aren't there, and Hongq, with no flash, is likely just a dead man. Knight donated the kill. There's a ghost coming on in.
Ben!
And Ben rocket belted for a slicing maelstrom. We want a Gigabin. JDG receive him.
Oh, it's windy weather, Sam. It's stormy weather. Category 5 from the cannon. As the Gale Force winds have been sweep through JDG. It's a minute before the Dragon, Sam. That's what JDG wanted to survive towards. The Baron will go down. I will say BLG are cutting it pretty close on the timing. They'll need to get towards the Baron, reset, then go towards the Dragon before JDG can set up. If JDG get themselves that Dragon, they're still within a good position. Hongq, this is really, really poor from him. He hasn't got the flash. He thinks he's putting down wards on the Baron, but there's no one on his side of the map, Sam. It's a big mistake from Hongq. He's far too far from the rest of his team, and the rest of the team gets baited into the fight. Bin sees everyone lined up and says, "That's my signal." You hear the music, time to dance. He steps all over them.
Goes back, buys a blighting jewel. And BLG in the river first here. Hex Gate allowing them on the reset with good timing. They shove through mid to get that wave on in. That mid lane turret under threat by Knight, who's keeping Hongq accountable. 4v4 in the river.
No slicing Maelstrom, though. Bin does have level 16. Did use that teleport, so has that shield. Ult coming up in 5, so Bin has flash and ult. I think JD should leave this. I actually think they should leave this. Bin is in too good a position.
Hongq will spot him out here. Bin could end up being jumped on.
He could do. Hongq, Xiaoshu walking over. The roll quest still there. Bin needs to be careful. We'll get out of that with the move speed. Here comes the Realm Walk.
Looking for an angle. That's on sent in. JDG backing away. The Weaver's Wall turn around. They've got a Rune Prison onto Junja, who gets a decent shield. Now Cataclysm has to flash away, but he's at the Bin, who's just slicing Maelstroms. Junja tries to find a way through. Flash out from Bin. He survives as well.
Bin lives. There'll be a catch on to Shun, so they get one on the back end, but BLG get the Dragon, and they trade the 1-for-1. JDG do not get the soul at the first time of asking. BLG do get themselves the play they wanted. JDG, I think they realize they need to take a fight now. Hang on, On's going forwards, catching Hongq under turret.
Does get Hongq under the turret. On might die for it. He flashes away and he survives. Then Hongq goes down. As On is the one who goes, yeah, you don't get to do that.
Dude, the last couple of plays from On have been starting to make up from a bit more dodgy early game. That pick there, well, onto Hongq before, alongside the rest of his teammates, started off this chain of events, and right there, realizing that Hongq could die under tower there, despite the fact that he could have also been turned around onto some quick calculations. Sam, this is one of the best forms BLG have been in. I say that given that the early game was pretty poor from them, but that's partly just respect to JDG. They're a good early game team when Junja gets ahead. JDG, I think they should have just left well alone, Sam.
Yeah.
The cannon had flash, had ult. I don't see a fight in which you win against a flash ult cannon. It's just too hard to go through that. I think JDG made it.
Man.
I think they should have just given up the Dragon, Sam.
Yeah, they should. They should.
It's all good there, Sam.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just sat there. Sam. I'm sat there trying to get my words out because I'm sat there just thinking, like, JDG, that you didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
You know, JDG, they're actually a pretty good late game teamfight team compared to BLG. Bin realizes actually, hang on, let's not go too close to that bush there.
Yeah, Hongq was just down the lane there, debating a Weaver's Wall in. Junja over the wall as well. On is going to find Junja. Gets a root there with the Tangle Barbs. Is he going to need to do anything like flash? No, he can't actually, so he wouldn't be able to do that anyway. Yeah. So I did that. That's not a possibility.
What an insane game from BLG's solo laners. I think Knight has been incredible. I think Bin has been even better somehow. This is the best game that Bin has had all year, folks. Now, if you were watching from 23 and 24, this is what we expected from Bin. Crushing lane lead, goes into a game advantage. Oh my god, Bin contesting for the best top laner in the world. It is very important for people who are watching right now, which didn't watch a lot of the rest of this year, and maybe even didn't watch last year.
Yeah.
Bin has not been good for the last, say, year and a half. You know, right towards the very end, you know, look at the finals from BLG T1 in 2024 and the entirety of 25 and then this split. Bin has not been good. He's not been good enough. Not for his standards. there was always the hope that he'd come back. I had somewhat given up hope, Sam. It had been too long. I thought, you know what, Bin, you've had your time. Perhaps it's the end of the peak of this legendary player. This is a fantastic game. It's only one game in a sample size, Sam, but it's a damn good game. Wonder if he can finish this off. Wonder if he can do it again in other games.
And basically, because he's drafted as a secondary win condition, he has to become the main win condition after the bot lane ends up in such dire straits, because obviously that early invade comes on, isolates Viper and On. Viper and On have to play defensively into Ezreal Karma, and that is a bit of a mess.
Serious saying, Knight isn't doing anything. Well, he comboed up in the mid jungle for that first kill. Well, his realm warps have been really good, and he caught out Honku in River. Turns out there's like some 3 or 4 really good players from there.
Yeah, I know. He's involved in 9 out of the 11 kills.
Yeah.
What exactly do you want?
Yeah, it turns out he has like a crazy kill. In fact, he has the highest kill participation of anyone on BLG. Yeah, he's got the highest kill participation of anyone on BLG. I was just checking that through. He's had a very good game. You know, Honku in regular season was getting one over on Knight in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Not here. Knight's rise continues to be a real force. I think the solo laners have been really, really good from BLG. Baron buff has now timed out. It's a significant gold lead for BLG. We are getting to the point now, though, where Hexol is starting to get loaded back up. 1.5 minutes until that spawns.
BLG onto the red buff, looking to knock that one up with a 3 Talon Strike, and will successfully do so. We've got a minute until Dragon, and the one thing BLG do have to worry about is that there is still the potential of Hexol to deal with.
Yeah, so JDG, they're just holding on to see if they can get towards that. Problem is, this time, maybe the reason they went for that fight last time is they realized, look, BLG won't have the chance to set up for it. Even though it looks bad into their cannon, the next time, as we see now, we're going to be against vision control, we're again going to be against map control. And that's what's happened here. BLG have blotted out vision in the bot side of the map. There's still 50 seconds. JDG will attempt to get some semblance of vision control back on the board. BLG are opening up top side though. Right now, pushing in top lane, they'll flow down the rest of the map. I wonder if they've done this a little bit too late though. JDG are actually going to be able to get into the bot side jungle and clear out a lot of wards, which I thought that BLG would use to really seal out this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you. Still, items are going to come on through for JDG. You've got 2 at least for Xiaoshu and Junja now, and the Verdant Barrier on Honku I think might be quite important. 3.5 item for Gala, who's picked up the Endless Hunger at 3rd and is building towards what will likely be a Cyrilda's 4th.
But Viper has that too. Baron's being started. Guy, you giving up Hexol for Baron? I don't like this BLG at all. They're going to rush it down. They can realm walk down to the other side of the rift, but they could just rush the dragon. I don't like this at all, Sam.
I don't like it. This is really risky. Were they trying to just sneak this away in a good timer? This is just going to go. They're giving it up.
They are. They're realm warping into mid lane. Bin's going to teleport in, but they've given Hexol for free, Sam.
That's
Baron's
bad
taking
timing.
for it. Can they get a fight afterwards?
I mean, Xiaoshu's going to get some slows on down. Can they keep pushing for more? There is Xiaoshu left low. Will likely die now. The Arc of Ruin comes on forwards. The fight continues as JDG.
Bin's coming. Bin is coming. That cannon
is
is going to look for the game-ending flank potentially. If he gets this, it doesn't matter if the Hexol, they'll end on this push.
That needs to be the case though. BLG saying we end now. Junja, left with the wind becomes lightning, has to back away as the Essence Flux was put on top of him. Would have been rune present.
Sam, I'm flabbergasted. The Hexol has now been bought by JDG.
I don't like this trade.
BLG, I mean, we've had questions about their late game. How much can they do in the next 2 minutes? Because if they don't end the game there, they're given over a very powerful permanent buff. The Ezreal loves the Hexol, man.
8,000 gold is a fairly significant mark against the Hexol at the very least, but Knight just loses a 1/3 of his HP bar there from a WQ from Ezreal.
Very, very powerful. Gala is behind gold now to Viper. Bin does have flash. He's level 18. He has 3.5 items himself. Potential jump onto Viper here.
Might well get jumped onto. Blue buff was secured there by BLG.
Hexol, again, causing issues here. Makes it much harder to run away. Caught, but it won't be a kill there. Bin has destroyed the bot lane in a turret. Potential jump forwards from Junja.
Shun's going to be left low. Likely going to go down. He's got a Crescent Guard and a Dream. Does throw that out and gets a bit of a heal, but then dies.
It's all Hexol diff, Sam. They get slowed into the enemy jungle. They can't walk away. Baron buff is now going to be stalled out, Sam. BLG might have just thrown away a wonderful winning game situation, Sam.
Did they just think they could kill the Baron in time to get to the Dragon? Is that what they were greedy?
There's no way. There's no way they can do that. Maybe they thought they could get a huge realm warp into cannon, flanking on the other side of it. Clearly not, Sam. Clearly not. Baron buff, minute left of it. If they can catch someone else on the split map now, maybe things work out better for them. They do have the realm warp backup and available. There's a Medjai's for Knight at 10 stacks, so he has the extra move speed.
May need that here, level 18, so he's still 3 levels up over Honku here, but that will begin to change now. You can't get any more levels in the mid lane, and actually he's going to have to back off this turret. This is the gold lead shrinking.
I'm I'm speechless, Sam. You know, we were just saying, oh wow, Bin, fantastic lead, BLG, best that they've looked. And then they make just a disturbing play like that, Sam. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Perhaps they did think that they could rush Baron and go towards the Dragon, Sam. They were clearly mistaken, Sam. They gave up all vision control and bot side that they worked so hard for. They could have played for that Bin, Kennen ultimate before the Hexall came through. It felt like they had the good vision control. I can't believe they gifted it to them, Sam. I can't believe it.
I can't either. Ben should be able to pick up that Scuttle Crab, spot out some of these wards. I mean, maybe, is it just an Elder flip now?
I think it actually might come to that. And I wonder, look, if BLG lose this game now from this point, I wonder whether then the panic sets in. We've seen this occasionally from BLG before when they I think we saw this in regular season actually, where they made a couple of really, and last year too, we saw this, where they'd make some panicked calls and the game would fall apart. The game is very wide open and split though, and that does mean that the Realm Warp has a lot of value, and I think it has more value than Talia right now, because when you're delivering the Rise with this amount of damage to the backline, it makes a bigger difference.
Cannon's nearly at death cap. He's 4,500 gold. Hell, he's nearly at Flame Horizon.
And he has a death cap. He has the death cap Void Staff. Bin does have Flash, doesn't have Teleport, does have the Hex Gates. If he gets into the play, I mean, sure, this game is going to be over. Gull jumps forwards. Good damage there, though. Onto On. Just that single Q. Oh, sorry, it was down to Viper, rather, my bad. But at least Viper has the sustain with that Bloodthirst tip. Finally, as you know, very rarely builds that sustain early, but finally has that to shrug off some of the poke.
And again, I do think the fact that the BLG are outranged here makes this a bit more of a tricky scenario. The Baron really didn't get what BLG were after. They don't break the base. They don't really get much more than in a turret or two. And now BLG in a bit of a perplexing scenario. I'll be very interested to see what Daney thinks about this one after the game.
Yeah, they're stalled out now a little bit because JDG... Hexall adds to your wave clear. People don't respect this enough. Hexall does have that chain lightning effect, which is, you know, like a static shiv proc effectively. It means you can get some significant extra wave clear. So BLG need an explosive play. They need to have the vision to make that explosive play, and then they need to execute onto it. If the Kennen gets comboed by the Jarvan before he can get into the play, there's a world in which Bin dies. He's not gone for his Zhonya's. He does have a lot of damage, but, you know, if he gets caught, still going to die.
Indeed, Bin. Blast Cone. Doesn't need to use it quite. A minute and a half till Elder. Yeah. It's going to be a flip at an objective.
There's going to be a flip. You're right. On's going around the back of here, but there is a ward very well placed into top river. Vision control from JDG has been surprisingly good, actually, given some of the states in this game. They're still behind a lot of gold, but Hexall is just so powerful. That's why we're talking the way that we do. There is still that long-ranging flank. They still have this vision, though, and they spot this, which now means that BLG know they've been had.
Yeah, Bin was pinged out going into the bush he was in. That ward there that caught them out a little earlier.
Ginger trying to farm up as much as he can here. Now a minute until both major objectives spawn at the same time. BLG, they don't have the best information here, actually. And you'll see that, actually, JDG are somewhat hunting for Bin. He is squishy. He's very fed. He needs to hit this blast cone in the right direction. He doesn't, Sam. This could actually be a dive.
Could be. Can they jump him? They're going to try and get in range. There's the angle, flashes away, and over comes Honku as well. Needed to burn that.
That's honestly very good, Sam. That actually might save the game. They can use the teleport potentially to get Bin back into position. They can use the Realm Warp as well. JDG, they tried to go for Bin. They missed the shot.
Hexall slows. Is that enough to deny it?
Where's Bin? Bin's still down the lane. Gala, good damage onto Shun. He needs to be careful now.
Bin got tagged as well. Needs to reset. There's Junja going forwards. On now in danger. To back away, and Bin's reset again interrupted.
Sam, it's Elder in 10 seconds. It's Elder in 10 seconds. Bin needs to reset, wants to get back onto the map, jumping onto the Nico now, trying to deal with the engaged threat.
On needs to flash away, and then the On's down his flash, but you've lost the Cataclysm as well.
They have done. I'm so surprised that BLG couldn't pull the trigger there. I'm so surprised. I thought they had all the tools with JDG. It's being started. Bin wants to teleport back into position. What is happening, BLG?
Bin got denied his reset 3 times there.
Potential flick back onto Shun. He's going lower and lower. Bin's getting into the play, but doesn't have the flash to get into the play now.
Honku zoning off the team. They can't get in. They can't see a damn thing.
It's half HP. Where's the engage coming through from JDG? BLG 2. They make it out of this.
Junja got a massive shield on top of his head. Bin now looking for the angle. Remember, doesn't have the flash. Can still look to get into the back end of the play.
It's a smite fight, Sam. It's a smite fight.
Where is Bin? Can he get into the play? The smite goes the way of Junja. And that means JDG have all the advantage they need in the world. BLG with some perplexing late game decisions will lose a member, lose the Elder, and they're already down Hexall.
Both engage tools from BLG lose their flash, and I'm so perplexed that BLG could not find a way out of that situation. BLG give up the Hexall. They've now had to give up the Elder. BLG, last year it stood for bad late games, Sam. it's feeling like that's coming back to bite them. They had such a huge lead. Bin on this cannon should have been able to end the game. He's not been able to find himself into one fight yet, really, with that flash ultimate in the late game. Baron goes down. Sam, JDG should be favored to win this game now.
I agree.
BLG might have just thrown an 8,000 gold lead.
So Bin with no flash doesn't find a way, and he's behind the pit. But what are you doing there? How do you get into a play? And it just comes down to a smite fight.
It's so close. It is so close. It just blink and you miss it. Junja, good, great secure there. It's been a very good game from Junja. Set up for success by his bot lane, and very good organized play. The discipline from JDG has been very, very solid, but you have to say BLG should have won this game 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's no longer the case now. Baron and Elder, BLG will have to wait it out, and now they're waiting for miracles, Sam. I think that they need to try and pull off a Realm Walk to Maelstrom, Sam. I think that's probably their only way back into it. Maybe Nico can take that trip instead.
Yeah, you are down Hex Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron with 3 cannon minions this late into the game. These turrets will disappear. That is the clone and not a real member, but Lord Almighty.
Bin doesn't have that flash. I don't think he can really protobelt his way in either. BLG. JDG on the other side, I mean, great discipline. Really good discipline. They make the right choices at the right times. And BLG, they are forced to late the game again. This is why we were worried about BLG versus JDG. Been trying to go for an extended flank.
Can look for it. Does not have the flash. Will have a lightning rush angle. Elder nearly off, but will be 30 seconds away. The Nexus turret's under siege. At some point, you've got to pull the trigger.
Where's it coming in from? Bin coming through with the ultimates.
Doesn't really get much there. He gets one. It's Honky who goes low, but not down. And that means Bin dies. The flank angle is not enough.
That's it.
The game is over, and JDG will get the Hex Soul and slowly, surely crawl their way to a win. Elder and Baron gets them over the line.
JDG pick up a free Hex Soul from a series of perplexing plays from BLG. BLG once again stands for bad late gaming. I don't understand how that game went as poorly as it did, Sam. We're in the BLG shirt, feeling a little bit worse about that one. Sam will be feeling a little bit happier on the other side there. Folks, if you're watching here for the first time or for the 100th time, we're very happy to have you, and my name is Nymaera, this is Initialise, and we just watched another game which I just think BLG, I can't believe that happened, Sam. I don't know what's happening with the coaching staff. I don't know what's happening with the short calling on the Rift. That is unacceptable from a tier 1 team, Sam. Unacceptable.
And don't get me wrong, if that Elder flip had gone the other way, then maybe we'd be having a different conversation, but that is very poor. And also the vision control later on became problematic. How many times were Knight and Bin spotted out on wards looking for flanks and hadn't spotted them out? JDG were aware of the flank every time post about 30 minutes.
The decision-making from BLG as a team was unacceptable in that game, Sam. And actually, you know, you're saying if the Elder flip went differently, we'd be having a different conversation. Personally, I wouldn't be, actually, because they still would have had to be forced to that Elder, Sam. That should never have been forced to the Elder. Never. BLG, they walk away with a Game 1 loss. And I do wonder whether the mental takes a hit now. BLG doing very well in scrims. The desk all voting them as favorites for this series. JDG, surely just a fluke versus anyone's legend. JDG did beat AL and BLG in the regular season. They lost in the second round robin. JDG was slumping towards the end of the regular split. Things were not looking good for them, but they do have the number over BLG in this specific matchup. Gonna put some adverts on now. If you want to support us, we do this for free. We hope you're enjoying your time here. Think about dropping a follow, a like, a prime would make a lot of difference to us too. It makes a lot of difference to us. We do this every day for your enjoyment, and we hope you're enjoying your time here.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
I thought Junja was excellent.
I do.
I think Junja walks away with quite an easy MVP. I think that he leveraged off the bot lane pressure. It was started by bot lane. I think that Junja was really, really good, though, at getting flashes away from key targets, getting good picks in the fights, picking off on. I think that Junja had an incredible game. And there was so much criticism towards him. He was the most criticized member of JDG. When he gets ahead of a game like that, he does know how to win it. He's very good at playing through that early game and forcing an enemy team into bad situations. In fairness, in this game, it did take a BLG throw. I can't believe that they did that, Sam. I can't believe that Bin, in his best game of the year so far, couldn't find a single angle into the game. That is very poor from Bin, I think, as well. But Junja was the one to pick up that throw.
Yeah, and I have to say also, Bin got interrupted 3 times before getting to reset around that Elder Dragon. Like, what is going on? How does On get caught up before that? How are you getting having no vision control in your own jungle heading up to that? That is very, very poor.
Yeah. BLG, I don't know what's happening with the coaching staff, Sam. I don't know what's happening with their idea of macro. That is very poor from it. Sam, at this point, that felt like an unlosable game. BLG did it anyway. So what happens now? Do BLG bounce back? Are they a team that can do that? I mean, it seems like with Shun back in, they're a happier team than they were. I'm worried that the mental of BLG starts to collapse here. We'll get the post-game stats and we'll see what the damage was like.
Yeah, that's about right.
What's about right?
The damage.
I said we'll see what the damage is
Yeah,
like.
and then it came up. And
Oh,
that's about right.
It's because we were transitioning on screen there.
Yeah,
so I did see it.
I saw it over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Xiaoshu, I have to say, Xiaoshu got dumpstered this game. Bin played very well in the 1v1 matchup, but this is the worry that we've had about Bin to a certain extent, is that he's not as good at transferring those leads anymore. In the same way that Xiaoshu actually hasn't been weirdly on the other side. It's only really Flandre as a top laner that's been doing well in China at translating a top lane lead into a win.
Indeed. And even then, remember, AL did lose to JDG not so long ago, and that was some awkward stuff there as well, so it's not even been perfect in general. I will note, Gala, of course, as the game went on, had a very good game, but the early stages, some of those mid-game ints were a little bit problematic from the Ezreal. I remember that Dragon fight. However, BLG going to have to go back to the drawing boards. It is BLG Game 1, we've seen this before. This is not the first time they have lost a Game 1 in a best of 5 or a best of 3.
I am worried for BLG now, Sam. I'm worried. I think one thing which will help later on is what happens when BLG have a winning bot lane. Can they get a winning bot lane? Because I think that Gala and Vampire did very well to make sure that the bot lane wasn't really a factor until much later on. I'm really afraid for BLG, Sam. I really think that the mental might crack. Very good from JDG to be so disciplined. Junja, a couple of really crucial smites. This dragon here, he stole away despite the losing fight. And then, of course, the Elder later. Gosh, I can't believe Gala did that. I don't think JDG should be... The thing is, JDG will breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think they'll be that happy with this game, though. No, they got picked off in some really bad moments, Sam. Like, this moment here should have arguably lost them the game too, because, of course, it led to... Ah, man. I just can't believe that BLG showed us this kind of gameplay, man. I can't believe it. We deserve better than this. We know that you can do better than this. Although, at this point, you know, I'm starting to get really worried. Really, really worried. Aren't they infamous for losing game 1? Yeah, but it doesn't tend to happen like this. When BLG lose game 1, it's like they've not woken up, their early game's really poor, and their laning's bad, and they never come back in a game. Like, they tend, their game 1s tend to be a bit blowout. It's not like this when then their brain turns off late game. Not really. And we've also seen this to an extent versus JDG before. Was it game 1 or 2 in the first round robin versus JDG, where they had that huge lead through side lanes and they threw it team fights? When it was the Azir, Knight Azir doing very well on side lanes, the thing went badly in team fights later. I think that was the game, though. Hey, Andrea, how's it going? I'm very surprised that Bin couldn't get that lead off. I'm very, very surprised.
Me too.
You good?
I'm making social posts.
Cool. Do you need a break for anything? I've caught him midway through a brain thing.
I was doing something. Yeah, I'd probably do to get some more tea.
All good. Cool. We'll chill out here then. We'll put on some break music, and we'll wait for the next game. Who doesn't love an Elder flip though? I mean, BLG probably in that game.
Yeah. It wasn't a great Elder flip, was it?
No, Sam, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't. Right. Please work. There we go. Good lord.
What's up?
It was just, I was having that issue where Twitter was refusing to post something, so.
Oh, yeah, careful double posting it, because sometimes it'll double click it, sometimes double post it. Junja walks away with the MVP pretty easily here. Junja was really, really good. I think it started from bot lane, but then Junja took the reins and took over that game in the important moments. Now, it obviously did fall behind. I think that the solo lanes of JDG got pretty hard diffed. 100% kill participation though. That's insane. Junja, very, very good game. He used that early pathing towards bot lane to do a lot of good work. He was invading all the time. He got a bunch of important moments in the late game where he stole objectives, forced flashes out of Nico and Cannon, was very important for allowing strategic victories into the late game. You know, I can't believe that Bin didn't get a single flash ult in that late game. I don't think he got a single flash ult in the entire game, actually.
Yeah, well, he got a couple good ults in the mid game, but he never got that big one at the team fight. We never really saw any good Realm Walk plays either.
No.
But I think BLG ended up basically being on vision like the entire time.
Yeah. Well, not the entire time. No, because before the Hex Soul, they had full vision before that. Remember? And they gave up their vision control.
No, they didn't, because Knight and Bin were pinged out by the one ward over by Baron and looking for a flank when they were.
So before the Hex Soul,
Yeah,
they
that's
had full bot side vision control, and they gave that up by taking the Baron and allowing JDG free entrance to that bot side.
Yes, there was also multiple pings from JDG on Bin looking for a flank over by the blue side, over by Baron, basically in their own side jungle. And Knight as well was also spotted, and then they swept out that ward, but that was the massive flank angle that Bin was looking for, was spotted out multiple times. He just sat there for 30 seconds doing nothing.
Sure, but I think they had vision control, and they didn't use it well. That's the thing which I'd say. I think, and then when they gave the Hex Soul, that's when the game really fell apart. We've ran some adverts, so we're good with that.
JDG won game 1 against what should have happened, basically.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, JDG ended up being given Hex Soul for free, which was a huge... You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just shaking my head at the game. It's like...
Yeah. They got Hex Soul for free. BLG had an 8,000 gold lead. They had a Kennen with about a 4.5k gold lead, and Bin could not find an ult for the life of him. Part of that was setup. Part of that was... like not using the realm warp well. I get that it's really difficult realm warping in as squishy engaged champions, because at that point the Java might actually just one-shot you. Should probably get your tea now before anything.
Do you want a coffee? You good?
Yeah, why not? Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Okay. And okay. Yeah, that was not great from... Well, that's to say the least. That's a, a nothing burger statement. Yeah, JDG, I don't think I still don't think JDG are going to be that happy with that game, folks. I don't think they're going to be that happy with that game. I don't think they can be, They had control over the early game. Things went very poorly beyond that point. And then they had to kind of clutch their way back into it. Smite gap? No. Decision gap. I mean, smite fights are smite fights. If you allow it to come down to a smite fight when you're an 8k at an 8k advantage, it's on you. It is on you. I think that, in fairness to BLG, I think they did quite well of bailing themselves out of a bad objective situation, a bad jungle situation. Gosh, what the hell, man? Top div? Oh my god. Yeah. Gosh, I'm so surprised that well, I thought that with Bin being so far ahead on an engaged champion, surely it would work better, right? Clearly not. Clearly not. Clearly not. Hey, Hawker. I didn't realize he had 100% kill participation either. I didn't realize that either, but you got it. I thought that Knight was having a pretty good game too, but he struggled to make the difference. I guess it was a quite long-range team, but I thought that one of the solo lanes would make a big play. I think it's important that, Honky was not blasting Knight in lane. That is important. We'll have to track how Honky does in laning phase later. Who threw it? BLG threw it. Yeah. Yeah, JDG won because BLG were an 8,000 gold lead, and JDG won Hex Soul point. They chose Baron, giving Hextech over, and then couldn't finish with the Baron. They didn't really do much with the Baron, and the game just kind of ended, really. Like, the Hex Soul on Ezreal Talia is just not okay, really. It's just not okay. Yeah, the Hex Soul then meant that effectively BLG could never protect their flashes on their engaged champions, and then the game became very, very hard. I've seen so many games where a top laner gets a lead on one side and it doesn't convert. I wonder if top is less dynamic in the current meta. Well, China used to be really good at taking top lane leads and then turning them into wins. Perhaps not now. That's a very big win for JDG, though. That's got to really give them confidence to say that actually, yes, they can just drag BLG late game and wait for them to make mistakes. I gotta go find... Where was my bad late... Oh my god, no, that's not bad late gaming. That was polyamory gaming. I don't know why that was. That was the changing junglers. That was it. Where was my BLG post? Where is my BLG post? Oh, BLG. Where's my post for bad late game? I'm gonna have to search through all of my damn photos now, which is gonna be really annoying. Where was it? Sometime in late 25. I had it pretty early into late 25 actually. I gotta go find that screenshot. Where was it? Because I really want to post this one picture of BLG's logo, but it's just bad late gaming. Where is it? Got it somewhere. Oh, here we are. Where are you? Oh, we got the adverts back up now. Okay, pretty close to game 2 now, it looks like. Okay, what's our pre-roll looking like? Do I put on another ad break now? No, we can do it after draft. Should be... Wait, I'm gonna put on another ad break now. Oh, hey, Harold, how's it going? Yeah. I remember seeing... Oh, did I put on Blue Sky? That'll be way easier to find then. Yeah, that'd be way easier to find. So I didn't post that much on Blue Sky. I did for a bit and then just nothing got traction, so I stopped. So I stopped, basically. Where are you, bad late gaming? I must find the bad late gaming logo. Where are you, bad late gaming? I don't see it there. I actually don't see the bad late gaming logo. No, I actually don't see it. I don't know where it is. Where did I put it? I actually don't know where it is. I could go search for it. Where is BLG? Oh, here we go. I got it. I got it. I got it. I found it in my camera roll. There we go. We got it.
Superb.
Wait, Sarah found it. Good job, Sarah. The bad late gaming logo.
Excellent, excellent.
You know, I gotta search for the right memes.
The choicest of memes.
Yeah, I spin around because it's not comfortable sitting like to the side of the mic when you're out. So I What? Why did you sound so disappointed there?
No, I wasn't disappointed. I was just focused on the chair. I was not focused on the response. Not gonna lie.
Oh?
I got attached to the Velcro on the old cord. It's like, what's attached to my foot?
All good. So BLG, is it the game 1 curse or is it the BLG bad late game curse, Sam? The questions abound.
That game would have been just so different. I haven't bothered with the Baron.
What do you think of the question I just asked you, Sam?
I'm thinking about the bad lane game decision making, Alex.
Okay.
And specifically, you said, is it just a game 1 curse or is it bad late game?
Okay, good. We remember the question.
And then I was like, well, my specific example of bad late game decision making is that Baron moment. I'm going, what on earth is that? That game should have been so different. Why make that play? You can do Dragon then Baron. You don't have to do one then the other. And I genuinely think they agreed. I think they went, we can get Baron and get to help and to get to, because they tried to 3-man it while they had 2 in the mid lane. So they weren't just rushing down Baron and saying we can get over that. They tried to basically say we can do this and get over. They tried to do both, and I think it was really stupid.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, they can have that idea. It doesn't mean that it's a feasible idea.
No,
and it wasn't. That's the problem, right? They had full vision control over the bot side of the map. They chose to give that away, and that was the death of them. That was the death of them. Getting close towards that game 2 now. Make ourselves slightly smaller. Not tiny.
Well, I had a new alter ego the other day called Large Cam Sam.
Large Cam Sam.
Yeah, which LCS stands for.
Mine was like what? Just Large Cam Sam. Oh god,
Yeah.
what the heck? When did I open a browser? What the heck? Oh, I accidentally clicked on the advert again. That's what happened. Stop opening browsers. It's really annoying. I would have never expected this to be the roster to potentially get JDG back to an international event. I did, though. I thought it would do for Worlds. I thought they'd be a top 3 team. I didn't think they would be a top 2 team at this point in the year. But they're getting pretty close to it, Sam. They're getting pretty close to it. I think JDG, this is a strong roster. We knew that. What I thought is that it might take a bit longer to get to form as a new roster over the likes of Anyone's Legend, who is still the same roster, and BLG, who are putting together just an ungodly set of players. Game 2, draft starts, and we shall see again whether BLG, is it the Game 1 curse, or is it something deeper? It used to be a Game 1 curse. They would lose Game 1 in a best of series, and they'd rally back beyond that. I don't think that's the case here, Sam. I think that they still have strategic errors when it comes to late game scenarios and to the 5v5s as well. BLG, they should have won Game 1. They threw an 8,000 gold lead by giving a free Hextech Soul. JDG now have a chance to pounce while BLG are wounded.
Vi Pantheon down. The Orianna and the Varus on the other side being taken off the board. Are we letting the Azir through here is the question. Are we wanting to save that for later on? So I think if you ban the Azir, if you don't ban the Azir here, it'll be a Ziggs ban last for JDG.
We have seen that Knight has a couple of different counters. He played the Syndra into Xiaohu, and that worked quite well for himself. We said that Shin Knight, we really like seeing them on high damage burst carries. See there, by the way, it's the captain who has the little gem which gets put onto the trophy. Of course, here's not an elimination match. You lose here, doesn't end up being the be-all and end-all. It is banned by BLG, not wanting to have a potential, as you said, choice cancer banned away from them.
Honky is also just an excellent Azir as one of his better champions, so just not going to give up that supreme team fighting option. It's the last ban now then from JDG. Rumble might be a worthy ban here, or that will get first picked. Poppy.
Poppy banned, so we still have the Rumble available. Other power picks, trying to think of them. Really, it's just the Rumble, really.
Yeah, the Nico's gone, the Varus is banned, so yes, I think that probably is the obvious choice here for JDG. I'm assuming then they have an answer.
Xiaoxu, what's he going to go into this top lane? Ambessa would be one of the big champions let through. That'd be one of the big ones. Banned in that first game. I believe there was even... Was that by BLG in third? I think it was, actually. So the Ambessa, fine matchup into the Rumble. Xiaoxu likes it. Very likely lock in here. Now we could potentially see, heavy engage jungle as well. Normally I'd love to pair it with the Vi. Can't do that here, of course, because the Vi is banned. You're looking at heavy engage to help the Ambessa land that ultimate for free.
Lifting my chair up, it's a bit lower than I wanted it to be.
Thought you'd have a follow-up for something.
No.
Okay,
No,
JDG,
no.
looking for some extra heavy engage for the Ambessa. I would have just kept yapping then, Sam. I could have yapped until the cows came home. In fact, Alistair could be fine now with the Poppy banned away. Nocturne's come in, though. Gives you some of that long-range ability to find a play. And Junja, if he gets ahead on this, we saw one game in regular season where he's just pulling the trigger over and over versus Weibo. I think it was game 2 versus Weibo, second round robin, where he just went off on this champion. Shun, thinking about the Kiana, Rumble Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom! We could have had it, Sam. We could have had Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom. The red carpet rolled out by the Rumble. No, it'll be the Wukong. Very heavy AoE topside there from BLG. This is very, very... You get caught in a choke point, everyone dies.
And Nocturne and Ambessa can go diving into this, sure, but diving in and surviving the journey is a very different set of requirements.
Honky could be an Annie angle here. Could be an Annie angle. Fine into the Aurora. Well, everyone's been pulling out because Chovy's been playing it too. So, it's not just that. You need some extra kind of engaged CC. This is fine. Ends up going through with the Ambessa Galio. It does mean the carry that you have for the AD carry needs to be really careful when the fight starts. I actually wonder whether we're looking at a Zyre angle now for BLG with triple melee divers being locked in for JDG. Corki as well could also be there in terms of something mobile, but that's a little bit harder to survive through. Viper needs to have a pick which you can survive the dive on. That's going to be problematic, though. I don't think you can pick something immobile. If you pick something like an Ashe Seraphine, I think that's a problem too. What that means is that BLG are limited now in terms of their lane dominant options. Kalista would have also been fine there, so the Renata being banned away does double duty.
There goes the Renata ban. Trying to help stop some disengaged tools that On might have liked. And we did see a hover on the Kalista earlier. I don't know whether it's a Kalista game, though with 3 melee divers, Kalista's not always the worst option into that, actually, thinking about it. Can often dance her way away. The Ashe ban to deny the Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, and you can't go the Kalista without the Renata, really, so that one's now taken off the table. BLG just need to get rid of extra engaged threats, extra lane dominant threats. Something like a Jhin ban might not be bad from BLG, actually, although I suppose Viper might go for himself, because Jhin, while he's immobile, is so long range, doesn't always matter. So you can just stand very, very far back, combo up with the Rumble. In fact, actually, the more I think about it, the more I think actually now with the Rakan gone as well. I think Jin's pretty good. I think Xayah would be the other option here, but you can't really go Xayah without knowing the lane matchup, because Xayah loses lane very heavily. It's a lot of meta CV2s right now.
Nami ban to deny something like the Corki Nami, also very good with something like a Lucian if Gala wanted to do that, and of course Gala is a Lucian player.
So JDG will lock in one half of their duo now. They lock in something like the Kai'Sa for follow-up. If you do that, you give up lane priority. Do you lock in something like the Misfortune? It's not the easiest combo to play here, but I think the Misfortune looks pretty okay. I think that you can just lock in any CC support, and that's fine. Now you've locked in the Kai'Sa. Now I think it's a Xayah angle for Viper. I think Xayah's really good here. I think you want that disengage, and it's a fine matchup versus the Kai'Sa.
Indeed. And of course, it is Gala's Kai'Sa. He was nicknamed the Prince of Pentas basically because of his play on this champion in particular. He is so good at it. You've got lots of people to follow up on that one. Corki is decent disengaged, potentially better laning power.
It's better into the Kai'Sa as an individual champion, but it's worse into the composition. I think Xayah's better here, Sam, but maybe they think that the Rakan is a little bit risky. Potentially they could go to a Nautilus and take it away from JDG here as well. That hasn't been banned out, was just checking there as well. Alistair is fine as a frontline, because what that means now is that if the combo goes onto someone, then Alistair at least doesn't die. Quite easy for Vampire to just say, let's go for something like the Shen, go for something like the Nautilus, though. Shen's fairly lane dominant here. Pretty good at melee range. It's pretty good at flying in with the Nocturne as well, but I think the Nautilus is just better for the Kai'Sa.
Of course, Vampire's put a lot of time into the Nautilus, largely pretty good on the champions. 1 or 2 dubious hooks, but hey, everyone who's played Nautilus has had a dubious hook or two. It's like inevitable when you play the champion at some point in the career to hit a hook you wish you hadn't.
You are not wrong. BLG, I think, walk away with the worst composition. I think JDG have the better draft here. I think first game BLG walked away with one which probably should have won through that Kennen. Although it was more even because of that bot lane laning phase. JDG don't have as dominant lanes this time, though. You don't have the Ezreal Karma where Gala and Vampire can take over the map. If Chunja gets ahead, though, and gets to pull that ultimate from the shadows, it will be very hard for BLG to live. They have Alistair as someone who's survivable. That's about it.
To be very reductive here, JDG with a dive comp, but specifically a dive comp with double to triple globals, depending on what you count. Kai'Sa Altaz, hell, and Besser ult as well if you want to get there. Your ability to collapse from very, very far away is very, very high this game. On the other side, big AoE team fight and disengage there from BLG to try and mitigate all of those divers.
Coaches, we'll bump this. And we shall head to the second game of this qualification match to first stand.
Solid gyos across the board there. We were punching the mics out on that one. A bit of crisp on it to make no mistake. How are we feeling about this early game, Al? I feel like BLG should have better lanes to work with.
They should, but Kai'Sa Nautilus is scary. They've given up bush control to the Nautilus, which can be a little bit spooky. He could potentially wrap his way around the back of the bush. If it hits the Alistair, he doesn't care as much. Vampire, of course, spotted there. Viper holding on to his skills, not wanting to push too heavily here either. It's on started as his first skill. Vampire going forwards.
There's that Pulverize. Not going to start with the headbutt, which has often been the level 1 check. And Vampire, in fact, is a massive headbutt user at the level 1.
And so is On. But what happened there is that Vampire started with the W for the shield, which meant that he didn't have that hook pressure. Comes out again now. Uses it. Not great there from Vampire, actually. Using his first 2 Ws little ineffectively means that the level 1 actually goes to the way of the Kai'Sa Alistair. You can definitely look for some kill threat, but of course the Alistair, if he ends up kind of pulverizing you into the play, you don't have that shield. The damage trade is quite nasty on the other side. Junja fast clearing from top to bot, as is Shun. Both junglers again heading bot side. Whenever both junglers head both towards bot, it is about who gets the 2v2 priority. But you see the Viper on, they're not really pushing the wave here. They're waiting for heavier trades instead.
They are. Viper on, doing their best to get some change back. And it is Gala who's eaten a lot of this damage, even with this wave crashing on in. Does, of course, to have the health pot in inventory. We'll have a level 3 coming, which will help undo some of the damage taken.
I actually think Viper and On get a really good play here because they let the wave crash into them very early, which means that they're going to get the bounce back. They weren't playing for the initial play. They were looking for the bounce back. Gala's looking for recall, and they stop it.
That's going to be a bit frustrating. Does On get in danger for doing that, though? He eats quite a lot of damage. Remember, he's running the spellbook. Vampire's running the aftershock, so a little bit difference there in terms of the tankiness, and On actually ends up eating quite a lot of DPS there.
Honku and Knight trading heavily in the mid. Well, I'd rather know Knight's trading heavily onto him. Ow. Yeah, that one hurts.
Junja's here. That's the interrupt from Knight, looking for that last auto. Can't get it, but now Junja's here. Knight with a flash will get over the wall, but now Junja follows, and Knight teleport out. There is no CC. He escapes.
Knight makes it out after very nearly killing Honku. Big win for this is that Junja is not taking a Scuttle Crab. Bot lane gets the push in. Shun ends up getting the bot Scuttle Crab. It's a better early game from BLG. It is worth knowing, though, that Knight will not be as quick back towards that mid lane. He will end up losing the last of these minions under turret there. Honku bailed out by Junja. Knight was obliterating him in the early levels of the game.
Flash and teleport down from both laners. Knight's on escape. Honku's on re-entry, and indeed will lose the last of those minions. Knight doesn't quite get that last one. Will get in range for XP at the very least, I suppose.
Now, bot lane pushing in from BLG now, and now that you've lost that bot side Scuttle Crab becomes a problem. Good spacing from On there to not get the turret shot. He does get some damage back, of course, into the aftershock. Hurts a bit less, of course, onto the Nautilus.
Viper did burn the barrier there, though, so there is still a summoner advantage out of that play.
And did just miss the cannon as well, so -1. Yeah, no, I mean, Viper's down in CS. I mean, Gala's been farming better. Just clicking the minions better, Sam.
Has been in general this series. Remember, again, last game was a little different. The Ezreal Karma got to Ezreal Karma without interruption.
One game to tell the difference.
Yes.
Honku, slight XP difference as well now because that last wave by Knight under the tower. Honku was very good in regular season, the start of it. Struggled a little bit more beyond that, I will say. Been doing quite well in this early matchup so far into the Ambessa.
Bin does get a good chunk there. And again, Ambessa is a fine laner, but only really comes online once she gets the Omnivamp from her ult, once she gets the Eclipse. There's a hook actually in bot lane. On will headbutt away Vampire with that aftershock rolling. There's a heal burned by Vampire there to make sure that Gala can space out.
Hang on, the next hook's quite dangerous here now. On will look for the recall. Vampire will push in. 2v2 has been really good from Gala and Vampire.
Yeah.
It has been really good. On will get the successful recall there. Viper will be sitting alone 1v2. Gala will look for his first reset of the game. And of course, Gala's Kai'Sa is one of the most legendary champions of all time. He is so good on this champion. Now, I think that locking in that Kai'Sa potentially could have led to a big problem for them because they wouldn't have had... Hang on a second, that's a lot of damage. Xiaoxu not enjoying that much, but I suppose he is looking for a reset anyway.
Is indeed. Looking for the weirding is Knight. Does get it, I think. The level 6 has landed for Honku a little earlier, but on a nice reset is going to threaten Honku, who does not have an easy way out without a flash, and the Justice Punch will be interruptible. In comes the mid jungle players, and Honku goes down to Knight.
Honku has not been enjoying this lane matchup versus Knight. In game 1, he was pushed in the whole game, and largely Knight outvalued him. And then in this second game, Knight does get that flash early, buys the attention of Junja, and then everyone else comes back in, and Knight gets the kill. The Aurora is pretty scary this game, Sam. As long as you don't get caught by that first engage yourself, which you shouldn't be really. That should be going on to the Corki. Knight will be very happy with this game.
Is indeed. Viper Down 10 CS is the one potential point for JDG. As we were noting, the Kai'Sa very, very good from Gala. Viper needs to Valkyrie away, does get healed, but
this
again...
is important because this is the level 6 Scuttle Crab. What matters here now? Shun's going to come over. It's going to be a smite fight for level 6. Shun doesn't want to go into it. Junja doesn't get the level 6. He's been a little bit slower on the farm. So actually, weirdly, the Scuttle Crab for once is not level 6 for Junja.
Does he?
No, you don't get XP off wards anymore.
You're right. I always forget
I know
that, yes.
exactly what you're thinking about. About 2 years ago,
I know.
wards stopped giving XP.
And I remember because obviously you need the level 1 ward shenanigans stop being so much of a thing. So I do remember that. It's just, it was like, hang on. Momentary moment of madness. Years of League knowledge have compiled in this brain at this point.
By the way, Angie, thank you so much for the 225 stream streak, by the way. That is insane. Potential fight in this bot side river. Junja still not level 6. Shun. Oh, he didn't get level 6 because he lost some of the small Krugs. That's what they're highlighting. He didn't get level 6 because he didn't fully finish the Krug camp. Mistake by Junja.
That explains it. They are actually worth a lot of gold and XP. The gold in the Krug camp, guys, is from the small ones, not the big ones.
Yeah, the XP was the thing which made the difference there. Not taking the small ones. Dragon not finished there. Nocturne wanting to recall. Spotting Gala and Vampire heading up the river. BLG are at a significant gold lead because of that kill in mid lane. And the 10 CS lead top lane, I suppose.
Oh, interrupts. That's a bit frustrating. Yeah. Bot lane, again, actually, Gala and Vampire have had a really good series so far. This is a matchup which I thought would be a lot more even, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I thought that Viper and On, given how they were playing last series, would have been the better duo, but I think that Gala and Vampire playing very well as a duo. I mean, Gala has always been a guy that has had that laning in his back pocket. Potential Gala for the kill!
He's gone to the turret, has to flash away. Good God.
Damn, quick barrier reaction by Viper. Was looking for that melee range W shotgun. Would have killed. He was a little slower. The barrier is what saves him. Viper does blow that summoner. Gala losing the flash, though, is a problem. Now, if he does get caught up in that CC, much harder to get out of the play, especially with the follow-up from BLG. Very, very nasty for Kai'Sa to get caught out in the middle of the burns and the big AoE.
On down his flash, worth noting for that attempted punish there, and Gala, of course, probably more valuable he loses his, but still, the deal is done. It's also got a cull in inventory, so we'll be looking to really accelerate this gold lead. If he can get to 1,000 or so gold lead in mid-game, he's going to be real happy.
Because the Kai'Sa can assassinate anyone in the team, besides, you know, sometimes the Alistair who pops ult, right? BLG still ahead from the early game because of that first kill, and a little bit elsewhere because of the laning lead. You know, Knight's 20 CS up. Great laning performance from Knight.
Sorry, I was just looking at chat with the "Those who do not honor the little Kruggy shall not receive the gift of lights out."
Okay.
just made me giggle.
Shut a little bit down of XP, but he's clearing through fine. Junja the same here. Junja not getting crazy far ahead like he did that last game off of that bot lane push, and then Junja kind of going crazy afterwards. Junja, our game 1 MVP. Viper struggling so far in this early game. Remember, he picked in this Gorky. I do just wonder if Isaiah was better, Sam. I do just wonder. That Isaiah ultimate later into the game would be so important versus this engage combo. We'll have to track that as it goes on. How many times does Viper just die with no counterplay? How many times do we think, realistically, the Xayah would have been the better pick? Questions abound. Junja potentially heading topside. There is an equalizer for Bin. Xiaoshu does have ult to potentially start the play.
Does Bin expect to play top lane? That's not necessarily what the game's been about so far. Bin doing his best to just stay away. He's kind of where there's something might be. He's got wards in the river. He thinks he's safe. Galio's coming as well.
Oh, the ult hits onto him. Bin's in trouble.
Does get that flash away, buy some time. The fear time's off. Where's the equalizer? Now it's on Xiaoshu. Needs to get off that. It's not the best equalizer all time, but means Bin can sit on top of it and try to use that as a way to space his way away. He avoids so much of the damage.
Bin, he just sidesteps everything. He sidesteps the Q from the Nocturne and the skills from the Ambessa. Bin makes it out and gets 2 ults for his trouble. Incredible escape by Bin. Shun now bot side. This should have been a cross map, really, but now it's just going to be a straight up play.
Oh boy, Vampire, remember the aftershock can buy a bit of space and time. Shun looking for an angle, will have to warrior Trickster out, and they won't pull the trigger with Honku immediately on their own bot.
That makes sense. I think as soon as the Galio leaves lane there, you bug out, and that's what they end up doing. Credit to BLG for not following that play. I wasn't tracking that on the minimap, actually. I thought Galio wouldn't be in range in time. Of course he was. Good play there from Honku, protecting bot lane.
I would like to refer to we'll have a look at this replay and then we'll talk about bot lane, because this was very good from Bin to escape what felt like a done deal.
Escapes the fear. The big thing happens just about here. Sidesteps just about the Nocturne Q and then the Q2 from the Ambessa. That saves his life. Bin, on an individual laning level, has been great in these first 2 games.
has been so important for this team. BLG have relied on Bin this series to get themselves to good positions in the mid game. Didn't lead to the win last game because, as we said, some suspect decision-making around Baron and Hexol. But hey, so be it. Junja should pick up at least 2 of these, and does indeed. Shun will at least get that one back. Sorry, Junja. I think I misspoke.
Yeah,
which
Junja
jungler
gets
there?
the 2. Shun gets the 1 here, just as we're seeing. So it's not going to be a 3 grub take from JDG this time. BLG also got the early dragon, which they didn't get that last game.
Minion taxi there onto Gala, will be exhausted, has the barrier procced. Gala may need to be forced to run away. There's a knock up there from Vampire, use the level 6. Gala needs to back out and back far.
Okay, better in the 2v2 now from Viper and On. As you get levels into that Foss bomb, Corki really starts to burst out. This is why Corki's quite good into the Kai'Sa. Once you get mid-game, get Triforce, you get levels up, you really start to threaten in that burst trade. And in fact, that remains the case throughout the entire game. Kai'Sa does not like trading into Corki. Corki is very good at bursting out the Kai'Sa. It's why we saw a lot of it last year. Resets coming through from Viper and On.
Are we interrupting? No, On's just going to make sure he comes out the bush and prevent that, because the one that would be important to get the reset on there more than anyone else is Viper, because he had Trinity Force on that back.
Pushing in the wave now, looking for that crystalline overgrowth. Do get the hook onto the Alice. Doesn't really change crazy amount. On just looking to stop some recalls potentially. Holds the wave outside a turret.
And loses about 2 or 3 minions there, but Viper again needed that reset. One of the Trinity Force ASAP. Completely understandable on that decision making there. 1400 gold lead to BLG. And what I was saying before we were looking at that top lane replay was I would love people to refer to the early games of the split here for BLG, where they made some attempts at bot lane dives that went horribly wrong, where they didn't pull off and pulled the trigger regardless, and they would give up 2-3 kills on dives that were, let's say, ill-advised.
Knights end up going towards the Proto-Bevel. I suppose with no heavy tank on the other side, it makes some sense. Honky really not been enjoying this matchup, as we've been saying, but he's managed to stabilize in terms of CS. It's Knight with the plates and the kill goal, which is really taking... Actually, did he get a full plate there in the mid lane? Anyway, he's managed to get himself that early gold. Leads 700 so far. Upgraded boots, has himself that Proto Belt. Did get that mid lane quest a little earlier. Both the top lane and bot lane vaguely getting their quest at the same time, though.
Indeed. Knight throwing that 2-fold Hex. Gets a good chunk there onto Honky. Out comes the Equalizer on the top lane wave, and that will burn out as well.
Nocturne was there, just hanging around in the backline. Bin, in fairness, pretty good awareness of him of when he's under threat. That last gank was one where I don't think he realized the threat, but at least he outplayed that too. What we've seen at some points has been not being fantastic at telling when he's under threat, and when he was not being able to outplay. Seeing that a little bit better here. Seems like he's really locking in. Remember, folks, this is for qualification to an international event. It would mean so much to either of these teams. JDG, it'd be a return internationally for them for the first time since 2023. Haven't made it since that Worlds run when Knight was on their roster, of course. JDG, every member of that team has changed now. They have been a real ship of Theseus here. In the LPL, BLG have just been everywhere, though. Ever since 2023, they have been the constant of the LPL.
Here we go again.
On to Bin again. Doesn't have the flash this time.
They had a ward in that bush, so he was on vision, and that meant that the Nocturne could pull the ult. Level 11, longer range. They've been trying to make this play happen for 5 minutes.
They have. They do get it this time. They'll get a proc onto that top lane turret. Xiaoshu gets gold, and Xiaoshu has been pretty powerful on the Ambassador. We have said he's gotten leads on this before, hasn't always transferred them, but in this game against a very squishy team on the other side, very important to get this Ambassador rolling. A late game carry from that top lane in the hands of Xiaoshu is scary. Bin will not have himself the individual lead he had from that last game.
600 gold lead now for Xiaoshu is a big one, because it was a relatively even to slight lead for Bin.
And they didn't have the level 11 on Junja there, so actually that was the base level of the ultimate, interestingly. So
sorry,
they actually managed to pull it off with the short range, which actually makes it even more impressive. Dragon started by BLG.
Sorry, I think I must have misread that. Xiaoshu's just leveled up to level 12. That's probably where I was looking instead. Either way, it's still a nice pick off there. And good use of that ward in that back bush to mean that Bin was still on vision even after thinking he was safe and out of him.
It's an Ocean Soul, bit of a low roll for BLG. Not going to like it's good for the Alistair. It's okay for the poke, but it's not going to help you versus the burst combo of JDG. So JDG roll a Hex Soul, BLG roll an Ocean Soul. RNG not in the favor of BLG today.
Sometimes it's the way of these things. Not that Ocean Soul is bad, it's just it's generically okay.
It is bad. When you consider what you could have had, it is bad, because the problem is JDG have a burst combo, and that means that you don't actually get to survive in long enough time for the regen to mean anything. Like, if Nocturne, Galio, and Bessa land onto you, you die in about 2 or 3 seconds. That's not enough for Ocean Soul to make a difference.
Viper eats that W there.
Is it tasty? What is it?
I don't think so. I think it's largely painful.
Is he at a calorie deficit, Sam?
He may be going lean here. It might be it might be part of that.
I love lean.
Yeah, are we in a bulk mode in gym? Nah, we're getting lean.
Okay, so the gold lead for BLG lies in the hands of their mid laner. So often have they relied on Knight to carry them. One of the best mid laners to ever do it. Been on a weird series of form for the last year or two, because of course a lot of the rest of the team's just not been very functional. So he's had to play off of a worse platform than in 23 and 24. Been now behind a significant amount of gold in this top lane, because BLG did not manage to track Ginger well enough. Obviously hard to, but we really need to start seeing Shun and On being able to buy some space and room across the map. Gala not going to get into combo range. Viper trying to get some push in towards this mid lane. BLG need to get some advanced warning to make sure that Junja goes seen across the map.
So JDG at this point are very much online in terms of the global threat. And they're just diving again. What does Bin do? He's going to try and get an equalizer down. Flash over. Junja follows the public execution. The really equalizer buys a bit of damage, but little else. And the TP will come in, but that turret is still falling here. And now actually, this could get a bit interesting. Junja's having to run away towards some turrets, but will likely die here. So it will become a 1-for-1 in the end. But first turret still going the way of JDG.
Oh, Knight gets the kill. He gets a couple of Dark Seal stacks. Important as the Aurora that gets the gold. But yeah, JDG playing really well around the Nocturne, out of the fog of war. Bin down 1,000 gold. This is more what we've seen from Bin in the regular season. Well, I suppose he actually played quite well this game in terms of surviving some of it. But BLG have not protected their top laner particularly effectively here. Not been able to get that vision on, and Shun has been not really present. He's been getting objectives though. That has been important. JDG might look for a fight here, but there's no Nocturne, no Paranoia.
And you've earned a lot of your key ultimates here, and the person with the gold lead doesn't have their ultimate in the Ambessa, so I think it would be a bit of a mistake. May instead look for this second turret, and I want to remind people of how the last game went, where BLG played for the turrets and the gold, and gave up the objectives. This time around, it's kind of been the inverse.
Yeah, now the Herald will give you one of those turrets back, I think, with the HP that they're at. Of course, the bot lane turret have very low amounts of plates. Mid lane's at 3, that wouldn't die from that point. Bin will have to let this turret go, I believe. Yep, Taunt going to be used just to make sure that Honky can walk up melee range to that. Gets himself some gold back. It means that he's not falling as far behind the Aurora. And to be honest, I mean, the Galio is a very good economy pick. You can just kind of do what you want with that. Bin tries to farm out the wave. Maybe could have equalized it. Good flash over. The Ambassador ult was already there anyway. Bin dies very easily.
And the moment Junja sees the TP coming in, he knows he's dead. We're back to live, and live we are. Shun looking to counter. This time with the Paranoia is turned around by Shun's presence.
Okay, teleport coming out from Honkyu. That's why BLG were taking that fight. The Galio was on the other side of the map. Couldn't go for that big ultimate at the start of the play.
Check Knight's summoners, though. Did have to blow the flash and the ultimate to get away from that.
That's true. Junja did use that ultimate, though, so a survival by Knight. Shashu has ult. He gets him.
Oh, boy, here's the Galio as well. Knight gets across the veil, buys a bit of time, but there's still going to be too many Drakehound steps.
Too many delivery options for the Galio. On might be able to catch Honkyu, but no. JDG, their combo is online, and they're playing it really well. BLG, they're a very squishy composition across most of the map. Bin will get a turret in this bot side. They still have Herald to use, but now suddenly Dark Seal stack's gone from the Aurora. That's a lot of gold over towards Honky's managed to even up what was looking pretty poor there. Xiaoshu is ahead of the game on a carry, which can very much ruin this game. JDG, it's a good draft from them, and I think they're getting the lead they need to see this out. BLG, we were saying, was it a game one thing? Was it, you know, what was happening with them? No, I think JDG are just a good team, folks, and they may be on their way to an international event for the first time in 3 years.
BLG looking down the barrel of a lower bracket. If they end up losing this game, he's 0-2 down in this series. Gala just picks up a second item. His cull's completed. He's now back ahead in gold. 1,300 gold lead for Xiaoshu, who's got a Shojin on top of that Eclipse. Very much online there as well. And they are the people who will be following up with the killer blow after the Galio, after the Nocturne help set things up.
I'm really impressed by JDG. You know, they've gotten some really good drafts out of this playoffs. Soul Player point is coming up for BLG. They do have been able to teleport down, I suppose. Vampire looking for that hook. This is a pretty dangerous map state for BLG in terms of the positioning around this. If a good hook lands, it could really go poorly for them.
Bin's now here with that massive shield. Xiaoxu also looking for the angle. The shielded round goes wide. Viper chunking well. There is the hook. It's not the best of all time. The paranoia comes on down, but Vampire is dead. Went for the hook and doesn't really get someone important into the bit. We go, though. They do get the steal. Will die for it, and that means your jungler's dead and your support's dead and Baron's up, and you've got a lot of damage. I think they'll look for a Herald mid and a Baron.
Yeah, the Herald has used its charge. It's not going to get the charge onto the turret, but they might be able to go Baron. They might have to, Sam, because they've just lost that ability to get the early soul. That's a big loss for BLG. JDG could even potentially look to fight back in what would be a 3v5. Vampire respawning will be at the play.
Do you have the ult to make this work? I think you do. Still 3v5 is tricky. You still got to go through it between worlds. An equalizer. Alistair can make his will very unbreakable. His spirit, though, another question. Public execution into the backline onto Viper. But Xiaoxu is split apart. The hero enters, but the equalizer awaits them. Honku trading out. In they go between the worlds. The Baron taken by BLG, but the health bars are critically low. Gala flashes out. Bin trying to run away. The scrap shield. Knight onto Gala. Misses a twofold hex. To keep trading, but will weird him and ensure his death. Bin tries to scrap shield out. Vampire hunting for this rumble. Needs to not recall here because Vampire might just kill him with a dredge line.
BLG get out with 2 Baron buffs, but they lose the soul point. That could be critical. They can't just get that early soul. Now, we said the Ocean Dragon's not the fantastic for them. It is still a soul, though, and I know that's the point you were making earlier, is that it's still a combat buff. Vampire goes for the hook onto Shun, and he thinks that's the first target. There's no good follow-up there. It's just a hook into death. Vampire, when the engages get a little bit difficult, can sometimes make plays like this, where he just thinks, I have to throw the hook, and it ends up just being a net negative for the team. Not very well coordinated between him and the rest of the team. One of the first mistakes we've seen from them in this series. Going to the Baron itself, things get dicey because Gala and Xiaoxu have a lot of gold, even in the 3v5. The Galio gives a lot of space. Vampire flashes, hooks, hits the wall, doesn't get anyone there either, and given how close this fight was, I wonder how important that might be. Sam, look at the HP bars that came out of that. Vampire, a couple of bad moments in a row from him after a very solid game 1.
And very frustrating there from On as well, who flashed to try and interrupt Honku's ultimate and didn't quite. I think if he'd interrupted that hero's entrance, it might have even been better for BLG.
Perhaps. BLG now have a minute and a half Baron buff. They do have a slim gold lead. This will help them get into the lead. In this game, because they're not against the Dragon stacking on the other side, they're the ones with the Dragon advantage. This helps them an awful lot. It will give them positioning on the map to stop Ginger coming out of Fog of War quite as easily. Now they've broken down 3 towers, all of the outer ring. Should be harder for JDG to launch their combo. And not impossible, of course, but much harder.
Indeed it is. And check out Knight as well. 5-1 now. He's got himself a rocket belt, a shadow flame building towards the void staff. He will pop people.
Yeah, and I think particularly Gala needs to be really careful in this game. He very nearly carried that last fight. Against the Corki, who's very bursty. Against the Aurora, who's very bursty. Gala will be the prime target there, and he will die very, very quickly. Single round of rotation from either of those bursty champions could be the end of it.
Statistical prognosis for the game suggests a 10%, I suppose phrase that, but a 60% win chance for BLG, so 10% over the average, I suppose.
There's actually a point in chat there, actually, that BLG probably won their first 5v5 of the series there, actually. Oh, no, hang on a second, chat. That's going to be the Galley coming through. Here comes the combo.
Xiaoxu gets in, but Knight survives the back end of the play. Corki likely dies at the back end of this and does. Now overcomes the equalizer, does tag them out in that corridor. Knight goes between worlds, survives for now. Junja trying to trade onto that back end. Taunt onto Bin. The damage onto Honku is pretty statistically nasty. They go 1 for 1, a Corki for Nautilus.
It is. That's a good trade for JDG. It stops some of the Baron buff, but it was already ending anyway. BLG did the damage they needed to from this. It's not like JDG get a huge turnaround fight. BLG, I thought they should have lost more there, personally, Sam. That was a very good combo. I think Xiaoxi's been delivering Honku into the backline very well. Honku, a notable Galio player, and I have to say he's been, after the early laning phase, been fairly effective so far. Is 2,000 gold down now. Crypt Bloom was just built up by Knight, by the way. Goes onto the backline. No one stood behind the Corki. It's a bit weird, but you actually need someone stood behind the Corki sometimes to get rid of that Ambassador ultimate. Viper realizes, okay, I'm dead. It's going to turn something around. Gets a little bit of damage down. Only thing which really saves this is actually a very good equalizer. Very good damage onto 3 means that they don't have the HP to continue the fight.
Junja, I think, just about managed to slide away there with his Duskbringer on the floor, giving him the speed away. Has got the Hex Plate, so his ult will be on very short cooldown, will be up coming into this Dragon. We will be fighting around that again, make no mistake about it, because it's happening in 25 seconds.
Interesting. Viper's going for the Shojin third. Wants a bit more HP and uptime on the Valkyrie. That's quite interesting. I think it's quite intelligent here. Yep, that Dragon is coming up now. JDG, they're fighting to deny that third Dragon and potential soul later. BLG, they're the ones with the objective lead this time, as we've noted several times throughout this game. BLG, better team fighting than this game, though. They need to continue. Been spotting out the members over the wall.
It's a little bit of a chunk there, but very limited. Just a comet poke onto his shield, really, so not all that significant. Dragon started, here we go again.
Okay, so ultimate is not there from Galio yet. Up in 10 seconds. If this goes late and delays the Dragon, then it will come through from this. Ginger can look to steal again, though. You're absolutely right.
There's a Nocturne, been very good. There we go again. It's an early smite! Ginger steals it, the equalizer after. Viper does blow up the Nocturne, Bingo's golden. Between worlds we go, Xiaoshu dancing around, but it's likely gonna die, can't do enough work, and BLG lose the Dragon, but the fight is by God's theirs.
What is happening with Shun's smite key, Sam? It's just not connected to the keyboard. Does it early, and Ginger gets a freebie. That wasn't even close. BLG blow open the fight, though, and if they can break the base off of this, then they'll still feel happy. BLG, for once, are actually winning the 5v5s, and I think that's very impressive, given the fact that JDG has such a powerful engage combo. I think just the arrayed AoE damage from BLG has been too much for JDG. It will be a gold advantage for BLG, and I do wonder at what point that becomes kind of the dam breaking. Of course, last game was an 8,000 gold lead, and BLG couldn't make the most of it. Knight has a Medjai's at 10 stacks, very happy with his own game right now. The smite here is just so early. What happens here? Goes in.
200 HP short.
And it's just well short. It's well short. Perhaps there was a communication that an extra auto attack was coming through, an extra skill. Didn't happen, though. Ginger dies for it. He has died now for both these, and that is the negative of it. If you're going in for the smite secure as the Nocturne, you do die for it, and that has led to the fights going away from them.
On managed to headbutt Gala into the wall at the back end of that as well, so even though the Kaiser ulti didn't really get to rotate through too many of those skills, so ended up going down. Has actually gone for the Fiend Hunter Bolt here as well to get that initial proc, be very, very scary with the Rage Blade.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of the kind of assassin Kaiser like this, and you do have the AP of that Galio to help out with that. Gala has always been an AD Kaiser player. He doesn't really play for the AP variant, not that much. Potential hook onto Knight there, but not going in. Knight is level 16.
He's a monster.
He is, so it's actually everyone else as well. I was just looking at Vampire and I was like, wow, that's a 6th level lead, and I realized that's just Vampire being very low XP. He's sadly had to be on call for the rest of the map. Difficult game for him in the Nautilus. He's struggled to have much impact beyond the laning phase. Decent there. Hook does miss, though.
Does indeed. Gala ends up eating a big one. And loses about 10% of his HP bar for the penalty. I'm so glad that Corki got reworked and he's no longer a poke bot, because my god was that obnoxious.
I have to say, folks, so this is a kind of game for those who wanted to learn about kind of like the downsides of JDG. When Ginger and Vampire don't have the obvious engage, this is sometimes what happens, because Ginger is clearly not going for the engage, he's going for the steals. And I think that because Ginger is not the primary go button, and at least not in the way that they want to start the fights, I think Ginger and Vampire have struggled to understand how they want to start fights. And it's actually just been Xiaoshu that has to start them at that point, because he's the one delivering the Galio. BLG doing a good job to get under the skin of the jungle spot, but they are losing those objectives. That is still important. Keep that in mind. They are winning the fights, though.
JDG have still managed to get some good wards down here. They've got good info on the entrances. They're going to fight for this banana bush. Here we go with the engage. There's the hero's entrance, the paranoia. Knight gets out, can look to turn it around. Ginger's gone very, very deep for that one and regrets his choice immediately. He is dead. The nightmare turns into a dream for BLG. They kill off the top jungle and can turn to Baron.
They really wanted autograph, but they signed the Medjai's instead. Knight gets out. I don't think they were expecting him to be so fast. He ends up escaping, and BLG win another grouped fight. They've not been winning 5v5s that much across this split, but JDG, because of Ginger really being behind and just so squishy, he can't really be the engaged threat. It's left on Xiaoshu, and you can see how hard it is when it's the Ambassador on engaged duty rather than cleanup duty. BLG, a much better game from them in the 5v5s.
They've drafted for it, to be fair, with Alistair, with AoE from everyone else. You know what the tool is. Knight gets jumped on, and it's just too far.
Yeah, it's a good pick for Xiaoshu. It's a free ball ult onto him, but the Proto Belt, the heal from the Alistair, and Ginger had already clicked the ultimate. So he kind of follows him, and he's like, well, I decided to go in.
I have gone in.
I have gone in. I think regardless of whether he went in a lot as a losing fight, it just makes it worse that he goes in at that point. Struggle game from him. Minute till the next dragon. Sam, at least his smite key's really good.
John Jamie think the smite has been so good this game that it might have undone some of the woes, because we could have been at Soul here as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, can JDG get a miracle pick? Perhaps they can get on to someone like Viper. Viper's going back towards the Bruiser Corki build, as we mentioned. He's gone for Shojin and Black Cleaver, which I think makes great sense. It gets a ton of extra HP, gives him also like an extra 50 cooldown on his Valkyrie. Already gets him from the Triforce, right? So between all of them, you've got, what, like an extra set. You're almost half cooldown on your Valkyrie, and now you're level 16. That's now going to be on like a 6-second cooldown, maybe.
I agree.
Very low. BLG crushing the base, Baron buff well and truly active, and BLG, I mean, we had this question earlier saying, oh, was it a game one curse? No, that JDG is a really good team and BLG is struggling. BLG have looked a lot better in game 2. We'll return to that. Perhaps BLG shake off those chains of game 1 better than we thought they had.
I think is fair. Ward in that bush. Means it's a known quantity as Knight. Gonna throw out a twofold Hex or two there. Xiaoshu gets chunked, head-butted. The Weirding jumps onto him. I think Knight is dead. No, he's not! He just blows him up! Knight will surely fall the back end of this one, but it will still be a losing play for JDG. My God, Knight makes them pay for it. Now Honkyu needs to try and ult away and will do so.
So they get something, but it's a 2-for-1. They do take 10 Magi stacks, but they end up giving him more effectively, because he ends up getting an assist onto both of them. So he still ends up with the 12 stacks. Still has that movement passive. Bin needs to be a little bit careful here. Careful. Honkyu is in that brush. Does have the Zhonya's. Harder to kill now. Bin struggled in that early laning phase. Well, no, he was doing quite well individually, and then Junja came in and made a bit of a mess of it. This is the kind of game as well, actually, where, I was saying that Xiaoshu sometimes struggles to convert gold leads. This is one of those games, because of course Bin did the same last game. Neither top laner taking their individual gold lead and converting it into a win here in this series so far.
No, I agree. Ivan was taking that as sole point. BLG, the dregs of Baron still on, actually. Didn't really lead to all that much there because that played topside and some of the waves being in weird positions. So it's not going to break the base, interestingly.
It did. It got the bot lane in here.
Sorry, you're right, it did. You're right, it did.
So my counterpoint is actually, it did break the base. I think they're happy with that. So,
you know what?
I try not to make...
No, that one is about me.
Yeah, I've tried to make more of a habit of not doing that.
No, that one was
Sam,
just wrong. Yeah, no.
Sam, you can't look. You can gaslamp me, not the entirety of the audience.
That one is just objectively very wrong. Okay. Yes.
Viper's actually going for a GA next as well. He really just says, "I just got to live," and he has been doing so. Gala's Kai'Sa, legendary champion, not really been able to make much impact outside of that one Baron fight where they nearly 3v5'd. BLG pushing in another turret without the Baron buff. JDG. They're going to struggle now. I think actually BLG has got unexpectedly hard to kill.
There's 3,500 HP on Viper. He's got the same HP as Shurton.
That ultimate didn't hit Gala, by the way. Gala skipped out of that, so that's full damage missed by the Rumble.
It's a big one. On goes to about half there. Viper needs the Valkyrie away. Here comes the Paranoia. Flash from Vampire. Doesn't land the hook though, but the depth charge still lands onto Vampire. In comes the hero's entrance and the public execution, but the Valkyrie away. Viper's still tanky. Knight blows up Vampire. He's built for damage. And now Xiaoshu tries to dance around, but Vampire and Viper is just too damn tanky. Honkyu goes low, goes down. The Gatling gun allows
Whoa! Triple kill for Knight, 12 and 2, 25 stack Medjais, and Viper lives with their high HP build. BLG will win the 5v5 and win the game.
Knight heads on to the Nexus turret with the rest of BLG. And this game is all over. JDG cannot win the team fight into the mass damage and bruises of BLG.
BLG will even up the series.
Yeah, no, it's not wrong.
So BLG walk away 1-1. Game 1 was a bit of a throw. Should they be 2-0 up? They're not. JDG do lose the fights against BLG. I was so surprised at that. With the huge combo that they had, I thought, well, realistically, doesn't that just mean that BLG's carries are going to die on cooldown?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the same, but I'm not going to lie. I think they ran into the issue that, sure, they kept hitting Viper, but Viper wasn't dying anymore.
No, and same with Knight.
Yeah.
Knight just wasn't dying. A fantastic Aurora game. In that kind of game, if you die for free as a carry, the game gets very, very difficult. And that's what JDG are meant to force from you. The fact that both Viper and Knight, at the very worst, traded very heavily and made you pay a dear cost for it, made the difference there. And I think what we saw there as well is what happens to JDG when the engage is not as easily solved. Vampire had a poor game. Junja had a worse game. It really left Xiaoshu kind of being, well, I either hit a key ultimate and there's follow-up or nothing happens. I think it was really important how people position themselves in front of the hook to say, well, it's just going to be that Ambessa. And Vampire couldn't find the answer to that equation. Now, I think actually he's had a very good playoff so far. I think this is the first time we've actually seen more of what we knew from the old Vampire in terms of he can't think himself out of the difficult scenarios when the other players start failing. Because let's be honest, while I'm talking about him, the real failure point here was Junja. Besides the smites, Junja was really poor that game.
And I do get that actually in the end you're the knocked in. And in fairness, 3 of those deaths were smite secure. So like I somewhat have some sympathy. The scoreline isn't the problem. But eventually they just get, as Nightstar saying in chat, and shout out to Nightstar of course, who look, eventually JDG couldn't play for side lanes, and when they tried to play for side lanes, they weren't getting the kills anymore very cleanly, and that's a problem. When BLG started responding to the side lane plays, it became problematic, because early on, actually, the response timers were so fast from JDG, they were taking up the side lane well. I think the fact that they couldn't put Bin out of the game, they couldn't get, say, Gala to a point of crazy power as well, was problematic, and honestly, I'm going to put it out there, I think Xiaoshu from the position he was in should have been more of a threat.
Xiaoshu was good. Xiaoshu had such a lead that it should have ended the game, and I think the reason it didn't is because of the follow-up for me. Because I actually think, I think there have been other games in this split where he's been on a lead on something like the Ambassador. In fact, he lost the game versus anyone's leg. No, it was versus BLG, because it was the Ash Seraphim where they pulled that out, actually. And they lost that game too, despite him being very far ahead. Clearly, he was doing a lot of work. Realistically, the follow-up wasn't there. Junja was very far behind. I don't think Honkyu's ults were very good, and he was blasted by Knight. And then it was left basically just Gala, who actually struggles quite a lot in this competition because of the AoE damage. You can't fly into a Cyclone, you can't fly into a Corki combo. It was kind of in this case. So normally, I do somewhat agree. I don't think he can transfer that lead very well. But I do think the follow-up was the first point of failure here.
And then the other side of it is Knight got to... Basically, every time the ults came flying on in, Knight would ult in turn, and you just sat in an Equalizer and the Aurora ult, and you see why they denied things like the Renata. If there'd been a Renata here, you'd be crying even more, but even so, it became very tricky in the 5v5s to dive in. Like, who do you dive in on as JDG in a 5v5?
Well, you meant to do it onto one of the carries. You meant to do that, but then you've got Alistar in front of you, and I think I undervalued the value of Alistar and Wukong clone stopping follow-up. I think I misvalued that, because I thought the carries would instantly die, and that didn't happen. I think Knight does a really good play here with the Proto Belt, by the way. He Proto Belts and then bops back as the dash takes him into the wall again. That was really slick. Of course, Knight comes away player of the game here, I think. I think Knight was insane on the Aurora. Incredible damage, incredible escapes. He was the difference maker. He's been very good against Honkyu so far. Honkyu has not gotten one over on him in the laning phase in either game, and that's a worry, because in regular season, one of the big reasons why BLG did lose to JDG was because Honkyu was actually holding Knight in check.
Alex, do you want a break, or should I make us some lunch?
Make lunch, Sam.
I shall make lunch. Do you want one of those egg sandwiches again?
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, I shall return shortly, chat. I'm gonna leave the door open as well just to let some of the...
Yeah, it's starting to get warmer here again.
Time of year again.
Okay. Well, I gotta run some adverts at some point, don't I? Nah, we're okay for now. Do it a little bit later in. Yeah, there's some questions in chat, in Anovia's chat, about whether Galio should have built more damage. The problem is, if you build damage versus Aurora, she does kind of just one-shot you. This is for laning matchup, but I do wonder whether he should have gone second item Riftmaker. Did he go second item Riftmaker? I actually didn't see the full build. Either way, it didn't work out. Can anyone remember the build from Galio, by the way? I actually forgot. Check on the VOD when he goes. He did go Riftmaker second. I just think he was too far behind then, no? Riftmaker is still... Yeah, he did go Riftmaker. I don't know what else he could have built, though. I mean, you have to go that first item AP resist, magic resist, right? Hey, Mecha, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate you. Oh, that ult from Honkyu wasn't good. Oh my god, he doesn't even get the taunt. Honkyu, that's a bad fight. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so now we start asking questions about champion pools. Oh, JDG did go a full 5 games versus Endless Legend. Player of the game, obviously, it's Knight. He was really, really good. I think it was very good. I think that his early to mid game was very good on the rise as well. Just the late game wasn't fantastic from him. The full combo hits and there's just not enough damage. Yeah, for sure. Yep. That they tried to go all in and then Viper built pretty well there, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna go put on an ad break. Folks, if you'd like to support us, think about donating to the Ko-fi or following us on our socials and over here as well. It makes a big difference to us. As we've been saying, Sam and I do this for free. This is our job. We only get to do this because of your continued support. So if you'd like to be one of those people that supports us, it would make a huge difference if you thought about dropping something towards the channel. And we appreciate you sticking around. Appreciate you sticking around. Assuming Azir Orianna gets banned, I think with JDG losing, they might go to first pick, and I actually wonder whether BLG will not ban the Azir and see if JDG ban out Ziggs. Because I think that BLG are pretty happy to take a winning matchup for Knight in mid lane now. I think they're pretty happy for that. It's into the middle. Gosh. Okay, here's a question, folks. What's everyone's favorite series of the year been so far? What's everyone's favorite series of the year been? Because there's been some really good ones already. There's been some really good ones. Because I want to start reviewing some of the best games of the year. I want to have some in mind. Hey, Lineman, good to see you. Good to see you. So if JDG first pick, they can leave Ziggs, Azir both open and take Ziggs. Yeah, but if you take the Ziggs, then you have to play Ziggs into a not Azir thing is the problem. Can I have a quick summary of game 1? I missed it. BLG lost early game because 2v2 went wrong. They lost against an Ezreal Karma in 2v2. Got invaded, Ginger got ahead. They clawed their way back with really good play from Bin on Kennen. And Knight on Rise. Solo lanes are doing very well. And then BLG got very far ahead and chose to take Baron, but traded it for a Hextech Soul for free. I mean, it's technically a Baron for Hextech Soul. And then they lost because they gave a Hextech Soul to an Ezreal Talia. It was really bad. Gosh. G2KC. G2KC was a really good series. I did really enjoy that. I thought that the game 5 was just such cinema. It was really good. That was one of the most hyped ones I've seen. What's everyone? I'm trying to think of the best LCK games so far. There are a couple of good game 5s in LCK so far. Some of the DRX games are genuinely pretty entertaining. The DRX DNS games, they're genuinely pretty entertaining. My god, I'm glad I wasn't here. Yeah. Review DKT1? I may well do that. Wait, did I reviewed one of them. Did I review the FearX one? Oh, I never put it on YouTube. That's what yeah, my bad. DRX and DNS are my faves this year. BFX is the year of Vikla. Vikla's been playing really well this year. He's been playing very well this year. I think they planned to do Baron, then Realm Warp to Drake. They did do Baron and they did Realm Warp in, but their damage check was just not quick enough, and JDG were very good at quickly going towards Dragon. They should have peeled off quicker. By giving that Dragon for free, they just threw a one game, which was really sad. Yes, I want to do like a League of Legends Greatest Hits series where I reviewed like past and present games, and we can have like a running chart of what the best games are of the game. How would you rate Weibo's season so far? Elk's regular season was incredible. I think that Erho is probably... I think Erho has been third or... Well, it's between him or Vampire for third best support in the region. Vampire's actually been very good in playoffs, but regular season Erho was better. Zuka was initially good and then not great after. JDG's been legit. JDG's been legit. And Xiaohu's not been bad either. I think that Weibo are a solid, like, 4th place team. I think they're worse than the top 3. They got blasted by BLG. It wasn't close. But I think they're a solid 4th place team, which is kind of where I penciled them in at anyway. So I think they've actually ended up getting slightly above par on the eye test, but in terms of results, I think this is what I expected for them. Yeah. I'm surprised you're not on an official broadcast for the LPL. You're really well-spoken. Thank you, Happio. So there is no official broadcast for the LPL. That's why we're doing this here. There is LPL English, but that is actually a co-stream. They've done a great job there, and I've worked with many of them there. In fact, there are a couple of colleagues of mine on there who we used to work on the LPL official broadcast. I used to work on the LPL official broadcast from 2023 to 2024. I spent 2 years there, and then of course it got the broadcast got cancelled at the end of 2024. So basically, Sam and I took the decision to say, yeah, no, LPL English is not an official broadcast, and the important thing is, and they're doing really well. This is not a dig at them at all. The thing is, they're not funded, so there's an unfunded broadcast, and that's the big difference. So whenever you're seeing people do LPL right now, they're doing it for free unless you support them effectively. And the reason why I'm doing this stream here is, one, because I like having control over my own schedule. It means I get to have more, I get to be live more, basically. And basically, because the stream is doing actually quite well, personally, Sam and I get more from doing our own stream than we would do doing a collaborative project. We've done collaborative projects before for things like LJL. We did the Japanese League back in 2020 and 2021. But it's not as efficient for us in terms of our own personal income because we're using this to pay rent to be on LPL English. It doesn't pay enough to pay the rent. Whereas actually, if things go well on this stream, it actually does, which is, it's a blessing for us. And we've got Onivia, we restream over there to do that. Yeah. But yeah, so I've cast more LPL than, well, I've cast more LPL than anyone else in the world now at this point, I think. No, that's not true. Maybe Mazel's cast more. Anyway, because I've been casting all the games here. I've cast the most League of Legends of any person in the world since 2023, because I've been casting both LEC and LPL and co-streaming it as well. I've cast literally thousands of games. I cast over 1,000 games a year on average now because of the amount of games from LPL. Last year I was doing LEC and I was doing LPL. So I have yeah. I have a bit of a track record of it now. I gotta put some adverts on and then we shall get to game number 3. Okay, Sam, I am actually gonna go for a break real quick. So I'm just gonna, but you keep cooking. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back, folks. I shall keep you company. Yes, I'd love a coffee. Thank you. Sure, thank you. Oh, actually, no, I've got half one. I'm fine. I'm good. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Advert comes up just as I leave. Okay, okay. I really enjoyed T1 DK lower bracket. A lot of people have suggested that now. A lot of people suggested that. So maybe the first kind of times where when LPL's not off, I'll start reviewing things like that. Although actually neither of those teams are at first stand, so I might have to review some first stand games first. You know, some GENG games, some G2 games, some Lion games. Is Sam's Discord DMs open? I believe so. I'm not sure. You can ping him in his server and ask him there. Because Sam has his own server. Oh, with that in mind, actually, if you'd like to keep in contact with the community, have a think about following on these things. That's where we're live. Sam has his own socials as well, of course. Okay, so going into game 3, a lot of Xiaoshu's lane dominant picks are gone now in terms of his Renekton and his Ambassador. I actually wonder... only some of us bite, right? Okay. Yeah, no one bites in the servers, you know, unless you're asked nicely, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, I think Xiaoshu's lane dominant picks are starting to go away. Stuff like the Ashe Seraphine seems like it could be very powerful. Kalista Renata, potentially very powerful too. I need to see BLG do a little better in the 2v2. I'm surprised that the 2v2 has been going as poorly as it has done. It has been very well played from Gala and Vampire, but I expected more from Viper and On. Did I get my compliment game won by way? So, sorry, no, I didn't do that back then, Zero, because you did it like in the big build up to the big game, so I couldn't really like break our flow for that. We can, we might be getting into draft now. I will get it to you, Zero. I will. I'm so sorry about that, but I do need to make sure that like we're doing this first and foremost. My bad. Yeah, if you end of this game. Stick around, Duo, and like, ask us then. Okay, so out of the break, going into game 3, JDG actually lost grouped up fights versus BLG. That is a bit of a paradigm shift, because I thought that BLG would be losing the 5v5s. Yes? Alright. Gotta call Sam's phone. Okay, pretty close to that game 3 now, as we were just saying. So, I thought that JDG actually came away with a pretty solid draft in that last one, because of the huge combo potential, but the follow-up failed. That was the big changer there. Into this now. So now, LeBlanc banned away from Knight. Do they want to play something like a Silas? They're trying to play something... They want to play something a little less good in lane. Now, do JDG ban the Azir? Or do they ban the Ziggs? Because I think Honky's been struggling in lane. If you give Knight a good laning matchup, things could go very, very poorly from them. The Azir is the big question here. What happens with the mid lane matchup of Azir, maybe the Ziggs? JDG are really questioning this. Do they first pick the Azir? Do they allow Knight to go towards the Ziggs counter pick, which he has been very, very good at? Honky actually does play the Ziggs too, but you can't blind pick the Ziggs. If you blind pick the Ziggs, things become a problem. The Pantheon gone means that BLG have a choice. Do you ban the Azir, or do you let it through and try and counter it? The Azir has been a thorn in their side. The Vi banned away. So Azir is open. Do JDG first pick it? They allow it through. If they don't allow it through, does Knight play it? Or rather, if they do allow it through, does Knight play it? JDG might choose to not first pick the Azir. That might throw a wrench in BLG's plans. If the Ashe comes through, the potential of an Ashe Seraphine, winning bot lane. The winning bot lane 2v2 has been so crucial to BLG. So the Azir is up and available. Next round, lock the Seraphine. Do they play the Seraphine themselves? If so, who do they play it with? Who does the Seraphine get played with? They split up the Ashe Seraphine, but who do they play it with now? Is it something like a Jhin Seraphine? That could be pretty powerful. No other AD carry has the synergy with the Seraphine like the Ashe does, allowing that slow to come through. So now what does Vampire go for? Do you have to go towards like Ashe Braum? That doesn't work into Seraphine. Seraphine really hurts you. You can block the ultimate, but it's painful. That would be a very early Neferi jungle pick. You can dodge the Ashe Arrow. Shun likes playing it. They lock it in. Very strange first few picks. Azir is still available. Did JDG play it? The Lulu, Ashe Lulu, go for the Enchanter bot lane. I mean, the Seraphine can win lane versus that. Could Misfortune work? Well, for the E, maybe, but it's not the best ability to actually... You don't enchant Misfortune to do that much extra damage. The Lulu's locked in. Vampire going towards another Enchanter. He's been playing a lot more Enchanters this split too. It's been better than it was last year. His Enchanters used to be very poor from him. And now they're actually much more serviceable. I think his Karma's been pretty good. I think those Nami's been better. Lulu has been fine. Good in lane. The Azir still up and available. Do they just not play the Azir Gambit at all, saying we're not going to pick it because you have the counter? BLG shouldn't pick it, by the way. They shouldn't. Twisted Fate locked in. JDG just completely forgo the Azir. 3 squishies locked in now. And now, while I don't like Misfortune Seraphine as a 2v2, because I don't think, or rather, I don't like it later into the game because the Seraphine doesn't really do much for the Misfortune in terms of enchanting her. You do have 3 squishies on the other side and a bullet time that will rip them to shreds. I think you do this for lane dominance. I think you do this for the combo later. I think the Misfortune's good here. Even though the two... This is a strange first 3 picks. And the Azir is completely unpicked, unbanned. Maybe you go Mundo for Junja. Mundo's pretty good into the Neferi. I think both junglers are pretty happy with that, really. Neferi can tank cleavers with the dogs. You can end up going for the double Q and getting really good sustained value in the fights versus the Mundo. Mundo very rarely gets, like, winning kill trades on you, probably because you can cross walls and he can't. Gwen banned away. Probably BLG want to tank frontline now. Probably Sion is the biggest champion on the Rift here. Do JDG want a Sion? They could. Sion could be okay for them too, actually. Play for the Ashe Lulu, but then they're very low damage. They need a carry jungler, maybe a Kiana at that point. If you go Kiana Sion for JDG, the draft's not bad. Kiana TF strong. Ahri banned away from Knight, yep. Can understand that. Do BLG ban away Sion? Do they want to pick it? They could go K'Sante. K'Sante would also be fine. There's double tanks available. I think you maybe ban away Kiana. I think you ban Kiana. I think Kiana's really strong here for JDG. Sets up. It's just set up for so well by the TF. And it is banned. Yeah, set up too well for by that. I mean, technically you have Junja's Kha'Zix. You have Kha'Zix. Although Kha'Zix into Neferi, not great because their dogs count as anti-isolation. So you don't really want to play Kha'Zix versus the Neferi. Seraphine mid is kind of crazy. That's true. You could, if Knight's been practicing it, perhaps maybe Seraphine just goes mid. I mean, I haven't really seen it being played mid in a long time. Into TF. TF is not a strong laner though. So Seraphine could actually be played there. You're right, it could be. And then you can go towards what? Rel for On? Or a different engaged support? Sion's the easy one, though. Sion is the easy one. You have the front line now. You have a front line supported by an Enchanter. Xiaoshu, what does he have into the Sion? You could Trundle now for BLG. Because the Sion's in, maybe you Trundle. But Trundle into MF Seraphine is not good. Because you've got the pillar for one target, and if it's not onto the Sion, and Sion, it has to be onto the MF, right? Trundle's also not good into Neferi at all. So you either go Trundle for the Sion, or you play for the rest of the team comp. They lock the Olaf. Is that going top or jungle? Xiaoshu might play at top lane. Xiaoshu on the Jax. Now, the Jax is pretty good here. I like the Jax. The Olaf will be going to jungle in that case. Gold card can be immune by Neferi, of course, which is a bit of a problem. This is an intricate draft. So far, I'm leaning BLG. What's the last pick for Knight? You see the whole composition. What do you have, Knight? Mel's not bad. It can reflect the gold card and the Ashe Arrow. Not great versus the Olaf, but pretty good versus everything else. The Mel has been changed an awful lot. It will be a Mel mid lane for Knight. I thought the Trundle might come in for JDG. It didn't, which means the Sion does get full value. JDG have quite a squishy composition. They have quite a squishy composition. BLG have an Enchanter, but they have triple immobile carries. If they're out of position, JDG will pounce. This is a very different draft. The Jax, not bad here. I think the Misfortune is in giga heaven, though. They are just in such a strong place to shred through what is quite a squishy team from JDG. Olaf jungle. Jax top, both melees walking forwards with the Whimsy, gold card setting up for them. Reminder, the Mel shield can end up blocking and reflecting the Ashe Arrow, the Olaf axes, and the gold card. Technically, even the polymorph, actually, that can be reflected. Mel's had a lot of changes, like a lot of changes. No longer has the immunity while the W is on. It has a shield, which means if you're taking melee auto attacks or things which are AoE, you still take the damage. You do get a move speed when the W is active, which helps you a little bit. No Azir picked in this draft. JDG do not want to buy into the Azir Gambit, which BLG laid down. They didn't ban it. They were threatening something like a Ziggs. Initially, I think BLG walk away with a better draft. They have a Sion plus Enchanter plus a long-range backline. That typically works pretty well. However, there are ways past that front line with a good enough flank from a Jax, a good enough Olaf position as well to run forwards. Time will tell whether that'll be enough. Onto the Rift, game 3 for BLG. JDG, level 1. Immediate fight between Viper, On, and Jarl Vampire. Good first trade in the 2v2 from Viper and On. It's working well for them so far. Knight on the Mel in mid lane. Of course, will have pretty powerful ability to reflect gold cards. TF can't really choose the Mel can't choose the Mel as his target while that W is up and available. Olaf jungle. We saw Monkey play a little bit of this. Sobro played the Olaf top lane. It has weirdly been around the meta, the Olaf in the LPL. It's niche meta. A pocket pick for some. No one's really going crazy with that. Knight, an incredible game 1. Honkyu, his TF in game 5 versus Anyone's Legend was instrumental to their victory, even though early on it didn't look fantastic from him. Honkyu probably looking for red card poke. And he will do that. Doesn't manage hitting Knight though. Knight making Honkyu choose between minions. Holding the mid wave on his side. Knows that there is the potential of, powerful Olaf trade back. He does have the W. He loves the W earlier just to make sure that Honkyu can't get himself crazy play. You see the red cards onto the minions beside him. That's the way he has to play it, really. Not bad trading onto Knight, but he is losing the wave shove. Double up, shielded away. 2v2 priority for Viper and On for the first time in this series. Both junglers heading from top to bot lane again. That has been this series so far. On in the Seraphine. He's a notable mage player. Is On in that bot lane. He's a very versatile player. See right again, the red card potential there. In fact, ooh, flashing away. Honkyu knew the threat was there. Reflected the wild card back at him, not the picker card. Knight locking in what is, I mean, it is a lane counter. Can't stop the recall. Holding the wave here. Knows that he can't crash it in time. No point. Sometimes when you force someone back from mid lane, your instinct is push, push, push. Mundo style. But you don't have to do that. Can leave it here. Wave's in a safe place. Honkyu comes back with a ruby crystal. That's it. Down that flash. No ability to flash gold card. Now, fight over the Scuttle Crab. First dog, first... Ow. Shun. Getting a good trade there, but the axe is going on to him. Vampire's up here first. Shun, I'm not sure about this one. Flashes over. Chunja merges him. Where's on? He gets a heal. And someone saves the day. It's the Mortal Kombat, and I think Vampire might find himself in the position of a fatality. Very nearly takes down Shun. But it's the early trades from BLG which win out. Both enchanters come to the play, and BLG ends up on top. The Olaf is behind. Vampire's died and lost his summoners. JDG, they go all in for the early game play, and BLG work out from it. They are so good in this early game. Knight holding the wave on his side of the lane. Honkyu needs to be afraid. Has no flash, of course. No reflect there from Knight. So Shun just walks up, double buffs, hits the first, gets the eviscerate. Second dagger comes through, uses that W for the extra damage afterwards. Also ends up regenning the dogs. Oh, so many dogs. Flash away. Good flash over to follow him over. I thought that was going to be the difference. On flashes the wall and has the Nimbus cloak move speed, which saves his life. Oh my god. So close. If he doesn't make it there in time for the heal, Shun goes down and JDG are ahead in the early game. This is knife's edge stuff, to put it all too lightly. Oh my word. Good trades from Knight there. Doing well in this mid lane. He's over a wave up on Honkyu. Knight has brutalized Honkyu in the laning phase. The slow from the E. Yeah, the Misfortune can combo up with the Seraphine in the same way if the Make It Rain works. Very long range from that too. Every lane doing well from BLG. The shielding is just not enough for Gala. This is more what we expected from BLG. The laning prowess. The brutal early game. Shun into mid lane. Honkyu still no flash. Both of these champions are ones which can't... Well, TF can't really do much about it. He's being held off the wave. He's 12 CS down. More than that, 14. A reflect... Oh my god. So what Knight did just there is he reflected the wildcards, the Q, to make sure the wave click couldn't happen. Knight can stop Honkyu's wave click. The red card he can't stop, but he can stop the Q across the wave. Honkyu is completely zoned out. Honkyu is not in this game. He's going to be very late to level 6. Dragon is started. Bot lane's roamed up. Knight will now shove in the wave. He can finally get himself... Well, he did get one recall before that. Pushing in just to make sure that Honkyu can't... Well, he was going to get to level 6 anyway quite soon, but not that much he could do about it. Smite from Shun, happy. No level 6 from Junja. Gala, very far off level 6 too. You know, it's too early in the game right now. Can't look for a fight around that arrow. Knight has the level 6. As we were saying, very strong kill pressure onto Honku now. Even without that first item, there's a chance for a real kill coming through. Reflects it back again, just trying to stop some of that wave clear coming through. Because Knight ends up reflecting the cards onto the wave there, it means that another minion dies because he doesn't have that wave clear through. Sam, this has been such an interesting game, Sam. We have a Seraphine, so it's a first pick. Okay, lots of things.
Yes.
I'm jumping around the place.
Yes.
JDG and BLG both left Azir open. JDG had first pick. They did not first pick the Azir. They first picked the Ashe, looking for the Ashe Seraphine. BLG took the Seraphine away from the Ashe and paired it up with the Misfortune later in the draft. JDG played the TF. Well, they picked a TF very early to set up for a carry jungler, but then the Mel's come forwards and that's head towards theirs. He still doesn't have flash, and Honku gets blasted. Knight with the Mel last pick, which can reflect the arrow, reflect the gold card, reflect whatever the hell you want, is now up almost 30 CS in 7 minutes of play. Ridiculous gameplay from Knight.
I'm looking at this as well. You've got TF Olaf with the Jax as well. Your ability to turn up with these guys and run at someone is ridiculous. Theoretically.
And one of the biggest plays of the game, the biggest play in the game so far, was the early bot side Scuttle Crab. Shun and Junja fought over it. Shun was doing well in the 1v1. Vampire made it to the play first. Both junglers flashed onto the blast clone. Junja flashed to follow him and on-flashed for the heal, which saved Shun's life, and Junja died. So Junja died for first blood. Vampire ended up dying too. So the early plays around the bot Scuttle Crab were won by BLG, partly because the first time in the series, Viper and On had a winning 2v2. I hope this isn't too much of information overload for people there who's watching in chat as well. There is just so much happening here. This is very high-level mind games, and you can see that the trajectories of both these teams in different aspects of play have been really, really important to track coming into this game.
Obviously, you've still got Enchanter with the Olaf. It should be really scary. They would love the Seraphine, but Lulu Olaf is terrifying. Not that Shun is going to be unhappy having the Seraphine behind him. And I'll also note, it's not an Ashe, but Misfortune has a very useful AoE slow in the form of the Make It Rain. You still have the root options.
See that the Ludens is built up from Knight, not the Blackfire Torch. It's more about the poke and the artillery. One of the big changes to Mel is that you get a shield instead of invulnerability during your W, so it means that if you don't reflect projectiles, you just take damage, you're not just invulnerable. But you do get a move speed buff as well now, so you actually can walk away from Olaf and Jax sometimes.
Are you still able to reflect gold cards? You just get the shield,
Yes, you can reflect projectiles which target you, which is the big thing.
Right, so it's just not, it's untargeted stuff that's not the same, which is probably more fair.
Well, no, it's the untargeted, no, you can reflect the wild cards too. You can reflect projectiles still, it's just that stuff which kind of explodes outwards, doesn't, and melees and stuff like that, you can't stop that. Xiaoxu pops the ult here against Bin, but Bin, I think, pretty happy to walk away. Wave not in a fantastic spot for the Scion.
No, it's not. And again, Xiaoxu's Jax is pretty legendary. That and the Renekton are probably the two champions to go. If Xiaoxu's looking to carry the game, that's what it's going to be on.
For sure. You know, I watched this guy back on Rare Atom and other teams in the past. I've watched a lot of this guy's career, actually. And it's been really something else to spot this guy's rise to greatness. He was always going to be a good player. The question was, what was the top team that was going to benefit from him, and how high could he peak? We've seen a lot of players in like mid-table to low-table LPL who've not necessarily gotten themselves that top tier play.
Oh, that's a fun combo. Xiaoxu used his counter-strike and Bim buffers through it to allow Shun to hit him with the Hound's Pursuit.
Going on to Knight. He has the flash, has the W for that move speed and the shield.
Has to flash away there, the Solar Snare, immune by the Ragnarok, and Knight obviously can't reflect all of that AoE melee damage that they shouldn't do. Just standard melee damage. You know what I mean? He just does damage is what I'm getting at here.
By the way, Honku's actually in he's actually in kill threat there, by the way. Oh my god, it's a 30 CS lead in 9 minutes. Knight has done so well. 2 kills from him as well. 1,000 gold lead for him and for Shun. BLG have a huge lead. And I think in this game, with the Scion making it much easier to front to back, much easier to start a fight, it should be much easier for BLG to actually end a game as opposed to game 1, where JDG had a bit of the range advantage, and of course had the objective advantage too.
Dark and Daggers Eviscerate, Dark and Daggers Part 2 don't quite land there. The sequel not having the same impact as the OG on this particular occasion. TP top lane. Alex? I'm going to leave you alone with this one to go check on the food that is slowly going together in the kitchen.
It turns out we don't have a support staff here, so we do it ourselves. Sam and I are our own support staff. We do it all ourselves. We do all our own pit stops. We do all of our own stunts. We do everything here. There is, of course, the Ashe Arrow available. Was on cooldown, actually. It was used somewhere. Not actually sure. I didn't see where that happened. Huh. I guess I just missed that. Bin not being put behind against the Jax now. Just get that Soul Furnace. Damage. 3 grubs to secure by BLG, as you can see from those thingy bobs. 5 seconds till the next Ashe Arrow comes through. There is a cleanse on Viper, though. Of course, On can fire back with the Encore. It's not like it's a one-sided engaged lane here. Oh, yeah, that's the powerful thing. The slow had just worn off there. The maxed shield from Vampire, though, does do a decent amount of shielding. Shun looking to start this dragon. Potential of an Ash Arrow, but Naafiri can go W through. It's quite hard, really, to start that. So JDG, this is where they plant their flag in the sand, potentially. They have their first TF ult of the game to use. They have their Ash Arrow. 3 people in bot side from BLG. Mel had just dipped off of mid wave to help. Now going back towards mid lane. Of course, Mel very, very threatening against the TF. He's not particularly strong right now, as we've been seeing. He's been put so far behind in this early game. Can stop the TF Destiny Gate with that E. Potentially just burst them out as well. The amount of damage that he has early on into this game, Knight might just one-shot, maybe. Shun. W, good reaction timing onto Honkyu there. Eclipse procs, good damage. Dragon started. The BLG look for a true play here. Shun's W on cooldown. TF pops the ultimate. BLG not really stuck together right now. Junja has the ult, has flash. This is actually not bad for JDG. Shun going over the back of the pit. Not bad from the Seraphine. Q onto there. The encore comes through. Gala has to flash away. Olaf ends up getting himself the dragon, but I don't know if he gets himself the kill. It's going to be close. I think he gets onto the Seraphine enough now. Viper has to flash away. Very low damage, but he ends up getting the bullet time. Low HP, but enough to secure the kills. Dragon goes to JDG because of course it does. Vampire, I think, will end up surviving, and it is a 3-for-1. Summoners blown in spades. Almost none left from JDG. BLG with a 4,000 gold lead are totaling this game. JDG, I thought they were in a decent position. The only people not at that play, of course, were the top laners. And Bin's even happy with that. Gets himself another plate there. 5,000 gold lead. Knight, 3-0-1. 1.5k up. Has the Sword Pen shoes, because of course, why not? Probably going Horizon Focus second if with this kind of build. No, TF popped the ult early. Honkyu, good damage from Knight over there. The Encore hits onto Gala, means that he can't necessarily get himself out for free. It's a good all-in fairness, from Junja. Gets some really good axes onto On. On gets hit by every single axe. I think the On's flash, potentially not what he needed, but they don't have the follow-up damage. Not quite. Oh, the bullet time's great. Gala flashes, not enough. And the gold card doesn't save him either. Knight gets himself his mid lane roll quest there, by the way, off of that play. Gets that one early. 1,000 gold lead for jungle, mid, and AD carry for BLG. Science pops the farm alarm, goes back towards top lane. Now at this point, JDG are in very hot water. Now Honkyu is down almost 50 CS. We could genuinely see a Flame Horizon if things go poorly enough through side lanes. I don't know if he'll get to that point, but Honkyu is not happy at all. If he has to lane against the Mel, he's just in a terrible spot. I think actually Knight might be going for Shadow Flame for the ult damage. Maybe. 7-1, no one showed this to... Do you really have to bring up the football score? I mean, I live in Germany, so, you know, it's more of a positive thing here. God, what a game that was. You know, I came back from... I was in Cornwall at the time. I came back and I thought that I was watching a broadcast in a different language where for some reason 7 is like 1 or 5 in a different language. I was like, surely that can't be like right. Hang on, Junja is behind Knight. Knight does have flash, does have the W. Very hard to kill him. They might look for the dive. He is really strong though. Can he get himself the wave clear? If he kills the wave before he reaches tower, it's pretty hard. Okay, Knight can flash to the other side of the tower, maybe. Good gold card, the ult's coming through, he'll get one back, and there's a real to the second target. Honkyu, does he take a third tower shot? It's coming through, no, not quite. 1-for-1, they take down Knight, but at what cost? Honkyu's quite low, Shun's gonna kill him. Shun gets to kill him. Honkyu overstayed, wanted to push the wave in, and the cost of 1 kill is 2 of their own and the time of Vampire. Shun picks up a kill, 4-0. Shun and Knight have been so good here. Potential of a bullet time coming back through here. Viper does pull it through. The Encore's there! I'm surprised that the bullet time wasn't put through. Surprised, very surprised. Gala lives through that. Viper didn't have the mana. I think he was just out of mana. This is brutal. This is brutal. JDG just aren't allowed to play the game. Knight just outplayed a 3v1 dive. Did die, but took one with him. Shun cleaned up a second one afterwards. Knight on the last pick, Mel. Like, folks, some of my very favorite memories of all time are legendary players like Faker in a pick 5 of a draft. I was going to do that for you, Sam, don't you worry. And picking that last pick, silver bullet to fix a draft, to win something off of the last pick. You know, stuff like the Season 5 Summer Faker. Hang on, ult back into mid lane. On, he doesn't have the flash, but he has a Mikhail's. That's a problem too. Mikhail's is already built up by On. Yeah, that's going to definitely help the TF, isn't it? Herald started. JDG, I think they realized they have to group and look for something. They're not winning it individually. The split map is just not strong. Oh, that's a really good route.
Boy, doesn't force the ult until just now. Junja goes to a Ragnarok and roll. The Ragnarok will end as pebbles this time around. Xiaoshu on a potential flank angle from the top of the river. Hasn't pulled the trigger quite yet. Junja lost a bit of the HP. Doesn't have the ult anymore. The decimating smash tanks onto 1. Another set of beat drops down to a 3rd.
Yeah, I think Junja still has the ult actually looking down at the bottom of it, so he can still go unstoppably. There he goes. Ragnarok, but he doesn't have the HP.
He's got a wild growth. That might buy some. He's running it on. Who does have a flash and a blast go, but it won't force the Olaf away because he is unstoppable. Shun picks up the kill regardless. Other side of the fight. Xiaoshu with a counter strike has to leap over to Gala. They lose the jungler and the Lulu and get nothing in return.
BLG have played this draft out so well individually. Gala and Vampire stomped in the early levels, and that only got worse really with the jungle matchup going apart. Knight has been the standout star for me though. This last pick has gotten a 50 CS lead over Honky from laning phase. 10 you can expect. 20, that's a lot. 50, unheard of. What even happens here? I'm expecting Knight just hit everyone. Oh my god.
Yeah. Viper.
So this is what happens when you get hit with actual damage as an enchanter. No, Vampire tries to keep in range to keep his Olaf alive, puts himself in range of the Mel instead and dies. Now suddenly, Knight's going to have another Magi's this game. And actually, once he gets 10 stack Magi's for the move speed, I think JDG are going to really struggle. I think they're going to really struggle to cut down a Mel who's just really far ahead of the game. Dragon is alive. I don't think JDG have any right going near it personally. Perhaps they'll try anyway. Bin walking up towards that top lane. Xiaoshu not really able to get one over on Bin after the early gank onto him worked out well too. Shin is on vision here, but he has the W. Very hard to finish him off. Now I think the problem is, look at this TF locked in early. You have Cleanse, you have Mikhail's, you have Mel W, you have a Neferi W, and a Sion just does not give a damn. He does not care. Another tower down. JDG still grouping up. I think they realize they have to group up. They don't win in individual fights, as we've been saying. This is their only hope, but it doesn't look like it's a particularly strong one at that.
On. Danger in danger. Does Cleanse
immediately
out of that one. And comes the gold on his dad. That's not bad looking, though.
It's not bad. Wild Growth comes through. Knight under a lot of damage. Doesn't have the flash. This is looking pretty good for them. JDG, they find the group, and actually it's working well. The Olaf, good from Junja here. Sion coming down, but they are currently in the 3v5. Ultimates used from JDG, except for that Jax is alone in topside. Not bad from JDG. Now Bin is actually in trouble. I think BLG, they're not enjoying this at all. Gold card potentially coming through. It's going on to Neferi, who used that early. The bullet time's not enough. Ash goes into Neferi, takes him down. Bin, he's going to be flashed onto presumably too.
Does get over the wall, and that is a massive fight from BLG. Halves the gold, JDG rather, and halves the gold lead.
Incredible. JDG group up. They realize they can still win the 5v5s. Mistake from Shin to use that W earlier. Flash gold card takes him down. On out of position. Jax gets the turret topside. JDG win the 5v5. And as we were saying, look, a worry about this series for BLG was, are they actually good enough to 5v5 against JDG? Last game they were. This time, well, on out of position. Junja hits the axe onto him. Doesn't have the flash. The Olaf has had huge value. The Olaf is genuinely giving them a fighting chance. Knight didn't have flash, found himself melee range, and they don't have the damage. There was no bullet time onto him. Out of position with BLG, great punish. And I think at this point, just have to leave. Why is Sion coming in here? Bad mistake by him. Just stay top lane. The dragon's gone. You're not winning this fight anymore, even with the bullet time. Big mistake by Bin.
And that was a 4v3, by the way, because of course Xiaoshu all the time was just bonking away that turret. The Jax gets the turret as well.
So big mistake by BLG. They buy into a 5v5. They don't win it. On, caught out. Knight, no flash. This is the value of the Olaf when they're not in position. 3,000 gold lead. It's a lot less there. 5,000 gold damage team fight from Junja. Very well played from him. Viper is very, very fast. JDG find themselves a winning fight. Now, does that change that much strategically? They get the dragon. That's big. Side lane still not looking fantastic for them. Because those towers are already down from BLG. They took that mid lane out of turret. That's a reality check from BLG. It's a big reality check. Now, Mel is very, very fed. TF isn't, but the gold card is still a gold card. Won't do that much damage, but it does set up for everyone else. BLG must be respectful of the Olaf. That is not a mistake which BLG can afford to make often. one time was already too much. Arrow lands, but doesn't really do that much. Hang on, Nymaera actually even kill here. Close run stuff. That Shadow Flame is really, really terrifying. A little bit more damage would have changed everything. In fact, actually, one more skill lands and a bullet time. Things go well. In fact, shouldn't, might even still go forwards. Herald into mid lane, forcing in towards that mid lane in a turret. JDG, do they have anything on the side lanes right now? No, not really. Sion holding them to account. BLG, I mean, if they deathball and actually are in position, it looks a lot better. The problem was, it was a grouped fight from JDG where Olaf could get all the enchanting he needed, but actually run down the isolated targets as well. That is a very hard needle to thread.
Throwing the Darkened Daggers, out comes that Radiant Volley. Gala has to back away from that. Shun eviscerates, forwards to get some more Darkened Daggers. BLG in the 5v5 are still really, really scary. Olaf, if he can catch someone out of positions, particularly the Seraphine, there are options. We saw in that last play, BLG can't afford to face check poorly.
Potential
teleport angle, that's the ward.
From Jax. He does have the teleport there. The Encore comes through. Here comes the Olaf. Ult's blown. He's going to be down, though. You remember, Olaf has to keep hitting people to keep his ult activated.
And actually, honestly, Encore for Ragnarok, I think you probably take that. Jax gets to shove through mid and should get a plate or two here.
I don't think he feels safe enough. I think if he overstays, potential problem. You know, Bin could ult onto him. Shun could ult onto him. Chooses to dip away from it. Xiaoxiu not feeling safe enough on the map. There's still a huge lead in mid lane for Knights. Junja, though, almost... Well, he cut a lot of the lead off of that. And, of course, Gala cuts a lot of the lead off of Viper as well. So JDG... I mean, once again, they're showing that they're actually pretty good at figuring out ways through difficult scenarios if Junja is the one that can kind of do that. I think Junja's actually quite good when he's powerful at finding out winning scenarios. The more I look at this team from JDG, yes, there's a lot to be said about different members. Junja, I think, is their most important player. Because if he's not doing well, I think JDG fall apart. And I think when he is doing well, you can see games like this, when I know technically still behind here and the early levels went wrong, but when Junja finds an angle into the game, he is their most important member.
2 items completed for that Olaf, including the Hex Plate, is a big one in terms of making sure you have that Ragnarok up at all given moments. Has also gone towards the Moss Stomper as the pet of choice, well, to give him that extra shield, that extra bit of tenacity and tankiness can be really significant.
Lichbane built up by Honkyu is significantly behind Knight, as we were saying, though. He'll do some damage, not a crazy amount. Knight has the Seekers, which is really important for him. Now, with Flash and Seekers, you can outplay the Olaf. You can often buy enough time. So if you Flash and then you end up going into stasis, often the Olaf ult will run out unless he finds another champion to hit. Honkyu into their side lane. Bin will also become a problem at some points too. You know, the Ash will eventually cut through you, but it'll take a little while. It wouldn't surprise me to see Gala going towards Lord Domit's Regards as his third item.
Yeah.
And to try and really pick up that frontline damage. No one else has really got crazy tank killing potential. The Jax with an AD build can actually struggle to deal with... Well, I mean, Jax in general can struggle to kill hyper tanks, even though he used to be so good at that.
Yeah, doesn't have quite the same amount of % HP damage. They basically gave him a little less 1v1 power to have the ult be better for team fighting and give him some more options there.
Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Reminder, each dragon gives you tenacity and heal and shield power. Both teams have an enchanter. Both teams will really like that. JDG forcing their way through bot side. How much do BLG know? Potential gold card there. Don't really think it's going to really pack them that much. Junja, if they can force the ult out of the Olaf early, obviously he really, really hates it. BLG grouping up. And now, as we said, BLG kind of need to be isolated as individual squishy members for Junja to run down for them to lose. Can JDG manage that again?
Finn goes to walk
Junja's going in!
Forwards. Junja is going in, but all the while, the TF is miles away. They blow up the Misfortune. Flash from On, gets him out to safety. In goes Xiaoxiu. Can't quite find the kill right now as Knight goes golden, but where does he run? He's still going to deal with Xiaoxiu on top of him, and he's dead as well. They just ran at them, Alex!
Xiaoxiu gets the huge play! Bin was out of position, couldn't stop the TF. Bin was not in the front line. The Sion fails the job, and JDG win the group fight.
JDG team fighting is just better, it turns out.
It was so much better. Bin was out of position in the front line. He was stood around watching Honkyu ult and he didn't have Q up. He couldn't stop him. Xiaoxiu and Junja both find their way into the backline. Honkyu does too. Viper flashes a little late. And even though I thought that Knight would have the ability to really do some big damage, Junja is so tanky. I think Bin makes a huge mistake here. He doesn't actually end up stopping anyone going forwards. Vampire flashes for the knockup. Important play from him. And then Viper can't keep himself at a safe distance. I thought the damage would come through quicker. It just didn't. And you see here, Bin just does nothing this entire fight. He keeps TF away for a little bit, but the TF's not fed. He's not the important member. You need to stop someone else more important. Bin failing his job in the front line.
And once the Olaf is down, you've still got the Jax to do what the Olaf was doing, just slightly differently.
What a great fight from Ginger and Shashi. What a great fight from both of them. The flash in from the Olaf, the Lulu going towards them made such a big difference. And now we're back to an even game, Sam. It's going to be, what, Soul Point over to the side?
It will be, yeah.
Of JDG. And they're actually very good Chemtech Soul users with lots of people who will fight at low HP. This is a huge, huge win for BLG, for JDG. BLG, they're not playing the team fights well, Sam. The front line wasn't in the right position, and they got way too close to the Olaf.
I mean, Olaf is probably the best Chem Soul user, and there's the damage. Ash actually doing quite a lot, but a lot of that was into the Scion, so bear that in mind. But the Jax and the Olaf also putting up 4k damage team fights is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think that BLG, if they can just hold a little bit longer range, should be fine with this. You know, fish for better bullet times, fish for encores. Getting too close there, getting into flash Olaf range was a huge mistake. Dragon down 4 minutes, BLG rattled again potentially. We're back to even gold. JDG, real credit to them. This is not an easy game for them to play out. Junja has been so key to the way they've been playing this. He's known his damage thresholds. This Olaf is a game-changing pick.
Junja gets rooted there, and there is still a world here where the Olaf can get executed by the Mel. You overplay your hand playing around low HP, and Mel can still mess with you.
The problem is, if he's actually auto-attacking, he's healing so much, it becomes a problem. He has a Hex Drinker too, he'll go to a more Malmortius at some point. Knight doesn't have a Void Staff, and he would really like that at some point. Knight also lost his Dark Seal stacks over the last couple of deaths. Hongq is getting to the point where he's scary with a rapid-fire gold card. We've also not seen JDG fall into the trap of the Mel Reflect. Of course, they haven't. You know, it's very easy to just not click on the Mel at some points. Does mean that the Ashe has limited value. You can't really throw out this free ball ultimates. BLG, I think they're figuring out that actually, if Olaf actually gets into melee range, it's a done deal, I think. If Olaf gets into melee range, it's a done deal. And BLG have not played out well enough, really, through the front line to stop that from happening.
No, they haven't, and they've thrown a nearly 7,000 gold lead. Again, it's game one all over again.
Yeah. It's another game where BLG don't realize the threat they're under. JDG, real credit to them, and I think a lot of the credit goes to Junja. Junja is the guy that's spotting the winning angles in these games, you know, either with the smite steals, which is, of course, come across, that's the agnostic. You know, the Jarvan forcing the flashes off the engages in game one. Here, getting to awesome positions on that Olaf and evening up what was a 1,000 gold disadvantage. BLG, they are an incredibly good early game team. They are stomping through early games when they get ahead, but they're not understanding when they're under threat from the other team. And that is very worrying to see. JDG on the other side, though, they will happily pounce.
Yes, they will. Junja now actually in a mild gold lead. You're still going to be afraid of this Neferi. You can jump on some relatively nasty targets, and Neferi versus Olaf is always a fun matchup, to say the least. The shields can get messed with that Serpent's Fang, which I think is very wise third item here for Shun.
Yeah, I agree. Really helps cut through a lot of the shielding from Vampire, especially with 2 Chemtech Dragons buffing that up. You do have 3 items on Ashe. She's becoming an actual... The next fights could actually be carried by Gala. That could be a problem too. Smite won by Junja, because of course it is. Baron on the table. Dragon coming up soon. Oh, in 2 minutes. You know, the next one will be Soul for JDG. I think JDG feel very confident about their chances in this game now.
I do too. And again, you are in a game where, however, where Olaf is very, very mid-game heavy. You get a little later on, and he sometimes just gets blasted doing the thing. So I think if you leave it another 5 minutes, things might still get quite interesting here. It's not a done deal, per se. And I have seen Olafs fall off a cliff more than once in my life.
Yeah, but all it takes is just getting melee range. Just get melee range. He has that flash. Maybe even something like a Shurelya's later for Vampire could work out well for him.
Yeah,
maybe.
Very good call.
Maybe. He's got a lot of items he needs to build, really, so we'll see, right? Something like a Mikhail's is already in, which helps.
The other thing is the later the game goes, well, look, you've got Mikhail's and aren't very valuable.
They've just fed the fire cannon over to Hongq, by the way, with that. That's what we just saw on screen.
Yes, that's important, but and this actually links in very nicely. But the problem with TF later on is the gold card is on such a low cooldown that your Mikhail's and your cooldown's what, 40 seconds? Gold card is like 3-second cooldown, and with rapid fire cannon, you can continually threaten the Mikhail's need all the time.
Dragon's up in under a minute. Vision control actually established by BLG here. They're the ones with the slight advantage here. Gold card actually lands onto him. Mikhail's used.
Late Mikhail's, and now they just get to run in. There's the knock-up with the Wild Growth. The encore lands, but all the while Knight's caught in the middle of nowhere. He's dead.
He's just dead. What is Shun thinking? Binge ends up going out into the retreat. JDG will win themselves the soul because Shun doesn't press W on the gold card. The CC combo comes through. The Mikhail's wasn't enough. BLG are down their mid laner for the all-important fight.
The Mikhail's is also about 30 seconds too late. Already Shun was down at 10% HP.
What do they do now? What do they do? The bullet time is the only thing they've got in terms of big damage. I suppose the Olaf ult being down is important, but I don't think that's going to bother BLG that much.
They're going to try and turn this around. But to be fair, you lost the flash and the heal on Vampire. Vampire doesn't have his ult either.
Yeah, okay,
There's
maybe
quite a lot down.
Yeah, maybe actually losing one is okay for BLG. Because, well, they're going to start the Dragon anyway. Knight will be up in 15
TP.
seconds. The teleport will be up for that. Might come down to a Smite steal, Sam.
May come down to that. There's the Olaf over the wall. Oh, it's gone already. Disappeared. Ben completely misses his ult as well. And BLG are looking perplexed at what the hell is happening in this game. You've got so much tenacity now and the ability to play around all these low HPs with the Chem Soul.
Gosh, JDG playing really well around this combo. The ult's back up!
Viper flashes away. Xiaoshu comes on. Good cleanse. I'm trying to root up Xiaoshu. But there's a wild growth and Junja blows up the Seraphine.
Everything's going wrong for BLG. JDG have been so much better at figuring out the kill angles. The bullet time's not bad.
And Knight, the problem with the Mel is you're actually very low range in a lot of ways. You can throw at the Q, but you're still a mid-range mage against all of this pick.
It says so much that BLG can't take these early game leads against JDG. JDG are so disciplined. They are so aware of where their damage is. They have used that to get themselves the soul and get themselves the Baron. JDG are better at playing out late game than BLG. Chun, he sees everything heading towards him. There was a Mikhail's. I think it comes in. I think the W just should have been pressed there. Vampire end up flashing to get in range for the knockup again. He's done that a couple of times this game. He's had a very effective Lulu game. And Knight's caught out because of it. Flash knockups have been important, but realistically, it's just on BLG not understanding the threat there. And Shun walks up again, jumps into the brush. They don't expect everyone to be there. Bypass the flash backwards, and that's the end of the fight. Probably, Sam, this might, I dare say it, I think it might be the end of the game here.
I'm right there with you. I think it is. And Bin again is not there as frontline. Where is Bin? He's looking for a flank angle on Zion.
Yeah, Junja has been so good here. He's been supported very, very well by Vampire. Vampire has gone from being a player I would never want to see on Enchanters now to a point where I think actually this Lulu has been very good. Has been several times now. JDG have been so much better at playing through these difficult games, especially when Junja's there. I think Junja, when he's the guy who can figure his way through the difficult games, is so clutch. We didn't know what was going to happen with him midway through the split with him playing so poorly at points. Now JDG have Baron, they have Soul, they have a 3,000 gold lead. And I have to say, it just doesn't feel like the damage is registering from BLG. The damage just isn't there. I don't think it actually helps with Viper going towards the Collector now too. I think he really needed something like the Lord Doms.
Junja gets slowed down there.
What a reminder.
I'd love to shout out Melvin Izzle at this point as well, who, when he was reviewing Honkyu's first TF game earlier against AL, and it was a really bad start to the game from Honkyu's TF, we shouted about how Honky was into the early game and then later on just carried the game. There's something about Honkyu's late game TF that is pretty scary here as well, and suddenly all these gold cards flying around, linking up with this Olaf could be pretty scary. Bin to step forwards, gets a knock up, the Solar Snare afterwards is immediately Mikhail's looking to go in. This is a little bit better. They're actually here as a 5v5, and that's a bit easy. The Encore comes across, that's kind of scary for Xiaoshu, who gets a counter-strike to buy some time, but Xiaoshu will go down. Knight gets the execute with the Golden Eclipse. They keep flying. They get to play the 5v5. It's so much easier now as Junja needs to back away.
Oh my gosh, the tower helping BLG, Sion helping them. For once, BLG can take a fight with their front line in place, and it works out so well for them. Honky's going to walk towards mid lane, take a turret here. They do still have the Baron buff for a minute. They're actually on a negative Baron power play. How is it that BLG have to be put into this position to find their way out of this situation? It would have been so much easier when they're in the gold lead. JDG, this time, they're the ones which don't realize they're under threat. I think that turret being in front of them really hurt. And of course, firing everything into the Sion, that is not the target you want to be hitting.
BLG had Bin in the front line. This is the first 5v5 in the last 10 minutes we've seen Bin sat in the front line.
Yeah, and I mean, JDG have done somewhat well to deny that, and partly because it just has been really BLG making the mistakes. The damage from the extended Mel has been utterly absurd. The Encore is great. Gala walks into the bullet time. The root from the Mel afterwards does mega work. Shun flies through. Massive damage from the Mel and the Misfortune auto carrying over. He gets the 1,000 gold shutdown onto Gala.
Does die for it, but you take that 2-1 any day of the week. Really, really important. Again, you're still down Soul. Still not an easy game to play, but if you can group as a 5, you are still very lethal with the AoE and a lot of slows and roots that JDG have to brute force their way through.
Death stands for Junja. Huge for him. Just anything which can buy him more time so he can keep whacking away at the front time makes such a big difference. There's a Thorn Mail onto Bin, or rather the Bramble Vest, which will help him. Junja, oh my god, on. Oh my god, on. Here's the TF. They've only got one Mikhail's.
They're splitting apart. On's going to die. There's no way. Actually, wait, over comes Bin. They've gone very deep to make this happen, but now Junja with the Wild Growth plan can keep running. It's a split fight. The rest of BLG just aren't here.
Yeah, hang on a second, though. That's a lot of damage onto
God.
the Olaf, and his ult is now worn off. Bin ulted into them.
Bin?
Bin ults into them when he could have ulted away. Junja's ulted worn off. I think they had a chance to fight with just the one down, and Olaf ult being dead as well. That's good damage from Knight.
In comes Xiaoxu though with the counter strike. Knight goes gold, but now he's trapped out with no front line in front of him because Bin, as you may have noticed, is dead. Viper now under his tier 3 tries to run away, but he can only strut so far before his ankles are broken by a lamppost, courtesy of Xiaoxu, and the game is over.
Junja has had a game for the ages. What a wonderful game of Olaf. BLG failed to play the front line. Bin failed to stop much of the follow-up, and JDG did such a good job of coming back from another deficit. Another game, another early game lead for BLG thrown to the hands of JDG. JDG are that much better at late game than BLG.
And I'm watching it again over those objective fights. The wards are there. BLG in position. Bin goes looking for a flank. Doesn't find it. Frontline dies because the front line's not there. And you lose the fight because basically Olaf gets to run at you and you can't stop him.
I think that BLG were really poor at face checking that game. And I think that Bin not being positioned to frontline, part of the time it's because people have face checked before he's in position. You can't blame him for them. There were points, however, though, that Bin just didn't understand his role within the fights. And I think that there was actually a winning angle there in the mid lane there. And then he ults into them and dying. He could have ulted away, potentially not ended the game there. JDG take match point. Realistically, they should have been down that first game. This third game, realistically, should have been this could have been a 3-0 to BLG. But JDG, much better at holding on, much better at figuring out their way when Junja has the agency. And BLG are now, against match point, forced potentially into a lower bracket against the team which we thought was slumping towards the end of the regular season. JDG could end up getting a 3-2 victory against AL and then beating BLG later. And there is no better way to prove you are deserving of an international spot here in the LPL.
Well. JDG did it against AL. They're doing it against BLG. JDG get to anything resembling a late game team fight, they are just our best late game team in the league. I think I'm going to put that out there now. If it gets to 25 minutes and JDG have got a comp that can do it, 7,000 gold, 8,000 gold, it doesn't matter. They will have an angle back in, and that is impressive. That is scary, and as we've noticed, and you've had this conversation on every podcast under the sun, the team that wins the LPL is nearly invariably the team that team fights the best.
Yes, and BLG, I don't think of that anymore. And I think that JDG, real credit to them, and it particularly does come down to Junja. When Junja is on a team fighting champion, he started to do really well. I thought early split, actually, he was very poor at that. He was malfighting into Mundos with ults up. He was flying in as Nocturne, dying on repeat. Junja is so key to this team. The more I think about this team, they live and die by Junja. And I think that's why the end of the regular season when Junja was slumping, that's when this team fell apart. He's had a couple of great games here today. I'm surprised that he came back from such an early game deficit, losing the early Skull Grub. You okay there?
Yes, I am. I'm fading out a little bit because I was thinking of compliments for Duo because they asked for a compliment.
Oh, that's very true. Okay, I'm going to leave you with
and I was going to say you need to go eat your sandwich.
You need to go eat. I'm going to go take a quick break and I shall, well, I'm going to put adverts on and we'll be
Duo, should I compare thee to a Summoner's Day? Summer's Day on Summoner's Rift.
Summoner's Day.
Summoner's Day, exactly. I made a really nice sandwich of basically you basically make an omelet with the bread on top and you basically fold, then you flip it over and you put some cheese on top and you flip it in. It's very nice with a lot of nice spices and veg and stuff in there. So it's a very nice veggie egg sandwich. True, I was the sandwich. Damn, Duo. He's buying me dinner first. TFC, by the way, I've seen your message. I will respond after stream. The answer is probably yes, I am interested, but we will chat about that later. Just wanted to let you know before I have seen the Discord DM, so don't worry. I will chat with you about that after. That was some Oonga Boonga Olaf gameplay. I mean, what do you know? He gets to play that way. Putting out the most damage in the game on Olaf is always a good sign. Is it more Bin playing poorly or Xiaoxu playing well? Bin did not play fantastically the later on in that game again. Fun fact for Lana, 313 at 314 as well. What's a good fun fact? What's a negative and near dog? Tabe buff too strong? Yeah. Tabe. We shall see. We were going to game 4 at the very least, which is very exciting. Very exciting indeed. So, fun fact. What's a good fun fact? I kind of want to make it league related. Ah, here's a good one. Taliyah very regularly breaks the game, and used to break the game post about 60 minutes in a League of Legends game. So this was really problematic in like season 6, 7. Because, because games used to go that late very regularly, used to get hour-long games onto series, pretty much minimum. Also, Alana, good to see you. Where what happens is, Taliyah's wall is coded as Teemos, and they don't get deleted properly afterwards. So effectively, the game gets incredibly heavy, and the memory gets absolutely bloated when Taliyah is in the game, because she creates about 1,000 Teemos that just don't go anywhere. And they've kind of helped reduce that over the years, but one of the reasons like Taliyah is often banned or gets reworked is basically because Taliyah screws with League of Legends memory allocations because of the way her ult is coded. So the Weaver's Wall is just a bunch of Teemos effectively in a lie. Or something like that. I'm not sure whether they've changed it around, but it used to be a massive deal. And as a result, the game gets really lacky when Taliyah is in the game later on. Nightwind, first time chat. Fun fact, Vandral and I are the two people investigating on this bug that caused an LCS match to be forfeited. There's my proof. We have one of the OG investigators in chat. Thank you very much. Big head scratch to figure out. Good bloody work. What a better first time chats. See? This is what it means to have a community like this. There you go. Welcome on in, by the way. I appreciate you coming out of the woodwork to just sort of like share your wisdom and experience like that. Thanks for the follow, by the way, on Nightwind. Milky Chut. Appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you for the fun fact. I thought it was a fun one. I do. If I say this, that's a fairly decent way to come in the door and like, hey, by the way, have you seen my credentials? QA analysis. Understandably, Junjet ends up as the MVP. 83% kill participation, most damage in the game, basically. God damn, 30% damage taken. Great cast, by the way. Thank you. I had fun with that one. Alex did a superb work filling in for the majority of that game as well. It's very annoying. He's a good play-by-play as well as an analyst. Makes my life a lot harder. I've got to put my game up when he's on. Or when they're on, rather. Tavi plus Jonja plus Honky, JDG found the formula, or Sagala is insane? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Is it going to be a Tabe diff again? Sometimes that's what it is. Why do I... Hang on, what do I picture Taliyah riding what, Tari? Hang on, I missed this. Taliyah riding along the heads of a line of Teemos? Oh yeah, I mean, it's basically that. Does Alex go by they, them? It is they, them. Yeah, Al is they, them, non-binary. But obviously, the problem is I've got like 30 years of going by he, him for him. So it's just a very, so it's actually I need to change the, have we done this already? We have not. 1 second, guys. Do that, run some ads. But yeah, I've just got years of habit is the honest answer. So I try to catch myself, but it is like, it's just, I've got a long time of saying it one way. If you don't want ads, by the way, guys, subscribe. That's the way. Nothing's the same as last year without the Shine stream. Yeah, again, I don't think switching bin solves the issues, YouTube chat. Because bin is actually offering them a win condition that basically no other top laner can. I do think bin, in terms of actually performing as a frontline role, just grouping up as 5. He doesn't like to be there at the start of the play because he wants to be on a lane, getting as much advantage there as he can. He hates being at a fight early. And that is problematic. We'll see whether that gets fixed. I think Danny is going to have some very strong words about how that game played out as it all went on. We do need to put this big Cam Sam, don't I? Hang on. Big Cam Sam. Yeah, it's a system issue. It is. It is. Basically, BLG are very greedy in how they set up for objectives. They don't want to be there with every member at the start because they want to have something shoving up waves, regardless of what champion they're on. So it leads to people, particularly with drafts like that, having to face check to get wards or defend wards that it's very risky to do so. Like, Shun didn't Hound's Pursuit that one gold card, or Hound's Pursuit called the pack, one gold card, afraid of things like the arrow, wanted to save for that, had the Mikhails behind him, either some miscommunication or a misplay, probably a bit of both, ends up dying. That's partly because Bin wasn't there to do that for him. Yeah, after it seemed to be talking about Bin replacing after 2 games, ban one, bad one. Yeah, exactly. And again, the issue is systematic. And yes, this one was problematic from Bin, but it's wider problems to BLG and how they play objectives and the fights around them that are making things really problematic. Sir Ham would like a compliment. So they would. Sir Harold Hamhand, first of his name, Lord of the Burger, cooker of spaghetti carbonara. I'm going to put this one out there. And it is a very, very, very specific compliment. But Harold gives exceptional hugs. Genuinely excellent hugs. If you ever get the opportunity, highly recommend getting a hug from Harold. It is a wonderful gift to give hugs that warm. It is excellent. Can attest. See, Brack knows it. I mean, BLG have been through a lot of coaches. I don't think Danny is necessarily a bad coach per se. I think he's been a little bit volatile, and I sometimes questioned about his draft priorities, but I don't think he's a bad coach. He's done a lot of good work with a lot of teams. Obviously didn't work with T1. Whole thing. But I will also say that BLG have been like this regardless of coach. This is a player systems thing as much as a coaching thing, and unless you can get players to agree to play a different way, what are you going to do? Danny's the best coach they've had since Tabe. I agree. And Tabe, remember, they had some of these issues with Tabe, right? It's like... Maybe Perth. Yeah, there's some truth to that, Harold. That's a... and Ben didn't win lane in game 2. I don't think game 2... I think that game 2 was he was dove like 30,000 times and actually did a very good job not giving up that much advantage. With actually ahead in gold for the majority of it, was up a fair amount of CS to begin with before he got dove multiple times. So I don't think that's actually fair. I actually think he did a fairly good job at not giving up too much. Game 3 here was more problematic. But we shall see. To be honest, when they had Tava, they also had Yagao. Yeah. I still think Yagao's peak was 2022 summer. Oh, probably. Was Zoe still in meta then? Because basically Yagao was always at his best when Zoe was an option. The reason, Mabby, is because Harold's got friends out in Perth. So he's going to visit Australia to see friends in Perth. Like, I've never done Perth. I've always done East Coast because I've got a lot of family in Brisbane, Mackay way. So it's Queensland has generally been my go-to for visiting Australia. I'm in Perth! Sarah, I didn't actually know you were Perth ways. Huh. And Harold's like, oh, now I'm not going. How have JDG beat AL now beating BLG? Because they team fight better. They are really good late game team fighters. Oh, you're going to Darwin? That's fun. Or rather, that's what the plan is. Okay, I'm not going to Perth. I'm going to Darwin. Northern Territories. Escape. Escape. Can't be seen with a Nah hater. Oh, it's this whole thing again. Fun last draft, to say the least. BLG again with a strong early goldie, but until I see them get it over the line and it come with objectives attached, I'm going to be questioning what's going on. No, I hate it's deserved. Oh, it's going to be one of those days. I have. Oh, sorry, I just moved it for breaks, that's all.
Yeah, you need to move it because you're on stage.
Yeah, I was just distracted for a second or two while I was doing some Twitter shenanigans. I think they're going to have to go a little bit smaller than that, actually. I need to change Spotify over as well.
It's all good.
I've gone a little bit too far to the left. The camera's down a little bit, thank you.
Okay, into game 4.
Indeed.
BLG, I think that last game, you know, they could have won that game from ahead. I think that the Mel last pick was really, really good into the Twisted Fate. That should have been an early game stomp one and done. They fell into the team fighting trap. JDG realized, look, as long as we can just make it to that late game, that's fantastic. Problem is, with the BLG, they didn't really find a way to get Sion stopping the rest of the team. I think if you leave Olaf alone with Sion blocking the rest of the team, I think that's actually fine. It's quite hard to play, and of course, as the game goes on, the Olaf just ends up slaughtering all of you. And that's what happened. Junja, what a game from him. Perhaps buying JDG their way to an international tournament for the first time since Worlds 2023. Onto the Rift, BLG first pick, banning away Yorick Kiana first off.
30 bans already here, courtesy of Fearless. The Orianna remains banned. The Kiana, the Yorick come out at this point as well. BLG stay with first pick. Want to use that here. Wonder whether they might switch it up, but no, they are holding to their guns. Varus banned as well. No surprise, no chance anyone's getting Varus this series. Viper of all people, especially. Pantheon, the final ban. Last global, very good jungler for both Shun and Junja.
I think that Shun has played this very well. It's really helped with BLG playing towards burst mid-jungle combinations. JDG, what do they do to get Junja into a good position? That's the more I think about it, the more I think that JDG need Junja to be their hero. Really, he plays poorly, the rest of the team, the dominance starts to fall a little bit. Junja has to be in a good spot. Azir not banned again. Does BLG choose to pass it over? I don't want to see BLG playing the Azir. They might give it to JDG and play the Ziggs into it.
Line pick Gnar for Bin. This gives a bit more power to the side laning. Went for the Sion last game and just struggled to convert it into being useful in those team fights. We had that conversation already. The immediate response, though, is a Aphelios. Fresh. They want that combo. Are we locking in something to match it? With something like a Caitlyn or a Smolder could also be options. There's some fun hovers here. We'll see what the decision is in a second or two.
You could look for something like that Caitlyn Elise. Could look for couple of different options. This is a hover. I don't think you can ever pick that at this point in the draft. If you lock in the Ziggs, I think that puts Honky onto, you know, away from the Azir duty. You might look for something. Oh, you could actually Silas into that weirdly. Could be fine. A couple of different options for him.
Steal as well.
And the Ahri could also work for them too. Ahri into Ziggs is fine.
Worth noting that, of course, Viper does play Ziggs, and it's a good pairing with the Leona, so it's strictly a flex at the minute as well, so that might make them a little nervous.
Yeah, so now JDG, they need to question, okay, are we banning out mid laners or bot laners? Either can work. The Ziggs Leona pretty good at just surviving laning phase and then just scaling into the game. That's absolutely true. Knight has played it on the roster this split. Viper hasn't. JDG, do they lock in a jungler here? Do they lock in something into that Gnar? You don't want to leave the Gnar in too good of a laning position. Xiaoshu doesn't have himself his best laning top laners.
Oh, fun.
Gwen is technically a flex between jungle and top lane. We've seen it very rarely in jungle, so that technically could be a flex as well. Going to be locked in here. I assume it's going top lane.
What are we banning now? Viper on Ziggs. Yes, people remember Worlds where the poor guy was trying his very hardest on the Ziggs bot to win despite the rest of the map falling apart. We'll see whether BLG can avoid that fate here as JDG have got them up against the rope. Second phase of bans coming on through. Gwen's strictly a flex, Ziggs strictly a flex. Everything else pretty known quantity with the picks locked in. Are we banning mids or bot laners for JDG? Are we banning tops or jungles for BLG?
The jungle is banned away because they banned the Kindred away from Shun.
It's a specialty for him.
It is. I'd say his last game on it didn't impress. He's been so-so on the champion, despite it being very famous for him from his 22 and 23, IG and then BLG. BLG have the startings of a very good combo into the Aphelios because that Ziggs can dunk down on him. Can you really combo anything else here? The Yone banned away from Honky.
Especially if you're looking at something like a Maokai angle here, could have been quite nasty, and the Yone helps, or removing the Yone helps remove that potentially very dangerous combination.
You might still be looking at a good Maokai combination because a Maokai Thresh was something that JDG... Oh no, they played the Thresh against the Maokai. The Maokai Thresh is a good combo to get the CC into the CC.
Don't hate the Shun here either, actually set up for a Ziggs or a Leona roll quite well.
It's not fantastic versus the Gwen.
That's true.
Gwen just kind of eats Maokai for breakfast, really struggles into that matchup as the Maokai. Would also open up potentially a Gwen jungle matchup at that point if you really felt like it. And Jace banned away in case that was coming through from Shun for double poke range.
Would have been a bit obnoxious, I agree, and Gwen can immune some of it, but not all of it, and to get to blow the W free can kind of suck. What are we banning last here? Another mid laner, potentially? Aurora's gone, that would have been another good thought process. Akali, a possibility. Instead, they'll go towards the Victor.
Victor, something which Honkyu's picked up well. He used that against BLG in the regular season, in fact. So, JDG will have the last pick. They lock up a priority jungler here, and a number of them taken off the board. They lock in something like that mid lane. The Ahri fine into the Ziggs in a mid lane matchup.
You mentioned it earlier, yeah.
Honky is fine in lane with this. I don't think he's a specialist at Ahri laning, but again, he's very good at the playmaking later on. Now suddenly you have Pick CC, Pick CC, you have Graviton, Thrasher, and Charm, all of which can combo onto each other. Quite heavy magic damage from JDG though. BLG lock it. Well, Galio's already gone, so you can't really lock that. The tanks get quite a lot of effectiveness against the double AP solo laners.
Yeah, go on.
Not sure about that personally. I like the LeBlanc actually, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Lane dominant from Knight was banned last game. Would mean that the Ziggs would go bot lane. It means that you have then gone in to double AP, but there's no heavy tank from the side of JDG, so you're not getting huge reward from the fact that most of the enemy team is magic damage.
Trundle would then deny a tank to respond to the double AP, but we've seen Trundle's use of denial picks end up feeling quite anemic as an individual option. Kha'Zix will give you the AD threat, and with no ability to necessarily itemize armor as a priority, could be quite scary here.
You'd be really lacking CC, but your pick damage is pretty good. It's a bit of a janky comp. Your CC is just not that reliable. Now, Junja gets counter pick in the jungle. I think he might have taken the Kha'Zix if it was available, is the thing.
Had a very good game of the last time we saw on him.
So what does he do? Does he just slam Maokai? Maokai would be... Oh, I guess that'd be triple AP top side, which would be less good. You could go to Nidalee top lane, go AD and put the Gwen into the jungle, but I don't think Gwen likes the Kha'Zix at all, so you can't really do that. They're thinking about it. They might put the Gwen jungle into the Kha'Zix anyway. I don't know if I'd like that though, Sam.
Could be a bit miserable. They'll lock the Rek'Sai, unless of course we're right back to the OG, and
Okay,
Aatrox comes in. Could actually still be Aatrox jungle Gwen top here.
Yeah, I would imagine it's the Aatrox jungle Gwen top. We just have to put that on the table there because the drafts are getting a little bit weird and wacky and wild now. So Aatrox jungle Gwen top lane. The pick CC from JDG.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing Genji at first stand if they end up winning this next game. The pick CC from both sides is pretty good. Teamfight engage. Well, you've got Leona. BLG are more thin on the ground with the CC. They have Leona, and then they have a chain. That's kind of it.
Meganar, maybe, yeah.
Occasionally. It's not going to be easy to play out. I think JDG, they're pretty happy with how things have gone. It's stable enough for them to get to late game, I think, and they have been better in the late game. As long as the Aphelios doesn't just get exploded by LeBlanc Ziggs, I think that JDG have the advantage coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this mid-jungle, this Kha'Zix and LeBlanc need to get fed, because if they can start playing around smoke and mirrors, the mobility, the vision denial of an Umbral Glaive, then you get more options. I think if it comes to a 5v5 again, I just sort of see Aatrox and Ahri resetting with a Felios, a Hyperscaler with a Thresh to keep him alive. You've got a Gwen scaling option as well. I get a little nervous if we start getting to that stage of the game, Alex.
It's a very mobile team from BLG besides the Leona. That might help them. I just look at this Aphelios and, like, he can burst out anyone here.
Yeah.
Unless the burst hits him first. The Thresh is there to protect him. Aatrox can have a bit of a rough time. I think he just tried to pick the best of the remaining matchups versus the Kha'Zix, and even then, Aatrox not fantastic into it. Don't love it, per se. It's not a fantastic top jungle matchup. It's not particularly good mid-jungle matchup either. These are weird drafts, folks. I don't think either team has a particularly coherent time of things. Into Game 4, though, and onto the Rift.
BLG chant sounding a little more plaintive after that last game. JDG coming in with a bit of strength. They smell blood in the water, and I think rightly so. I do want to point out a couple summoner choices here. Ignite for LeBlanc, Ignite for Leona. Here's that
one invade. So Shin doesn't have the W. He's going to be kiting the red buff away. Ginger. Well, they know that he's not on enemy on the other Raptors, but they don't know if he's on theirs. He sees the ward over the wall. He should know this now. This might actually end up being a smite fight, Sam. Shin should get this one.
There you go, smites and runs away, knows his Raptors are gone. Aatrox is a great Raptors invader.
He's just a very, very strong level 1 champion anyway in jungle matchups. Maybe this is why he chose it. He's actually going to contest Krugs here too.
Oh my God,
He'll be able to W over the walls. And he actually does have the smite here, I believe, and he just gets that for free.
Yeah, it does lose out the small ones with that Void Spike. Can start trading. He's in an isolated matchup here. I don't know how much fun he's going to have because his Q's on cooldown.
And he actually... Hang on, Ginger. He'll have the W up against soon, right?
Has to flash over. Now Junger on the wrong side of this. Can he escape? Knight's coming. I think he might be donated the kill.
Maybe. Knight, where does he think he is? Can he put a ward over the wall? He might. If he actually predicts this is huge for Knight. He spots him now. I don't think Knight can get there in time. He won't be able to get there in time, I don't think.
It does go down. Flash not in range. Kha'Zix gets the kill.
So Kha'Zix still gets the kill, and he gets to go into the other side of the jungle. Junger went for a very aggressive play. He has now not managed to execute. That's why Knight came over to deny the execute, really. Knight will lose out on that mid lane early pressure. Shin, how many camps does he get away here? He'll get blue buff. Ginger is walking over. Nars got pushed in top lane. That's a problem. Aatrox is going to go for his wolves. Might lose 2 camps here.
I think that will also give him the level 3, which gets a bit tricky. Hook lands. On goes in with the Zenith Blade to sort of buffer through. It's pretty deep. Remember, there is a Glacial and an Ignite for On. So very aggressive Leona build.
So it's 2 summoners for 2, but it's the flash of On. Ended up using that. He saw the hook flying out and was like I've got to go in with the Zenith Blade. The flare was actually quite... Or the second pull of the hook worked quite well there. Laning phase is going fine. Hook goes wide from Vampire. Had a very good game on the Thresh versus anyone's Legend. Oh, no, sorry, versus Top Esports, rather, in the first round matchup. Ginger did end up losing 2 camps in top side, going to his bot side. Now, I think that vaguely evens up the farm. Shin goes back, and he gets 2 long swords. Ginger couldn't even get any buy on the first recall. This very quick movement from the Kha'Zix. He really wants to fight here, and he has the double buffs.
Yeah, it doesn't stop to do much more on that wall. Thought about going back. Needs to be a potential smite fight. Won by Ginger, Lantern down.
Yeah, so Shin... Hang on, can you find anyone over the back of the pit there? We'll see. Honky potential charm range here.
Thresh is coming with the Aatrox to deny a potential 1v1. The isolation would have been really scary.
Yeah, Knight's given up a lot of lane pressure here too because of that early roam to try and kill Ginger. He didn't get any participation, gave up pressure to Honky. We did say that Honky's laning has been fine on the Ahri, but not fantastic. And the LeBlanc is a good lane bully matchup into the Ahri, kind of always has been, really. And getting a good trade here, level up.
Xiaoxu needs to be a bit careful. His Halid missed his down. Bin's got hyper procs.
Does. Don't think his E is up. That good last boomerang, and suddenly Xiaoxu in a lot of trouble here. Just about to hit level 5, though. Should be fine in terms of the overall kill pressure.
He's going to be forced onto this turret, though, nonetheless. Plate very nearly gone. Bin doesn't want to overstep here into a skip and slash combo, which can get a little bit frustrating for the Mini-Gnar if you overplay your hand.
Charm flash range now from Honky. Might see a kill opportunity there. We'll choose to reset. Knight down. Well, I'll be around a wave because he lost that. Again, securing that jungle advantage for Shun, who's now significantly ahead. Kha'Zix with a lead. What does he do this game? Can kill the Gwen. Can kill the Aatrox. Ginger's walking in. Honky hasn't teleported back, actually. Stayed out on the map.
Is there a smite from Ginger? There is, but he doesn't want to overplay the hand there. Could have gotten a bit scary. No panic there from Shun, so it'll just be a look in. We'll get the second Scuttle Crab, though. So actually double Scuttle for this Aatrox.
Zenithblade misses. On has no flash. He's dead here.
He's going to eat a lot of damage. He'll be acquiring the Eclipse, but the Eclipse of On makes things a little bit trickier. The shield bash onto Vampire with the Glacial Slow denies too much more.
I thought he was going to be so dead there. Good satchel from Viper to save him. Junja walking into Shun. He is isolated because Gromp does not count as an ally.
Does not. There's the Void Spikes after. Ari's not here. TP back to the mid lane wave, and Shun has lost the Scuttle Crab, but can fight for the respawn on this Gromp quite happily. Smite available for both junglers.
Junja doesn't have components. It's a big problem for him here.
One by Shun.
Okay, well, he hasn't been winning many of them so far. Shun does get that, though. Takes some XP away from Junja, using the duelist mentality of the Kha'Zix to try and keep Junja down.
That's the play. Again, Junja's done a decent job of getting those early Scuttle Crabs, still finding some angles. Might look to an invade on these Krugs. Honkyu's here with it. Is ulting, was hoping that someone would be waiting. There's Shun. Maybe hit by the charm is. There's a potential ult after. Oh my
they can actually dive him now. They can actually dive him. Bin needs to keep the wave away from tower. Can they stop him from going through? Honky might look for a flash here.
Oh, Shun is so low. The last Venom Needles don't quite land.
So what's happening? LeBlanc's coming up. How long can they keep it away? Bin needs to keep the wave away from tower. He's going mega.
There's still some angles here. Honky takes the turret shots. The Void Spikes. The charm onto Bin is going mega. Where's the LeBlanc? Junja forced onto the tower. Oh, JDG, bit far. They do kill off Shun, but it costs a flash, and now Xiaoxi's onto the turret, and Honky has not got ult, and Knight picks up another, and now Bin with the Mega Gnar runs at the Gwen with no needles and only a pair of scissors, and unfortunately, scissors don't kill monsters.
Yeah, it turns out that Rock, the Mega Gnar Q, beats the scissors, and they didn't bring paper to the equation. Viper does have flash. Does he die here? No, he doesn't, but he blows the flash. Very dangerous there onto Vampire, actually. He almost died himself. Used that flash in the last play. Did On die? Yes, On actually died. That's what happened off screen. So, an overstay from BLG. Honky very, very nearly outplaying that. The 2v2 from Gala and Vampire has just been so much better than than Viper and On. On needs to be powerful in this game. He really does. If he doesn't get a lot of power in this game, it can be a big problem. The satchel ends up being flashed there, I believe, from Gala.
Yeah.
Which means that the bop away didn't work out the way that they wanted it to. Viper ends up just about surviving on the other side, but has to flash himself.
And of course, Gala there with a very good cleanse on the Shield of Daybreak. Meant that he basically Captain Jacked his way to running it on, who again has gone for the Glacial, not tanky if his Eclipse runs out.
Dude, I think Honky really overplayed things in that top side. Really looked for that kill into Shun. Used that ult. Stops the dash back. Hook not going to connect though. Knight does sound the Sigil too, and that chain. Still ends up being a decent trade for Knight, who has the Ignite as well.
Exactly. Very aggressive summoner choices from BLG, who have basically said, we aren't winning if we aren't smashing early game. Let's play for a comp that is all about LeBlanc Kha'Zix. Like, what does that do? Well, it runs at people and tries to murder them.
And of course, Bin now has 2 kills from that early lane, 600 gold up. The top side from BLG has been doing well. It has really been, Vampire and Gala doing really well in CV2. Honky, Chain misses, so he'll be safe.
Let's get the electric trade back, but now Shun's here. Can he jump forward? Gets the slow, and actually, it's just a dead Honky.
Whoa, Sam, he was not safe. He was not safe at all. He jumps forwards and disrespects the Kha'Zix, who's got that early Dirk. He's so far ahead of Junja. Shun, real credit to him. He has been using the early lead, which Knight bought him to do so much work. He's gone for the upgraded Q, by the way, for increased farming potential, increased Q cooldown.
Quick story time here as well. When Shun first joined the LPL on the likes of IG, this was his style of gameplay. It was Kindred. It was Nidalee. Champions that went into the enemy jungle and fought or died.
He might end up going for a dive here too if it goes poorly enough. They'll call it off. They won't go for it. Mega Gnar was there. I mean, there was a chance actually they could do that by going for a heavy trade hit. Jumps out, only takes the 1 tower shot. Shun, very far ahead. Problem here, though, is Kha'Zix can't win team fights for you. He can sometimes win you the setup to a team fight by assassinating someone, but it's very, very hard to win a team fight as a Kha'Zix. We saw that Junja went towards he went towards the W poke build, right? So he could play for the range. That might be a play pattern which you can use later into the game. It's not like JDG have sustain. If Shun gets very far ahead, gets to 3 items with something like, Ghost Blade or Umbral Glaive, and then Edge of Night, and then the Seryldas, that's when you start looking at Shun and going, actually, that's a problem.
Yeah, not a fan of that. I agree. It could be very, very scary indeed. Rather, JDG would not be a fan of that, to be sure, but we're not quite there yet. It's still a big individual lead for Shun, who's got to that level 7. The early Reaper Claw upgrade as well to make sure he's clearing through camps and objectives very fast.
Charm lands onto Knight. Honky does have his ult, but doesn't want to trade it back. So typically in the LeBlanc Ahri matchup, you actually end up going for doubling to the side, so the charm doesn't really land and stop you. You can't really do that and get the W damage. Knight still trading pretty well, up in CS despite the fact that he lost a wave
early. Haven't really seen bot lane come to play yet, though. Significant lead for Gala from the early lane. Viper, I mean, he's still going to be Ziggs throwing stuff at them. Eventually, he's going to be fine. He has been denied some CS, but it's not like he's that far behind, really. In fact, he's got the same farm as his other laners, so he's not unhappy. And at the end of the day, if Ziggs just throws an ult onto someone, he's done a good amount of value with such a pick-heavy composition from BLG.
Indeed, Bin gets a Mega Nara into the wall, into the wallop. Doesn't have to burn the crunch. Xiaoshu will make things nice and wet by having a pond summon around him. Go for a little swim. I feel like that's not very appropriate, really. You're in a very serious game. Why are you going for a dip?
Fine question.
I need some answers. Right, we'll get the crystallized proc and a plate with it. Very nice for them. Shun ends up in the enemy jungle. Has got the Umbral Glaive and another Dirk. An Umbral Glaive for Kha'Zix is always bloody scary because it means you never know where he actually is.
Right. Oh, gosh.
At this point, Knight just shoving up this mid lane a little bit. Threatening Honku again. Doesn't want to overdive here because this would take turret shots after. Charm wide. Now gives Knight a little bit more license to step forwards. Does miss the ethereal trains in turn. Is actually running the rookie skin for it. Most of the LPL mid laners do. IG LeBlanc is a pretty gorgeous skin, make no mistakes about it. Xiaoshu immunes that wallop there by pressing W.
So once again, BLG have themselves that early lead. Question is now, how can they transfer that? Umbral Glaive from Shun will helps you deny some of that vision control. You can see that BLG do have good wards across the map. Bin will spot that out too. Very early, or at least a very good timing for Bin on the roll quest there. See how long it takes Xiaoshu to get that. One of the problems for JDG as well is that they don't have great CC.
No.
You know, they have occasional charms from Honku. They do have the Graviton from Gala, but it's not that consistent. On now roaming around the map. Did die that first time. He's not had a fantastic series as on. The, got picked off a couple of times in the Seraphine. It was a difficult game, that one. I'm not going to completely take that away from him. But I do think that On struggled a bit. I think that you look back to their winning game. Yes, looked very strong. The early games looked very strong, but he's struggled when the game's gone against him, and the 2v2 has gone the way of Gala and Vampire.
Umbral Glaive is activated. Vampire's around. The second ward is immediately removed, and Shun basically ensures that JDG can't see a damn thing up here right now.
A lot of wards there in the enemy jungle. Vampire using that, hang on a second, jumping onto Xiaoshu. There's a lot of people topside.
Yeah, I think Xiaoshu's just dead. Flash for the Shield of Daybreak into the Solar Flare after, and Xiaoshu goes down, and Shun hits him with the Void Spikes.
Yeah, even though JDG had their jungle support on topside, it doesn't mean that Xiaoshu is immune to damage. He can still take that. Honku seeing Knight here. He's actually a level behind Knight, who's done very well to build up now a significant CS lead. What's
Alex,
up? Yeah?
Are you saying that Gwen isn't immune?
Oh, Sam, I remember when I told you about Santa Claus.
He's real.
Well, Gwen isn't...
So is Easter Bunny.
Okay, so Santa might be real, but Gwen isn't always immune.
Right.
Sometimes.
Oh.
We talked to Daddy Riot. Hang on, the chain line's onto Honku. That's actually a real threat here. There's an Ignite there on Knight.
Knight might be proving Honku that he's his daddy. There's the Ignite. It's not going to be quite enough for the healing pot.
Extra auto would have killed him. Very close. The LeBlanc-Ari matchup, one of the most famous ones from back in like 2013, 2014, has remained a very impactful matchup. Knight really destroying Honku in the 1v1. If nothing else, the solo laners of BLG in the laning phase have proved they are better than JDG on today.
They have. The individual laning matchups have been very strong in that sense. It's been the later stages where some of that grouped up team play has come to bite BLG, and I'm going to put it out there, this is an early gold lead from BLG, but that's been true this entire series. Has it led to wins? Well, only the once.
That's a one. I mean, realistically, this could have been a 3-0. Could have been a 3-0, and I think that a better late game team, it would have been. No follow-up on tonight there. He can actually jump forwards, and now there's no charm for him to actually be afraid of the next time. Shun getting the second dragon. JDG did somehow get the first, actually, considering how dominant his early game has been. Quite surprised that JDG managed to get that one. Been significant lead for him on the side lane. Doing very well at denying the Gwen. Of course, Gwen, when Gwen finally gets online, will be a real pain for particularly the Leona and the Ziggs. You can just kind of run at them, and not a crazy amount they can do. My worry for BLG is that On is prime target to be picked off this game. There is a chance that On gets utterly blasted. And that could be the thing which falls apart, because, of course, if the Leona's dead, the CC goes with it, and much harder for BLG to land the combo. He's looking for the last wall up there. Ginger might hop over the wall.
Does he want to? Yeah, he does. There's the Umbral dash. Needles begin to fly. Bin hops, but there's still another second set of needles to come. Make that the third, actually. Ginger with the world under rolling. Bin, no mega. Has got flash, burns it now, but overcomes Shun. He's got a Void Assault. Looks to bring down what he gets. An isolation and some tasting of the fear begins. Shun coming. Knight coming. No death available for JDG as the Dark Pass has got there in time. Honkyu's here.
Hang on, that's going to be
back.
Teleport.
They want to hold the way at the tower.
Yeah, Honky comes up. It doesn't really look like he's looking for a play. Oh, hook onto. He's got the roll quest teleport. He'll be fine. Actually trades back really well. Benefits of top lane roll quest, I suppose. So Shun gets there in time. One of the big bonuses of going something like the Gust Walker Kha'Zix is that you arrive at plays so quickly. Honkyu's left mid lane. He'll lose some plates here. He's actually very low on his mid lane quests.
Knight will hop to one of his potential clones. And right back again with the distortion. Tower top goes down. Bin is very, very scary this game.
He is. However, BLG, they haven't really won through top lane advantage, really. They've won through bot lane advantage, if anything. CC lands onto Leona. Doesn't really do that much. That's a lot of damage. Remember, he does have the Ignite for extended kill threat, if I could even look for it there. The mind games between Knight, Vampire, and Honky are going to be so fun to watch because the hook actually lands it.
Into the charm. He's dead.
Yes, he is. He goes down. Like I was saying, the mind games are going to be important, and Knight disrespects Vampire, lands the hook, takes him down. Important kill for JDG.
And distorts forwards and eats death sentence. JDG there. AoE CC is not great, but their pick CC, well, it's pretty damn good.
Literally, I was talking about the mind games are going to be great between Knight, Honky, and Vampire, because the line skill shots, them kind of counter the mobility in the right spot. Hang on, Gala can actually die here.
Gala, oh, that's Shun with a Void Assault, and Gala is a dead man.
Oh my gosh, Shun just assassinates him.
Opportunity.
Thresh can't be there at every time. Shun just spotted that. He might even lose the 1v1 from that point. BLG, kill against them, Sam. Sam punches the microphone, for those of you who are mic punch enjoyers.
With the pop shield, but yeah.
Sam, you keep saying that every time you punch the mic, Sam. It is part of the microphone apparatus.
Need to know its place, Alex.
Vampire's been a hidden gem this series. No, I don't think Vampire's been a hidden gem this series. I think Vampire's just been really good this series. Nothing hidden about it. I think his Lulu Flash ults were fantastic. I think that his laning on the Karma was really good. I think that here on the Thresh, he has been very important. Vampire has been very good for JDG. I think that once Ginger gets rolling, Vampire often ends up comboing onto him well. Interesting thing about this game is that Ginger isn't rolling. Vampire has to do it himself, and he's doing it well so far.
And again, that Aatrox being 0 and 3 is still problematic. It's still a 6,500 gold lead at 16, nearly 17 minutes. Shun's got a 2-level lead, and Junja's on a ward. He can't beat that.
Yeah, this will be a continued issue. Junja being behind is not something which JDG have dealt well with before. Bot lane being ahead is good. Is it ahead enough? I personally don't think so. I think that the Aphelios will be under assassination threats, as we saw just there from Shun. Shun is so far ahead that if he gets in range, even for a non-isolated Q, it's going to be incredibly high damage. That first strike, if he does get that active too, the extra % damage is only going to make things worse.
Did we see what Shun had upgraded second on the Kha'Zix?
It was the W.
It was the W.
You see the 3 particles flying out in that play against Gala. Yep, so he's got the Q, then the W, so it's... in terms of the last one, I don't think you're really looking at reset Kha'Zix this game. I mean, the extended jump range is really nice, but having the ult to go untargetable while go invisible is really important. So I'd imagine the last upgrade is the R upgrade, just to make sure that against all of these, there's quite a lot of people who really want that auto attack reliance, or very reliant on autos. It can be very useful.
Also, because it guarantees you your passive, even if it's in a grouped up fight. So if you get in a skirmish, a 2v2, a 3v3, having that Void Assault available, it guarantees a taste their fear passive.
And
right?
in fairness, you get that with your regular ult anyway, so you don't really...
You get another option to use it, right?
Yeah, you get the other charge of it, and I believe the duration is slightly extended too. So you get a lot of outplay opportunities. Junja heading topside, don't really think there's much of an option here. BLG trying to win through side lanes right now. LeBlanc not opening up in the bot side of the map. Knight is still pretty strong, but Honky with the upgraded Merc Treads and the Malignants feeling happy.
Indeed. Building towards what I suspect will be a Shadow Flame is Knight, but we'll see exactly what the NLR turns into.
Yeah, I'd imagine so too. Just wants the flat pen, because he's the only magic damage on the team. It does mean that you have extended value before that, but then I say that, there are 3 Merc Treads on the side of JDG. They really don't want to get much value from that. Waiting until the satchel comes down, that will kill the tap. So Viper picks up that gold, bit more gold for him. He has himself an Oblivion Orb for anti-heal, which helps against the Aatrox, the Aphelios, and the Gwen, so good awareness from Viper on the build there.
Shun nabs another dragon. Now 5-1 and 3 is this Kha'Zix, by the by. Also, Melon picks up another dragon. Chemsol this game. I mean, the tenacity is not bad for other teams, especially when it's pick CC largely. The limited CC you do have becomes less good again.
Yeah, the extra tenacity is very valuable for a squishy team like BLG. They have got some Merc Treads in there. Junja is spotted, doesn't get stunned by the Leona ult.
Does get hit by the Zenith Blade, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will force a flash out of Junja.
As you can see, tenacity, very useful. Has Merc Treads, gets him out safely, does lose the ult and the flash to Junja. Oh, hang on, Vampire could die here.
Oh, he could well do. There's a flay, he gets a heal, overcomes Knight, misses the death sentence, and Knight will be donated the kill, even gets some McHale's after, still not enough to keep himself alive.
Shun has been playing so well. The Phalios turret takes a chunk out of him, though. That's a bit worrying there. Of course, Gala still kind of scary. Xiaoshu forced off a top lane. Did he use the ultimate there? No, it's just the Rhythmic. Junja's going on to Shun.
I don't know whether you want that, mate. I think he's likely dead. Has no flash, has no ult. Goes down. The Binding Eclipse. The charm flashed away from Honkyu. Can he look for an ult? Doesn't have the charm to follow. Hit with the Void Spikes and slowed and doesn't get anything with the ult.
Yeah, he's not strong enough to look for the kill there. Bin gets to play through this. And what you'll notice, folks, is that BLG are not playing 5v5s. And JDG this time have not been able to force them. BLG lose largely the grouped up 5v5s. JDG have not been able to force them this time. And now BLG are cresting a 10,000 gold lead. I think this is the largest one they've had in, like, a, well, I suppose, a non-complete win situation. Very good reaction there from Knight, actually.
Completely blind, by the way. That was
really slick,
Fey Lights.
Fey Lights helped him. Right, okay, that definitely helps. Does have that Shadow Flame, as you're pointing out before.
Death Cap Viper.
Also worth noting, Shun has not gone Edge of Night. He doesn't care about the pick CC. He just wants raw damage. Gone for the opportunity second. He is going for Edge of Night now, but the Cerildas won't be in for a while with this build.
I will say that into a comp like this, the amount of armor that's going to get built is relatively limited, so triple lethality items will still be very good, very scary. You will need that edge of basically at some point, but the opportunity means this 2-item spike is absolutely brutalizing. Very, very scary. There's the Edge of Night just completed, and when you get this accelerated, you do end up in a position where you struggle actually to fall behind in terms of getting to Ceril's. You get there so fast that actually you still get towards at least a last whisper by the time everyone else is on a third item.
Can BLG throw this game, Sam? Is it throwable?
Of course it is. It's BLG.
Yeah. The pick CC is kind of scary.
Soloing.
Can you solo it? Now the thing is, if this happens, JDG might be able to force a 5v5. How quickly do they do it? They're peeling off of it now.
They've got to keep an eye on that, because Kha'Zix can, with the W upgrade in particular, tank up a fair amount of the Baron.
And the big thing is the Q upgrade for the DPS on it. That's the big thing.
I mean, the Reaper Claws are very good in the isolated objectives.
So careful around these Fog of War bits. We'll spot the recalls coming through there, push things out again. It's a good reality check there for JDG to see that Baron can actually go down, as long as there's someone there to... I actually think it might be better for Shun and On to be doing it, because that means that Shun doesn't have to tank it, and Leona's the only real person that can really do that himself. But that being said, you kind of need on the approach to it, because it's the one bit of CC that can kind of prevent you from doing that. Going to walk into Vampire here.
Like, how does Shun get through on?
Hang on, Bin is kind of opting into a 1v3 right now.
No, that's just a very dead Vampire.
Yeah. Pressure's there and there he wasn't. Junja no flash.
That's going to be a jump onto Junja, who's going to well them, but I don't think it'll change anything. And now you've got the jungle and the support.
Okay.
CC's gone. Baron's easy taking.
I think... Dare I say it, this may be game 5 now. It's over 11,000 gold lead, and BLG have not been 5v5ing at all. Shun got so far ahead in the early game because of Knight's roam over and his own good play in the 1v1 that things exploded into life for BLG. We noticed this in their games versus Weibo, but BLG are not 5v5ing. That's their weakness. Knight's baiting Honkyu over.
That's Honkyu. Eats a lot of damage. There's the charm. Needs to try and run away. He's got a rocket belt, by the way, to try and have a bit more mobility and a bit more pick sense. But it means he's not doing all that much damage to Knight, who just looks at him and goes, yeah, you need to leave.
Yeah, but Knight also doesn't do a crazy amount of damage back. Okay, so push break from Gala and Vampire. Knight's going to recall. Doesn't have to stick out on them up right now. You need to be careful of that Fog of War. Could be in any bush. This is probably the right mentality for BLG. Any bush you don't have a ward in could have a Thresh in it.
Indeed.
It's another game where JDG, with Junja not being the biggest threat, has been a one game for BLG. Well, we assume that now. The 2 games it seems like JDG are going to drop in this series so far are the ones where Junja has been shut down. 0 and 5. Junja here, looking at a level 16 Bin, staring across from him. He's been so good after he got that early lead bin himself. Credit to him. He's had a lot of very good lane leads. This time it's actually led to a game potential winning answer.
It's a 6,000 gold lead in the jungle.
It's been insane. Shun has been so good. And I think that you compare it to last game on the Neferi, I think there were some points where Shun was very good, but then of course he face checked too much, ended up getting punished. BLG maybe still being able to force us to that game 5. Well, I mean, I say maybe. It's very likely now to force us to that game 5. Surely they can't throw a 12,000 gold lead. Surely. Surely.
Sentence. Knight hops away. Should be okay here. Gala actually, Severum Crescendum, just can't chase Knight far enough.
Did have the flash, was a little bit worried there, Sam.
I was too.
Pretty good timing on the whole. They can't lose with a 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
right.
surely unlosable.
Surely unlosable. Baron still there for a minute and a half. BLG, gotta check your corners. Do things safely.
Shun's hit that level 16. I'm looking at those wings. I think that might be upgraded leap, Al.
It is. He has got the upgraded leap. It gives him the extended dash range and it'll reset on kills and assists now. So not going for the ultimate, wanting the extended gap close or escape.
Was indeed trying to clear out some of these walls. Out comes the void spikes again. Junja just can't walk up to it. Knight now looks for a pick. Needs to be a little careful. Won't lead to too much more as the tier 2 does fall.
And Knight's not gone for a Banshees, so it's not like he can shrug off the first skill shot either. I wonder if that would have been better, but Knight is Knight. With that one death under mid lane turret, Vampire gets a hook onto the spell shield of, hey, that person's built a spell shield. That one hurts.
Oh, there comes the satchel. I was going to say the lantern. Lanterns don't destroy towers. That's not their purpose.
Hey, they do if Jax is holding it.
That's
sometimes.
Very true.
Yeah. I know.
Wise words, Nymaera. Wise words.
Unless he's using the God Staff Jax skin, you know. Shouldn't have added the caveat, but...
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Imagine if I had a real lantern.
Imagine if I had a lamppost.
Imagine if I had a real Wriggles lantern.
Look, he's just taken after the witch from the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe who hits people with that. That's what the lamppost is. It's where the witch...
Oh, okay.
That's what in the Magician's
Hang on, Xiaoshu's alone on a side lane. They don't have the lantern here in time right now. I think BLG realized there is a roam over. Don't overstay. Take what you get for free. They take the needlework. They leave.
They do indeed. But yes, Magician's Nephew is the OG sort of like prequel book. And in that, the witch ends up in the lands of Narnia via some weird magical doors through that book. Yeah. And part of it, she ends up in a massive fight where she swings around this lamppost that she steals from the streets of London. And it sort of gets planted in Narnia and kind of grows there. But that's the reason the lamppost is there. So she uses it as a weapon.
The lion, the witch, and the lamppost.
Yep. There you go. That would have been a good fun fact.
That would have been a very good fun fact if I might steal that at some point.
You missed this earlier, by the way, but Lana314 asked for a good League of Legends fun fact. And I mentioned the Tilia Teemo shenanigans with the Weavers all being coded as Teemos.
Oh, yeah.
And we had one of the OG QA guys who figured it out alongside Vandrel in chat. And the first message was, by the way, hey, I was one of the guys who figured that out.
That's so cool.
So we had a whole conversation.
Gosh,
I got backed up immediately from chat. It was really awesome.
Well, if you're still around.
So Nightwind42, shout out.
Hey, that's cool as hell. Okay, hang on. Bin was hooked there. Didn't lead to that much. Viper did throw the ult out. The game has slowed down, Sam. I have noticed that. The game has slowed down. It would be Soul in 2 minutes. All JDG want is an honest 5v5. And I think, Sam, they actually can still win an honest 5v5. BLG, even from 14,000 gold down, have an Aphelios nearing 3 items. If Aphelios hits a good ult, if Xiaoshu gets an angle despite being crazy amounts of gold down too, this is still somehow a winnable game given the way that BLG have been team fighting.
Shun is 4 levels and 6,500 gold ahead of Junja. There is an issue if you've got a 1-item Aatrox. 1 item.
Yeah, the problem is Aphelios is kind of worth more than 1 champion once you get to this point in the game, as long as he actually gets an optimal combo.
Has 3 items.
He has 3 items. He's using Infernum now. We'll see if he'll be able to rotate around to that. He won't be able to keep these weapons directly for the spawn, I don't think. I don't think he'll be able to rotate back around to them unless he uses them ASAP, because he could look for the rifle turrets. That could also be useful. It's all on Gala, though. Gala needs to pull out some miracle stuff to win a team fight.
The Sterix and a wit's end on Bin, so at least his tenacity at this point with the Merc Tread as well is basically maxed out. Double Chem Dragons behind that as well, so actually picking off the Gnar could be a little tricky here.
Oh yeah, he's basically just not going to see the CC. You don't even need a Mikhails with that amount at this point. Shun was spotted by the Scribe's Bloom. Hasn't really been able to find anyone on side lanes because they've been penned into their base. Now, BLG have been taking enemy jungle camps, so they're still getting gold and they're denying XP. Shun has a 4-level advantage and almost a Flame Horizon in the jungle. That is absurd, by the way, the more I'm thinking about that. What the hell? BLG haven't been able to, end the game or anything like that yet.
Shun keeps yelling, yeah, and firing out some void spikes.
Junja really doesn't do damage, does he? He really doesn't do damage.
No, loses another camp.
Hang on, there's potential. He's got spell shit. Again, the Edge of Night just makes this so hard to play. Worst you do is kind of like, I mean, he's still got flash and all. He's fairly tanky now because he's got so much base stats. Has got that Cyrilda's worth noting as well, so his damage is through the roof. Once you get Cyrilda's, Kha'Zix actually becomes a late game threat. And I can jump over the wall! Just about survived, but not before Shun catches him! And he leaps and he gets a reset! He keeps flying forwards. That ain't no mosquito! That's the whole swarm! Vampire dies! Triple kill to Shun! There's a wall between Gala and Knight, but didn't you know Knights can hop over units? He goes across the chessboard and takes command of the whole field. BLG through Knight and really through Shun, the Mega Kha'Zix, will bring us to a game 5. BLG draft for early domination. They give us early domination, 15,000 gold in their back pockets. And JDG never get a 5v5, never get a grouped up fight. All they find is isolated death. And Kha'Zix enjoys the delicious taste of their fear. BLG go to 5. JDG will not be surviving through here. It's a valiant defense of the Nexus, but it won't matter. Knight will fall for only the second time this game, but I don't think he'll care, Sam. We go to Silver Scrapes, a last game to determine our first team at first stand.
Man, I was not a fan of that BLG draft, Alex. I saw it and went, it's very risky. But again, BLG, when they draft these comps, always make me a believer once I see the gameplay, because my god, can they play for lane?
Yeah, I think that BLG found the jungle matchup was the big thing. I think with Junja falling behind, that made all the difference. The games which JDG have lost have been the ones where Junja has not been able to participate, really. We saw that in the early game on the Nocturne. Yeah, he flew in for objective fights, but he couldn't really get the engage. He was dying for the smite steals. And in this one, Kha'Zix got ahead. Aatrox had the good first early invade and then overstayed and then lost far too much. Knight dropping that wave to make sure that the Aatrox couldn't stick around was a huge difference maker, Sam. The mid jungle from BLG is so crucial, and I think that JDG, they only win, really, if Junja is on the board, and he wasn't there. I think we found the blueprint for how JDG win and lose. Beautiful wordplay. We use quite a lot of chess references tonight.
It's true.
We've got them banked up, but you know, for games like this,
it's a good one. Yeah, no, there's a few options. We've definitely got them. I had Knight Takes Ruler was a good one. Where
I had Knight Takes Ruler as well. I've also no, you had that one. Yeah. I had like Knight moves like E4 checkmate.
Yeah,
or something like that. I mean, probably E4 probably wouldn't be a checkmate position, but either way. Yeah, and it's like, didn't you Knight's handing out L's because he moves in them?
Yeah.
Had a lot like that. Folks, we're riffing, we're having fun, and we're enjoying good League of Legends here. If you are also enjoying this League of Legends, perhaps enjoying our coverage of it, we hope you are anyway. Please think about dropping a like, a follow, and potentially even subscriptions here on Twitch. We also have a donation link through our Ko-fi. We do this as our job. You, as viewers, are the only thing which keeps us doing this. We love doing this for you. We wouldn't do this unless we had the community that we did, and we're very thankful for each of you who are part of that, whether you're on Onivia's chat, and it's like our second-hand community basically, and then we have this one, and on YouTube for my own personal channels as well. If you are sat there just lurking, absolutely enjoy yourselves. If you can drop a like, it would make a big difference to us as well, even on stuff like the YouTube. Can I get a Nymaera rendition of Silver Scrapes?
Be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo.
I could get my guitar out, I guess, but we'll definitely get that on Spotify, though. Don't you worry. In fact, actually, do we put that on now?
Go on. Oh, okay. Guys, we're going to run some ads shortly as well.
Yeah, we are going to run some adverts. If you don't want to see them, yep.
And here's the thing, guys. If you don't want to see the adverts, I've got a secret for you. Here's the secret. If you subscribe, you don't see the ads. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? If you have a Twitch Prime, you can even subscribe for free once a month. So you can get the ads removed for free. It's a no-brainer, guys. To hit the sub button. Do it.
I can't believe that BLG are going to Game 5 in a series where they were so dominant in their 2 losses too. I actually can't believe the 2 games which BLG have lost were the ones where they were ahead, and things went absolutely insane. Okay, let me put on those adverts, and then I guess we'll get on to some Silver Scrapes, shall we? Okay. Alright, you enjoy your B-whoops. Need a break for anything?
I could use a coffee.
Sure, I could too. Actually, mine ran out as well.
I can do that. That's not a problem.
Okay. Sandwich is good, by the way. Appreciate it. I have a question. Piggybacking on what Sam said as a compliment earlier, how do you rate your hugs on a scale of 1 to 10? They're magnificent, Harold. They're magnificent. It's like being hugged by a particularly kind hill. I was the one who made the comment for Talia and Nymaera. Oh, you're Nerlin. Oh, cool. Nice, nice, nice. That makes sense. The bug hunter themselves. 14 out of 10 when you hit the we rate dog scale, exactly. Okay. And we go on again. Wait, did I put it on a repeat? I did. Cool. I mean, it comes down to jungle matchup, doesn't it? Also, it all comes down to jungle matchup. Well, Shun's going to play player of the game. What a great Kha'Zix game. What a great Kha'Zix game. Oh, hang on, I've got to put the cameras back on. Okay. Off we go again to the races. How have people been enjoying the series? How have people been enjoying it? I think it's been very entertaining. I can't believe that BLG have been forced to 5, given how strong they've been in the early game. I think that if they don't have to 5v5, this team's so good. But how can you expect to win League of Legends at a pro level and not 5v5? In one of the games they did win was through that, in fairness, but I think that on the whole, their 5v5s have just not been fantastic, right? The whole split. Are any of you do any of you guys know how burnout starts? Pushing beyond your limits for too extended period of time with no reset. A lot of it comes from having no real time to reset, really. I mean, I suffer from burnout regularly, and I know proper burnout is mega nasty. I ride the line on it quite a lot, but pretty much every off season I have burnout. Sometimes it even hits between spring and summer as well, because I just work so hard at the start of the year. particularly for myself, you know, I work very hard to do what I do at my job, but I think particularly in my position where I don't feel like I've had that much payoff for the amount of hard work which I've done in terms of actual like industry recognition and like roles within the community. It has definitely hurt me. So it depends what you're doing it for, because for me, I was doing it as a career progression thing to a certain degree. You know, I do the hard work because, you know, I think I do good work. But if you're aiming for a goal and you're pushing beyond your limits to get to that, and it just doesn't keep getting to you, you keep kind of just falling short of it, that's obviously very bad for burnout. Because when you feel like you're on the cusp of something, you keep pushing to try and just get over the edge. But that happens for long enough, that's when you get to burnout, really. And that'll happen when you're chasing numbers, that'll happen when you're chasing goals, which aren't always dependent on yourself. I think that's one of the big things about burnout, is when you're chasing goals which aren't dependent on yourself, it's dependent on other people's reactions to your work or to social media or something like that. Yeah. Hey, Tutor, thanks for the sub, appreciate you. Yeah, burnout is a no reward or progression makes burnout faster. Yes, completely agree, Seochi. I think that's probably one of the biggest things for me, is that I don't always, and you shouldn't have to do things for reward. And I think actually one of the keys to dealing with burnout is being able to divorce things away from reward. Hey, I appreciate you, Tutor. Yeah, appreciate you all. And you know, I've come to, you know, I've gotten better with that over time, because actually, you know, I realize that there are people out there which enjoy my work. There are people who respect my work. Yeah, and that's helped me an awful lot. Being able to divorce it from reward, being able to divorce it from you know, milestones can sometimes be very impactful, can sometimes be very, very important. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are different ways, right, to deal with different burnout from different situations. Burnout is not one analogous thing. People will deal with it differently, and they'll experience it differently. There's no world Aatrox wins 1v1 versus Kha'Zix jungle. He can steal the Raptor camp is the thing. And if what he did there was he tried to, you know, get such a large lead from smiting away the Krugs and taking Raptors. But then he really should have just bugged out immediately. I think as soon as you do Raptors and you do Krugs, you just need to get the hell out. But then mid lane was so pushed up already that Knight could walk over. But yeah, Quokka, burnout is a very complex thing. It will be unique to your situation. It is good to look for, you know, help from people who experience similar things. I think that's important. But be aware that it will be your own thing too. Someone doing full-time work and full-time school, I'm making sure to use my time off in a way that lets me do nothing at all on my time off. It's hard, but giving yourself time to do nothing can be helpful. Yeah, the problem for me is that when I do absolutely nothing, I feel like I have to do something. That's just the nature of the beast of what I've done with my career, really. I always feel like, particularly as a freelancer, I have to be doing something. Aatrox bugging out. No champ can bug out better than Kha'Zix. True. That's very true. Hoopy's saying it's a 4-0 series. Yeah, I agree, Freg. It is. It is, pretty much. BLG have effectively won every game in the series, then chosen to lose two of them. But now the problem is, you've done really well, but it doesn't matter. You didn't kill the Nexus 3 times. You've only done it twice, and you've got to do it another time. You know? And this game all comes down to jungle. I think it all comes down to whether Junja has agency or not. I think it all comes down to that. Should be into it soon. It's been... BLG threw some monumental gold leads. I think the draft in Game 3, it was dangerous. The Olaf, if he did get melee range, was going to be a problem. But with the gold lead they had, it shouldn't have come to that. BLG face-checked too much. They gave the grouped-up fights over to JDG, and they lost. This has been the way which BLG has typically lost to JDG. When they don't win grouped-up fights, they don't believe... I didn't see that, Amber. Is that the one about potentially Riot, Tencent having to sell their... Well, the US government, like, investigating Tencent's, like, Riot games? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. So we'll see what comes of that. I mean, early days, right? It's an early report. We'll see what actually comes of that. What team from LPL can cause teams like GENG issues? Unironically, would have to be BLG through crazy early game. Like, I think anyone's Legend are not strong enough in bot lane and top lane laning phase. I genuinely think it has to be. I mean, look, I think if anyone's Legend get to late game team fights and everyone's on form, that's where they can cause them issues, right? We did see anyone's Legend, you know, take a game off of HLE. Did they, at Worlds last year, did they end up, did they beat GENG in groups as well? Yeah, AL beat GENG as well. They did. Yes, they beat AHLE and GENG in Swiss. Yeah, they did. It's like anyone's Legend can, on a good day, out team fight GENG. I think on a good day, BLG can out early game GENG. I'm not sure they can. Both these teams can do both those things at the same time. Another nasty thing to watch for is autistic burnout. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. As someone who's on the spectrum, I can understand. Yeah, if you kind of like, oh wait, I need to put my camera still. Oops, my bad. Oh, they've got it on that stream as well. Perfect, cool. We'll put on their music then. We should be pretty close to an all-deciding Game 5 for first stand participation. How insane is that? How insane is that? Hey, we've got a community train. That's really cool. Appreciate you all. I don't even know what a community train is, but sure. Wow, this is a rare train. What the heck does that do? Hey, Purple Walker, thanks for the subs. Appreciate you. I have no idea what a community train is. I have legitimately no idea what that means. Community train. You unlocked tier 2 emotes for chat. I don't know what that means. Sure, but enjoy the whatever the community train is. Let's get to it, folks. Let's get to it. Tabe versus Daney. BLG versus JDG. I think this series has been really, really fun. I think that JDG have had the better bot lane. I think that they've been winning lane, and I think that they've largely been doing more with it. I think the top side of BLG has been better, though, on the other side, and I think that the early game has been so titanically destructive. JDG need to find a way to get Junja out of the early game and give him agency. What has he got for that? What has he got for that? Everything could come down to it. Very close to that last game, Sam. Very, very close indeed. Thank you so much.
Make sure you give that a sit very rapidly.
And so it is. That's it, Sam. You know the music. Time to dance. Game 5 for our first team at first stand. And what better than to run ourselves the hot snow speeder music? Why not? Why not indeed? So many junglers out of the pool. I gotta move my camera. Sorry, that's too large. There are too many extra bands to cover. There are too many. Too many. Big champions for me right now are the Kiana. It's the big one. And then just any priority bot lane you can get your hands on, Sam. Any priority bot lane, it makes a difference. Knight, does he have enough lane dominant champions? The Azir is still available. Do we have an Azir Gambit?
Syndra.
Do we have an Azir Gambit in the last game?
I agree. Nami, consideration. Lucian, consideration. Are we at Callista points of the draft? Are we at Draven points of the draft? That kind of
the
experience.
Lucian ban away. Do BLG ban the Azir against that first pick? I think they should, Sam. Unless they feel like JDG can first pick it and the Ziggs is the only counter that they respect. Knight did play Syndra into it that other day, as you were saying. Do they leave the Azir open with first stand qualification on the line? Loser goes to the lower bracket. Cassante banned. That means really no tanks left in that top lane. The Sion and the Cassante both gone. There are prime tanks. Outside of that, you're thin on the ground.
Okay, thoughts on Trundle, Azir, Renata first picked. There's your Enchanter. And your anti-dive as well into things like an Akali, which might have been an angle this game.
So you know the Kalista Renata very likely now. That will be a priority bot lane. JDG play through bot lane laning phase very heavily.
Vi's up.
Vi is up. Vi is up. Talia's gone though. The Ahri's gone. The Aurora's gone. What would you have to play with it?
Carly maybe.
Maybe. It's not a bad idea actually.
It's
Giving
Junja,
Pantheon also up. But
shout.
giving JDG the Vi could be dangerous, Sam. It could be really dangerous. Pantheon is a great point and click champion. It's great for Shun. There is a Kiana, which is somewhat countered by it. It's worth noting. But it's still very powerful.
Hovers.
What do you look for?
Do
they pick the Callista away from it?
You need a good duo with it. On is very flexible.
They pick away from it. They did this for the Ashe Renata. What do? Do they lock in Callista Taric, Callista Soraka, Callista Braum? Answers. What could you do with that? The Callista without the Renata is very difficult to play. Viper is, however, a very good AD carry. Now JDG know they cannot get the Callista side of that equation. What do they lock in with it?
There's the Vi we were considering. I think that does just get locked in here. Very limited reason for it not to be. There it is. You probably want AE combo with us. In fact, honestly, Honku, I would suggest the Akali right here, right now. Or I suppose you could look at something like the Yone. Otherwise, it will get banned out, and Vi may end up being very lonely on her dive path.
I wonder whether On goes to something like Soraka. It's very lane dominant.
Yeah.
It can beat the Renata in lane. And if the Vi jumps onto someone, you put the silence at their feet. I think this is a Soraka angle for On, maybe.
Sivir just for wave clear and scaling. You've got an Enchanter behind you, to be fair. Bailout with Sivir can be pretty scary.
It's not a lane which we see that much of at all. I don't think I've seen a single game of it this year. No. But we're into game 5 of a draft. We're really thinking through things here. The Sivir can speed up the rest of the team to match the Vi's engage. And Jundra is really, really good on Vi. He's really good on it. It's one of his most powerful champions. JDG, I think they're getting a lot of what they want him. I think they're getting competitive bot lane, and I think they're getting something for Jundra to get ahead of the game. On the other side, BLG have played a lot of things to give Bin agency. They're going to potentially lock in the Yorick here. Xiaoshu has precious little to deal with this guy too.
Yeah, the Renekton's gone. The Kennon's gone.
The Jax was the LPL answer. That's gone.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Cho'Gath at this point.
Yeah, that might have to be it. I mean,
Ornn just suffer.
Ornn would suffer really, really badly. The Cho'Gath is an early game counter, not a late game counter. He's struggling in the side lanes too. I haven't had anything towards mid lane yet either. Azir is still up, by the way. Not that I think that JDG would love the Azir in this comp.
No. I mean, it's a second hyperscaler. You could pseudo dive with the Vi. I don't love it, but it can be done.
Zahen banned away by BLG.
Yeah, that's one I
Did JDG ban away? Did they ban away supports that could fight in the 2v2 or lane dominant mid laners? I think he banned away some enchanters away from the Callista. I think he banned away Soraka. I think he banned away... What else could he... Soraka's the big one. I don't know what else they've paired with it. This is the problem. Callista has been locked to Renata. The Soraka's gone. What do you do for On now? What do you do? The Soraka would have been really good for them. Nami would be okay into the Vi. Kind of trades off okay versus it, but it's not fantastic with the Callista. What do you do? Maybe the Rel, ban that away. Would lose the lane, but it has great engage potential.
And again, you can just Pokemon him. I choose you, and Rel Magnet Storms can be pretty miserable.
Also wonder if this is also worth banning away something like the Anivia for Honky. No, that's really into...
Carly was the obvious one there as a dive pairing with the Vi, so they're going to get rid of that.
No, I understand that. So Honky, no. Carly for him. What's the last ban?
I think you've got to consider Yone now as JDG. Might not be an option to go with the Vi.
You mentioned Annie earlier in the series. That's becoming really valuable for both teams now, actually.
I don't hate it here in general. Knight is an incredible
Yeah,
Annie.
I wonder if it's better for Honky. No Galio or anything to deal with that too.
No.
So many of your common answers are gone. Syndra's gone, which means that maybe the Azir's there. So, Knight has shown Ziggs and Azir as counters to the... Ziggs and Syndra as the counters to the Azir. Both those champions are banned out. I mean, is it Victor? Victor actually might be okay here for BLG.
Banned in the last game, but that was against Honku. I think you lock in a support here. You've seen the bot lane. I think you want to give Knight as much agency here as possible. Blind picking mid would be pretty miserable. As long as I don't see an Azir pick here, they might just go for the Anivia instead, as you called out, and that would be pretty good zone control into people like the Sivir, who doesn't enjoy that at all.
Okay, it's locked. The Anivia is locked. I suppose outside angle of Pantheon going support.
Yeah, really, true. Pantheon Calista would be very aggressive bot.
I don't love it though. I don't think they should do that. Not into the Spell Shielded Sivir, not into the Renata Handshake. JDG, they can counterpick the mid lane now. They could go Victor. Victor would be okay, I suppose. It's not great at following up, but it's fine here. Victor's okay versus the Anivia as well. This is a harder lane matchup for the Anivia. I mean, Anivia's good against the Sivir. Sivir can't get over the wall if you're in range to auto attack. The Sivir is in range to wall you off or get the Glacial Storm. Anivia can, of course, kind of throw a lot of debris in the way of the extra teammates heading forwards to support the Vi. Last pick for top lane JDG. Mordekaiser, it used to be a counter into the Yorick. They changed it so a lot of the things come through into the Death Realm now. The Yorick, is it as safe as BLG assume? Last pick support for On. You see the full composition, one big engaged threat of the Vi, everything else following up with the Sivir ultimate. Very good scaling backline, very good damage from JDG, better than yours right now. BLG, you want to win the 2v2 to get ahead of the game early before that scaling becomes an issue. Is it the Pantheon support? Is it a Sylas support? What are we doing here? What is the play?
Is it a Nivea
Is it a
support?
Nivea support?
With the
Sylas
wall?
mid? There is some flexibility here. I thought, well, it might be the blind pick of Nivea. Sam, I think you were right. I think
it's a Nivea support.
I think they picked the support all along. I think this is a Nivea support. I've never seen this in pro play in my life. This is a Crepo special from like in season 2.
I mean, Poppy and Nivea was a joke for a while. Briar and Nivea, have you seen that combo at the minute? But like that is a wild one. I'm assuming it just keeps the Nivea safe. You kind of play this like you used to play things like the Heimerdinger.
The huge thing is, Sivir cannot spell shield the Anivia Q. You either spell shield the Q as it heads through you, or the explosion which actually stuns. You can get rid of the first part of the damage, not the stun. Anivia is specifically very good versus Sivir. I don't know how it works versus the Renata. It's going to be very dangerous when you're stood in place later into the game. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone else. This is one of the strangest Game 5 drafts. Haven't quite decided what to make of it yet. Sylas for Knight, though, is a very strong pick. I think that the Mordekaiser for Xiaoshu needs to work wonders versus Bin's Yorick, because he has been very, very lane dominant. Jundra is on Vi. JDG have lived and died by Jundra in this series, though. Watch out for that jungle matchup. That may be where the knife turns one way or the other. Sinks to the heart of the losing team.
Sylas ult check. Vi ult, excellent. Renata ult, pretty damn good. Sivir ult, not bad either. Death Realm to isolate a Sivir. I'll take that every day of the week.
We could be getting 2x KO. 2v2 in the Death Realm.
Oh my god.
Everyone lock in. Gios for game 5. Silver scrapes.
Confirmation from LPL English. Shout out to Alk Battery, who has done a little bit of research. The first ever Tier 1 Nivea support.
There you go. First in the LPL. I don't believe it has been played anywhere. I'll do some research myself, honestly. Maybe it was played in the very, very early days, but personally, Sam, I don't believe it.
I have no idea what we make of this. On is going to have to do some magic with this one. He's got an electrocute, taste of blood. Gets a decent chunk here. They've thrown down some aggressive plays. Heals are popped. Vampire's not having fun. And they get rended at the level 1, forced off the wave.
Okay, so JDG, Sam, what's the bet that they've practiced against an Anivia support, Sam? Because I'm not sure they have. The On started with the E for the extra damage at the level 1, not going for the Q. Wave controlled by BLG. They'll very easily get the level 2 now. On has the egg as well, which of course really helps in the early 2v2s. Very hard to kill someone when there's someone auto-attacking you right next to them. So On is happy to take a little more damage. Both junglers... Oh, actually very different here. Jungler heading bot lane as the Vi. Pantheon heading from bot lane to top lane. Good double stun there from On there. Stops one of the minions getting killed under tower. Gala's not been able to hit any minions so far. Shun hits level 3. Oh, is he going for a bot side invade off of this? Can they roam up with it? Shun going to walk into the enemy jungle. It's red buff to blue buff. Shun stacking up his passive. Knight low in mid lane. But that's fine. As long as he gets the wave pushed out, he's okay. Honky's walking over. Shun has the passive. He's going to get blocked out by Junja, who blocks that empowered W. I think that's going to be the invade over. I didn't spot if he took anything. I don't think he did. Anivia was on the roam. Should still buy him blue buff. Junja will have to head to the other side of the rift. Bot lane is isolated. Shun will get himself a blue. Steal away here. Gromp will also be taken, I believe, after. Junja will not be able to help his bot lane, who is now stuck against the Callista Anivia. Surprise Anivia support pick.
Honky does need to be a bit careful. There's an abduction. A Comet Spear comes flying across, and Shun wants to fight on his top side of the map and make sure his bot lane Gala caught on the wrong side of a crystallized wall. Oh, Gala, where's the bailout? Not there! Viper and On find themselves a kill. Honky gets one back on Knight.
Honky uses the flash mid lane. Knight flashes late and dies. Junja in top side. Honky, important kill there. This was Knight's counter pick. The last pick, Sylas, to switch the Anivia down to support. Honky, important there. He's been getting blasted in the 1v1 up until this point. Bot lane, though, winning for BLG. Basically, Sam, the first time it's happened this series. Well, no, there was the Misfortune Seraphine lane. They won the bot lane then, but of course they lost after. So what happened here? It was the wall into the cube. There you go. Easy Froggen tech there. I hope, Froggen, wherever you are out there, you're enjoying this gameplay. We call that Crapo as the Anivia support player too. Mid lane, Honky got a great play here. Q didn't land onto him. Knight, what happened here? Thought he'd be able to clear out the wave. Use that W there. Walk backwards. Shun leaving the lane. Didn't flash the grab field. Oh, Knight, that's a problem. Shouldn't head back towards it. Didn't flash the E either. He could have lived at any one of 2 or 3 different points there. Big mistake by Knight in game 5. That being said, though, Honky down flash for the level 6 mark that will come through from Shun may actually come back to bite him. There have been a number of times where you flash for a solo kill. Doesn't really feel that great for you. Xiaoshu down 10 CS in this early game versus Bin's Yorick. He picked this blind, banned away some top lane matchups away from Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu picked that Mordekaiser. Used to be more of a counter into this champion. Less so now.
Crystallized wall comes on down again. Gala going, what on earth is happening down here? They've got the early cull for the Sivir, who knows. Look, my plan is get late game and pray I can work out from there.
So people are asking about the Anivia build. Guys, I have no clue. It's the first Anivia support in Tier 1 history. Now, there are a couple of things. You can max out your W very early to have very extended walls, which are actually very annoying for the likes of Sivir, Victor, and the Mordekaiser, because they can't cross the wall. I suppose, yeah, basically everyone but the Vi, because no one can cross that. Misses the stun this time.
Yeah, caught on the wrong side of the wall, though, and Shun now coming. They're going to get another heal out of this. That's a ghost as well. Sivir trying to run away. Viper eats both ends of the boomerang blade. Slightly unfortunate there. We'll have a Vamp Scepter and can get some health back.
If that stun had landed, again, that would have been potentially another kill, actually. Junja spotted heading down here. There's an empowered stun. There's a stun to the Anivia. Flash away from Junja.
Needed to do that.
Yeah, there's going to be the level 6 Scuttle Crab coming up in the next minute. Comes out that 6 minutes. Wall not working there. You see how much threat there is, though. Those walls are so nasty. On Maywell with this pocket pick. Crazy niche Anivia support have one BLG representation at first hand. This is working wonders for them, Sam.
I mean, this is the guy who last year, when things were looking dire, would lock Twitch Elise with Elk to make things happen in Game 5. He has always been one of our more creative, insidious supports with these nefarious picks that come out of nowhere and cause absolute chaos in drafts.
And I tell you what, now between the double terrain creation of the Dark Procession and the Glacier, what's it called again? The thingy, Crystallized.
Crystallized,
yep. The W. You can have double terrain creation. And there's 4 characters that can't cross without flashes, Sam. That could genuinely be game-changing for BLG. If they can lock someone up, so, Pantheon can solo them down. Yorick can chuck a ton of damage at them. That's good. JDG looking for the dragons. He will be able to get it here on his flying forwards. He has the egg.
He's going to be forced to egg here. Handshook back into the gravity field. Will go down here. Vampire going to get jumped on as well. The rebirth comes on through, so you lose the passive on the Anivia, but you get a kill kind of out of it.
Vampire flashed to get a passive on Anivia. That's just not worth it. He flashed for that one, dies for it. Knight gets himself 2 Dark Seal stacks, ends up getting a frozen midwave. That's a big win for BLG. The dragon did go to JDG, though. If one thing can see you out of any of these scenarios, it is JDG stacking dragons and maybe trying to scale up into the game. They do have a Sivir, they do have a Victor. Their scaling is very good. BLG have been winning through early games so far. They do have a 1.5 gold lead so far. Xiaoshu pulling the ultimate to Bin. The Dark Procession goes down, and turns out actually the Maiden is not... Oh, it is coming with him. It's going to be a close 1v1. Bin flashing that Q. Xiaoshu going low. Where's the next Q from Bin? Xiaoshu has that flash. Doesn't use it. Arguably loses the trade. He loses the trade, I think, to Xiaoshu, but he does get the flash.
Molecule has done the math in the background, by the way, over on Twitter. It is the 3rd Tier 1 Anivia support of all time. First in the LPL.
Where has it played before?
I will look now. We have got an...
Yeah, because it's worth noting, because if you check on GOLGG, it won't tell you the early seasons of the league.
2018 CBLOL.
Okay.
And Korea champions in 2013 Spring. Mata played it.
Gosh, Mata played it.
Versus SKT, and it was a win.
Okay, so CBLOL at that point was not Tier 1. This is the 2nd Tier 1 Anivia of all time, first in LPL on. Does not have that passive, as we were saying. Good damage from Gala there. Does have the Cull stacking in. It's a good lead for Viper on the Kalista. Of course, Kalista going to struggle a little bit versus the... Well, going to struggle a lot a bit versus the Vi. You'll notice that the Q is being maxed there. Junja does have the level 6. Knight did just use the ult there, by the way, in mid lane. I think he ran out of time on the Vi ultimate. There's a potential of a lane gank here. Junja is so important to JDG. If you can get a big lead here, it'd be huge. Shun has ultimate, but will he predict the gank coming in bot side? The wave is frozen out here. Stun there. On still has flash. Didn't use it the last time. Knew he was safe. Junja going to be channeling a recall. Cancels it. Shun is about the map. He's kind of on call here. Knows he can go anywhere, really. Honky does have his flash back up. Use it for that early solo kill. Has gone down CS, though, because of Knight's good wave positioning. Shun is just, again, making sure that the play is going to happen somewhere. Vampire has no flash. He could jump bot side here. In fact, he might be channeling it right now.
Oh, boy. There's the flash. Needs to be done. And there's
very good, very good. It stopped, unflashed forwards, and he didn't get the stun. The handshake from Vampire stopped the empowered W from Shun, and ended up getting the mini stun on Nivea. Very good play from Vampire. That should have been one and dead, but they stacked and ended up both taking the CC.
Nicely done, nicely done, nicely done. So a 2,000 gold lead here to BLG in the early stages, largely through this bot lane. Gala is only at 48 CS. He's been zoned off so much of these waves. We'll finally be able to get a hold of something here, but I think we're about to see Viper back and pick up a first item.
Gala does get a really good wave freeze there. That is a very important defusal, Sam. If they lost another kill there, it would have potentially been 2 or 3 plates. It would have been Gala well off the board. That's a really big survival. Vampire gets a huge play there. I think he's been very good for JDG this series. Arguably, I think he's been their most consistent player. Vampire has been so important to JDG, a player who I think last year really had high highs, low lows. He's starting to even that out now. Very important so, especially against a team which relies on its bot lane as much as BLG. Grub's being taken by BLG. Very important for the Yorick. Do they get all 3? I imagine they do.
I imagine so. No real reason for that to not be the case. And again, you are running with a Yorick. Grubs plus Yorick always feels fantastic.
God, Honor's maybe going towards a Rod of Ages, even as a Nivea support. That is crazy to me. On!
Gets to level 6, misses the Flash Frost, is dead here. There's no way. The Crystallize is pretty good. The hostile takeover doesn't really do all that much there from Knight as the hijack comes on through and on. That's too much.
Well, he was dead as soon as the Vi went over the wall, so I'm not going to blame him too much for that. Caught out well. Good play from JDG. Junja hopping over the wall on really shouldn't have been there. Jumping onto Honkyu. Will get stuck in the gravity field. Good damage back from Honkyu.
Honkyu is down a bit of CS here, but doing okay in terms of the levels.
Well, he just got that kill as well, right? So he's very happy with that. JDG, a good defusal. The last couple of plays now, the Pantheon bot lane and then that play mid lane, not working out for them. And Honkyu on the Victor is going to be a problem, Sam. This is a good scaling composition from JDG because they have Sivir and Victor. If they get into the game, BLG may get out DPS in teamfights again, and JDG could just fall back to the old reliable 5v5. You'll beat BLG in the grouped up fights.
Viper now resetting. There's the Blade of the Ring getting completed. Scary point of power for this Kalista, but we'll need to leverage it into something worth noting. JDG got the first Drake, so they don't have that stacking going on yet, and that's often very key with your Kalista comps. Vampire caught out a little bit there by this Anivia.
On just being a bit of an annoyance in that bot side. Pantheon doesn't have ult again just yet. Victor's on his way back to the lane, completed that Rod of Ages, similar time to Knight, as we were just highlighting. On good, very early levels versus Gala and Vampire. Does have that ultimate back at the passive backup, as we were saying. Dragon started. Of course, the Kalista really wants those early dragons. Losing that first one may actually be very impactful. Hang on, stopping Vampire here. He has flash.
He's going to be taken for a bit of a chunk there. Caught within that Glacial Storm for forever. Has to flash.
That hurts. And you'll see that On is putting a couple extra levels into the W, I believe, to get the extended width. Flash away from the Renata helps a lot. They're definitely not a champion which wants to be out of position against this composition.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of very short-range champions who really won't enjoy that wall experience, especially if it's roaming all over the place. Knight caught onto the turret a little bit there, but the dragon goes the way of BLG. Not a lot that JDG get to do about it, especially after Vampire ends up being taken very low at the back end of that play.
Only a slight lead for Bin in that top side right now, going for the Hex Drinker. Does do pretty well, actually, against both, well, all of the backliners if he gets it up close and personal. If he ever lands the Morning Mist and the ghouls start doing damage, it is a good pick to work with that. BLG, the problem is they're going to have... Oh, that was a really good trade there. Yeah, by the way, got the Ren set. Honkyu puts down the grab field.
There's the Arcane Storm. He's on top of the Gravity Field. Will throw down his own stolen Arcane Storm. No, he won't. Knight needs to be careful. He just sat inside that Storm the entire time.
I think he probably wants to reset anyway here. Pantheon is back up and available, so watch out for where Shun will head next. You don't really want to dive a Renata with Bailout. Shun, again, just kind of being on call. Knight quite low HP. Not really sure you want to play around that, personally. Uses the ultimate for wave clear.
Indeed, the Arcane Storm as stolen. We'll make this, I suppose, a Chaos Storm. There you go. Still lives in the game, just via
I'm still
Silas.
calling it Chaos Storm, Sam. On, spots the Mega Blast Cones around. Does get some vision onto Vampire there. Handshake missing. Very large lead for Viper over Gala. The Kalista, well, not great versus the whole Vi thing. Stun lands, and that's the thing. You can't spell shield the Anivia stun because the Anivia Q is in two parts. There's the particle which flies through, it does damage, you can spell shield that. And then there's the explosion, which then does the stun, does another bit of damage. So it's double damage if it goes over someone and then you click it again. That's where a lot of the burst comes from. Anivia. As Sivir, you can spell shield the first part, very hard to spell shield the second part from the explosion. So you're expecting the Anivia to actually get some good stuns onto Gala, who would have expected the Spell Shield to potentially protect him. Mikhail's has come through from Vampire, specifically to stop something like that, or of course the Pantheon stun as well. First item Mikhail's from the Renata.
Viper in a great position this game. Very dominant early lane. He is the majority of the gold lead right now for BLG.
Can Hongq do it in the Game 5? He's no stranger to Game 5s, actually.
No.
He's done a lot, even in his short career. Bin walking forwards with the teleport, has the roll quest. Doing quite well in this top lane. Both top laners have got it. Bot lane from JDG yet to get their quest, which has hurt. I mean, there is going to be, you know, the lump sum of cash you get from completing that bot lane quest, and then also the cull as well.
Yeah.
JDG, they know where the bread is buttered. They want to scale. No surprise there.
If you can get Victor and Sivir to 3 items, you can play this game again. It's not a problem. It's just this early stages, the 2-item mark, I think. The level 11s is Sylas and Pantheon and Kalista start to try and mess with you. You've got to be very careful not to bleed resources. We saw what happened last game when that happened.
Yeah, Gala ended up completing his quest at about 14 minutes. Very late. It's not, well, it's late. I wouldn't say very late. About to cash in the cull as well. Was 1.3k behind. Will probably end up being about 700 behind, I think,
Something
as things
like
go
that,
through it.
yeah.
Everyone's completed their quest now. Viper, playing the Kalista without the Renata is a very difficult thing. You have to be very respectful of damage in a way that you're not with the Renata, because that bailout can just give you extra time to just do crazy amounts of Ren stacking and get the lethal tempo. Very high value. On does have flash, does have ult. It has gone for the Rod of Ages on the support, by the way. Wants the extra level, wants the extra HP and mana.
Shun's here with On, as those Vampire and Junja just fighting out over vision control of the topside river. Rift Herald is spawning in 3 seconds. Scuttle Crab, not quite that small.
Yeah, On's put the early second point into that W. He's actually going to be a secondary carry threat at some point in the game. If it goes really late, the Anivia can actually be a big problem. Bin dodges out on that path. That's going to be the ult pull through from Xiaoshu.
Gets himself out of the dark possession as well. The TP now coming top. And
Everyone's
Xiaoshu's
coming
gonna be
top
a
lane,
problem.
Sam.
Everyone's here. Grand Starfall. Xiaoshu's in danger. Needs to find an unbreakable immortal. He is not. And Mordekaiser goes down. The Crystallize on the other side denies JDG entrance.
Yeah, nice from On there to stop anyone else coming to it. Knight has himself his own Mordekaiser ultimate now. Kill onto Xiaoshu. He's been doing okay in the 1v1. It's just the problem is it wasn't a 1v1 at the very end there. The Maiden, can he kill that in time? I think he should be able to. Nope, not quite. So Bin keeps his ultimate alive. Dragon now in a minute. BLG would really like to get themselves a second stack of this. You know, you don't want to let JDG have the ability to kind of choke you out and play for the soul later.
I think that would be largely a mistake, Alex. I'm right there with you. Shun should pick up that. Does pick up the Eye of the Herald. If you can break mid lane turret after this, around the dragon that's spawning in 30 seconds, I think you're in a pretty good spot. The Death Realm has been stolen by Knight. Very scary to get in a 1v1 with amped stats with the Sylas Death Realm.
True, it is. I'm not sure Knight's going to really use it here, though. Just get that Q onto the backline. Hongqi's being very respectful of where he can stay in the lane. He's done. I mean, Knight has still kept up in CS. That's been completely fine from him. He does just pick up that kill from top lane as well. Doesn't get caught by the gravity field this time. Hongq, though, you can see, trading very well so far. And that Victor could be the be-all and end-all, folks.
Slightly awkward rend there. I saw that one, Viper.
Yeah, not quite, because he ended up putting... Oh, no, he does have the 5 points in the E. Hongq puts down the grab field this time. He's going to get stunned there, but no extra follow-up damage. Dragon started. Hongq could teleport back in. Knight can't, so BLG are giving up the Dragon. This is dangerous. They're giving... Yeah, I think they are, because they can't get the Sylas in. They're going to have to give this up.
Wow. That's
Pantheon's not even close. Pantheon's not even close. You look in the minimap, BLG are not positioned to contest. They had no teleport on Sylas. They just say, look, we're not fighting in the grouped up play. We don't have the tools for it. JDG get ahead of the objective game. That's how they've been able to stall out and play for late game.
And that worries me, actually. Like, BLG have got a fun composition. We've been excited by this Anivia support, but I think if JDG get to play the game out as it stands, I think JDG are going to be a bit more comfortable after the weirdness of the Anivia wears off. You were right about that Rod of Ages, by the by, if you hadn't talked about that already.
I did, yep.
Good call on that one. I'm just checking in on the inventories a little bit there. And again, it would be nice for that Anivia. That probably explains why you're saying would be a legitimate late-game carry threat later on.
Well, I mean, if it goes really late,
yes.
I will say, though, On is down a lot of XP because he's been giving it over to solo Vipers. He's only level 6 right now. He's really... He hit level 6 and then just immediately left lane and just went across the map. Now, his passive makes him a little bit harder to kill. The Rod of Ages is an efficient item, but it's not going to get that much value actually out of the level up because he's going to be so low level. It's not going to give him that much value. Bin's going to take a full bot lane turret. That will be the first turret of the game. He's going to get a bunch of gold from that, 430. Bin trying to rush towards that 2 items. He's probably going to sit on the Hex Drinker and then go towards the Shojin. Could also go completely towards that more as well. Bin has been given a lot of resources by BLG in this series.
And again, with all of those 3 grubs, and there's still a Herald in inventory here, there's a very real world where Bin becomes the split push win condition. Became an absolute terror on the Nara in the last game, and Xiaoshu just was unable to match on the Gwen after the early laning phase.
Hongq is just trying to scale up into a point of relevance. He's going to go towards the Liandry second. Ginger, not doing anything crazy this game, but I think he realized he doesn't have to. He's on full vision here, though. Lots of water in BLG. Look at the vision control they have. The jump towards top lane. Vampire is going to be there in a side lane. Something which he struggled with before, actually, was turning up to side lanes to protect teams in time on getting pulled back by the Callista. I think that's safety there. Just use the cooldown. Sure, you'll be fine. By the way, I'm pretty sure you can pull back the egg as well if it comes back to it. So even if the Anivia goes into that passive, you're normally okay.
Can't get the crystallized proc there. Yorick decides against stepping too far forward. Should still get the plate nonetheless. Indeed, they do.
Yeah, crystallized being built up there. Didn't get procced. 3 grubs for BLG. For the Yorick really helps. Now, BLG may just say, we are the best side laning team in the LPL. We have a Yorick with 3 grubs and 1,000 gold lead. We're going to play through side lanes. The problem is, you're now going to have to arms race against the Chemtech Soul, which in this game, well, it's good with the Renata, I suppose.
Honestly, if BLG can get it, they've got the Callista Silas. They would like it more.
BLG would love it more. For the first time this series, JDG low roll the Soul. I think that in the other games, they had high roll Souls with stuff like the Hextech. JDG this time, they low roll for themselves. They don't use this Chemtech that well against BLG. Would have preferred almost anything else, actually.
I'm still going to put this out there. I actually think what Soul is going to be rolled for the Rift should be known from draft. I think it warps games so much.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I think we'd end up with some more interesting stuff. You know you're getting an Infernal Soul. You know you're getting a Chem Soul. You may draft very, very differently to other game states.
Yeah, make an event out of it. See the roll on screen before it comes through into draft. I think that'd be good. On... Still just being an absolute pain in the ass. 7 stacks on the Rod of Ages. It's a very efficient item. Just the HP, the mana, the AP gives you a lot for just a single item.
Yeah.
It means that he can just kind of bugger off and do what he wants, you know.
We are leaving Platoon
to fight the Covenant on solid ground. Oh no, we're leaving Platoon to fight the Covenant on solid ground to finish off what the Flyboys started. Can't remember. Okay, I used to remember all of the Halo Combat Evolved Johnson dialogue.
Yeah.
Not quite now. Crystallize will be procced here. Almost a full plate. Gala has been really, really shut out of this game so far. It's down, 30 plus CS. He's been trying to hold on how he can. Bin is getting jumped on here.
About to get teleported. There's a cease and desist to pull back with the Death's Grasp, dragged into the Death Realm. I think Bin is likely does a good last rites healing, and the Maiden's doing a fairly decent job about giving some healing back. Bin will buy time, will come out of the Death Realm, flashes over, desperate attempt to escape, can't quite get the Dark Procession there to block off the fight. I saw the thought process, but it doesn't work.
It's a big mistake. Look, BLG, if you're going to make plays like that, you need to have the Pantheon in range. Knight is using 3 grubs on top lane, though, so it's not the worst thing ever. I think Bin using the flash, that's actually more important than anything else, because he needs that to close the distance. Knight is getting good gold here, though. He's ahead of Hongq now because of that. BLG just saying, screw it, we are going to play the split map.
Yeah, I saw what the flash was supposed to do from Brink, because he puts the Dark Procession partway through the wall to basically potentially block Vi as she comes over after him, and it just doesn't quite work.
Yeah, it only blocks it if it bumps her out of a Q channel.
Yeah.
Jundra played that well, though, and Jundra still had flash, so it's very likely that was going to happen. 2.3k gold lead for BLG. Sam, I don't know if that's enough.
I don't think it is either.
2k against a scaling Sivir Victor? I don't know if that's enough, and Bin not confidently ruling the side lane because the Mordekaiser is actually giving him some issues. That's a problem. Chemtech Soul is now, well, Chemtech Dragon, rather, is now on the Rift. Knight is walking down. JDG are going to look to 5v5. This will be oh so important. How good is the double terrain creation of the Anivia and the Yorick? How far ahead are JDG along their scaling timeline?
No Death Realm, Vault Breaker's just coming back up, so there is ult advantage right now for BLG on the whole.
JDG giving some ground hit. Do they give this up at all? Hang on a second. Ginger not going to get stopped there. I thought the wall might try and come out, do something. JDG going to push out mid lane. They give up terrain here. I think JDG may realize, look, we're not completely online yet. Ginger goes over, does have the ult back up.
Comes that chain lash. Xiaoshu looking for the angle. Death Realm now up and available again.
There it is. They get past that choke point. That's a good wall from On. They've managed to say Hongq's left alone.
He is. He has to flash back over. Shun with the East stop buys time. Death Realm stolen by Knight. Gets a lot of that happening into the back of the pit. Junger is rendered. They've taken out the jungler. That means Dragon, likely BLG's. Knight survives in the Death Realm and gets to dash away with an abscond. Doesn't need to abduct anything more. JDG need to back away. Xiaoshu hit with the last rites. And the morning must is going to be some dead Xiaoshu. But Shun goes to go on forwards. And they get to tempo through this mid lane wave afterwards. Like, can they go for Baron?
It's a 3 for none, and the smite is down. There's no Chaos Storm, there's no big ultimates. I think BLG might have won a 5v5, the Dragon, and
Flash
get
and
themselves
Vampire.
on flashed onto. He's going to go down into the egg, but that's their big playmaking use now. Knight jumping forward.
Q, he's in danger. Gets the gravity field down, gets bailed out, but there's no way to go. And you break some eggs, but you don't get an omelette. Out comes the Abscond, the Abduct. They kill off Vampire. Renata just doesn't have enough drugs in the back pocket to keep her heart beating.
It means the Baron doesn't go down, but Sam, that's the second time this game where Vampire has flashed onto an Anivia with passive. It just hasn't worked. It's cost him his life both times, and BLG walk away with the Dragon and a bunch of kills. JDG, they're now down 5k gold. It's a bit of a different question now. Was 2k enough? No, probably not. 5k breaking up the mid lane turret, that'll get them up to almost, well, 5.5k I'd imagine. A little bit less than that. That is starting to get scary now. Big gold for Viper. Great fight from him. I thought initially Knight had used the Mordekaiser ult onto Vampire. Actually, I thought he'd done that to try and stop the big play coming through. Who did he use it onto?
Xiaoshu.
He uses it onto the Oh, that's what he does. He uses it onto Xiaoshu to stop him using the ult onto their jungler.
Yes.
Knight does the next level to say, you're not going to get the smite. It turns out he didn't need it anyway, but it took the Mordekaiser out of the front line. Knight chooses a great target for that.
And in the morning mist lands, Xiaoshu slow, the dark procession. There's nowhere for him to go. You build HP, but there's a lot of HP shredders on the enemy team. Oblivion Orb now for On, 3 items for Viper, 2.5 for Knight. Shojin's done for Bin. The Yorick is no longer a mild threat, he's a legitimate terror.
That is one of my favorite plays I've seen, actually. Knight very nearly died for it, I will say, but it did end up working out. JDG with those early dragons, though, they're going to be very thankful that they took them, otherwise it would have been a soul already for BLG. Bin does have that Shojin. He is very happy with his itemization. Knight has a Riftmaker. He's very happy with his itemization. JDG need to buy time for 3-4 item carries. Junjo will walk into Shun, uses that ultimate. Where's the E coming through from Shun? Is it going to be enough? There's no one coming towards him right now.
Overcomes the Yorick, but there's still an Arcane Storm, and down goes the Pantheon. Too many members in the enemy jungle. They weren't expecting everyone there.
Great play, great play. Just starve out the vision. BLG not respectful enough. BLG had vision on top side, and suddenly their global threat and a lot of their point and click is gone. Great play by Junja and Honkyu. That's going to open up the map, and the gold lead starts to decrease. Big play to get gold on the table. Honkyu gets the kill. He's getting towards critical mass on the Victor. BLG, we return back to that question. Was 2k enough? No. Was a more large gold lead enough? Potentially. Swung back again, though, and JDG have themselves some more time and more resources to play with.
Knight on vision, that wall behind the pit not spotted. BLG are doing their best to hold control of this top side river, but again, JDG, great vision control on the enemy red side jungle, catches Pantheon out, well unexpected, because again, he's got all his outer turrets, he's got a Yorick nearby. It shouldn't be that easy to jump you, right?
Yeah, Vampire's just doing some warding mission to spot that, the one ward there. One ward spotted in the back of the pit. BLG will know that the top side jungle has been fully warded out. Viper, very strong, 1.5k ahead, 204, 3 items on the Callista. Had a very strong fight around that last dragon. It's very hard for the Callista fight out late game. If he gets into the backline, though, he can actually assassinate the Civ, he can actually assassinate the Victor. I actually wonder whether Knight will be stealing the Mordekaiser ult to force the 1v1 versus the Mordekaiser and just say, look, you are not taking out Bin or Viper. They will get to play the team fight out effectively. I wonder whether Knight just says, I'm going just 1-for-1. I'm just going to take him out. Doesn't matter that I'm not doing the assassinating. I get an isolated 1v1, and Xiaoshu doesn't get to disrupt the rest of the team.
I also just think On's walls are becoming increasingly problematic because the Sivir and the Victor are always forced into really awkward team fight chase because the Crystallize keeps coming out. And then whoever's caught on the wrong side of the wall is then eating Yorick ghouls, and Viper gets to stack up Rend. It's not an easy game, and no one's following the Vi, and Vi's going alone right now.
No, I really like what On's done, and On will add a not insignificant amount of damage across the ult DPS over time. I wonder what he's going next. I mean, if he really wants to...
Morello, isn't it?
Well, he could go full Morello, but honestly, he could just go towards the Leandries or Faded Ashes and just try to get some very efficient damage. JDG... 30 seconds until the dragon for them. Can they retake this part of the map? Well, they don't have any ingress into this right now. 3 items for Honkyu. He's taken a gold lead. 3 items for the Sivir. Both carries, I think, Sam, are online. JDG have the damage to win the 5v5s. I think Viper may have to commit his flash going forwards, try and go for a diving play. See how Xiaoshu can interact with the team with his ultimate. There's a ward in
ward. Sure, you guys see that, right?
You should see both of these, actually. Not sure about that
What's
one.
going on there?
I am not so sure, Sam. I'm not so sure myself. Vampire getting stunned down. Dragon's going deeper. They do have the Rend.
It's got to hijack Mordecai's Death Realm as well. Out comes the Glacial Storm. They're forced to back away. The wall catches Vampire. Comet Spear tags him. Not too much more. Junja now on a potential flank angle can get over the wall. They go forward. Shun gets a decent hill. The Death Realm comes on forward onto the jungler. On getting some more walls down. Still not Death Realm. Does Knight. Can look to put someone else in. Vampires though. Out they come from the Death Realm. On just about alive, but is now down. Gets called back with a Viper jumps on Gala. The bailout. The flash away. They've killed the Simmer. Vampire goes down as well. All the while, look at the other side. Knight and Bin jump on more, and Xiaoshu desperately tries to find some more damage, but he can bring down the Mace no more. Triple kill to Callista, triple kill to Viper.
When you fight in the river, best be aware of snakes, best be aware of Viper. Viper may have just come to the party at just the right time. BLG march down the mid lane with 3 grubs and perhaps look to book their ticket to Brazil to first stand.
The Nexus looks at them and shakes in terror. Billy Gaming are going to, against all the odds, the stripe that JDG bought them, bring them down, lock in a trip to first stand, be upstanding, our first team to first stand.
JDG will lose against BLG for the first time this year, and it could not have been in a more important series. Congratulations, BLG, on your 5-0 series, winning every single game of the best of 5 apart from those 2, which they somehow didn't. JDG, I think, gave BLG an absolute heart attack. This is a team which has consistently put BLG into difficult late game scenarios, and Sam, one of these shirts feels a little bit better than the other now. Wouldn't you agree? BLG walk away, first team to finals, the first team to first stand, and Sam. We now have Anyone's Legend versus Weibo, lower bracket.
Yep.
I expect AL to win that. We could have a rematch of JDG versus Anyone's Legend for our second and final first stand spot. Viper, BLG, they're headed to first stand, they're headed to Brazil, and their early game dominance is coming with them.
I could put it out there. The Nivea worked, Al. The Nivea support was legit.
I cannot believe that BLG, on the back of an Nivea support, have qualified for first stand. What utter cinema. I don't get how more people, don't watch the LPL, Sam. You were here watching this, even if you're on the VODs, you were here for this. You were here to witness the Nivea support from On, Viper coming to life on the Callista, and BLG felling JDG, the upstarts. What a series from BLG. Was it entirely confident? No. Was I entertained? Absolutely yes. You were here. I hope you very, very much enjoyed yourselves. Oh. That's our series for today, folks. Now, if you've enjoyed what you've seen here, we are brothers. We cast this for a living. This is our job. We sit here in our Berlin apartment. We shout at the top of our lungs. And we, yes, they do have a direct sponsorship. It's a separate thing. If only we had, wait, what would we do with that? Look, someone sponsor us, for God's sake. We do this for free. We do this because we love the LPL, and we think that we do a good job at it. You know, we're the only tier 1 sibling casters to ever cast League of Legends at the top level. And we love having you here as part of our community. If you enjoyed today, if you enjoyed any of our LPL content, whether this is the first time you've joined in or the last time, I really would like you to stick around if you enjoy this. And if you do have the bandwidth, drop a like, a follow, a subscribe. Drop something over towards our Ko-fi link as well. It would mean the world to us. It keeps us doing what we're doing. This pays our rent. This keeps the it keeps the lights on. What do you mean, Flabs giving ideas to Durex? Getting fucked by the West? Durex got your back.
Sometimes you have to face stiff opposition. Your opponents are jerks, and you have to off them to ensure that they don't win the game. It's a hard life out there.
Really takes a different meaning to having a stick up your ass.
That's not subtle, Alex!
Folks, that's going to be the end of our series today. Sam, are you going to stream after this?
I am not, because I've got a recording to do, and I'm off to
Wonderful.
play some Magic this evening, so I don't think I'm going to have time. Plus, honestly, I should probably do some work in the kitchen.
Wonderful. Okay, folks. We're going to end our stream there. We'll stick around for a little bit. We'll find someone to raid over to. We really hope that you enjoyed today. Please stick around for the rest of LPL and stick around for our stream elsewhere. You viewing this keeps our lights on. We appreciate it an awful lot. And from us, from myself, from Sam, goodbye. Was that too much, Sam?
That was fine. funny.
Was it fun?
It was funny.
I haven't turned the mic off, but I thought
That was funny. I enjoyed
thought
that.
I'd
That was
give them
good work. Good work.
This is like us in the green screen room now. Oh, I just realized I just turned my mic down to 0. Okay, well, you're behind the scenes with us. I can't believe they won with an Anivia support.
I can.
How insane. Thank you so much, Adalast, for the donation. Let me go get the link out for that as well. Adalast, you are absolutely wonderful. We appreciate you. I guess I'll find someone to raid over to. Thank you everyone for joining us again. What a series! Oh, Adalast, that is... You are very, very kind. Thank you so much for the 100 euros. What?
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Turns out people do pay for esports. I can't believe Viper ended up living through this. Viper was such a difference maker in that fight. Okay, folks, we're going to go raid over to someone now. We'll find someone to raid over to. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. If you're on YouTube, the show will stop.